to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
And just like a red, white, and blue phoenix rising from the ashes of political bipartisanship, we are back to Salt to the Streets Podcast.
This is Saturday, November 20th, 1:47 p.m., episode 116. 117.
How about 18 there, big shooter?
Oh, I went backwards.
You did go
I
backwards.
did. It's 118.
So on the
Look at that.
on this, the
117,
118th episode of Salt to the Streets, welcome back everybody to the Salt to the Streets Podcast, your one and only source for all the social and political commentary on all the weekly news, pop culture, and sports that you can handle. The best part about the whole deal, it's all built from the ground up for people like you and me, the everyday normal person. So come down and join us as we discuss life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and continue our endless endeavor to bridge the gap between people and information. As always, we are your hosts. I'm Colin,
I'm Donovan.
and today we are joined... Oh, man, I hit the wrong button. Hopefully it changed to the right screen. Boom. By none other than the great and powerful PNW Nils. Welcome back, I think, for the third time on the podcast.
Yeah.
One solo show and then the whole upper left gang.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Sly, a.k.a. John Sadek. Welcome back there, brother. Your second time on the podcast.
Thank you.
And you'll have to excuse me. I didn't give you your sword this time.
That's okay.
But
I think
it'll live forever in the thumbnail, though. And then also in our minds.
We got
and
some
our hearts.
gats in here. If you want to pose with a gun, we could do that.
Oh,
later.
yeah, we can do that, too. We got guns. We got swords. I don't know where the swords are, but...
Somewhere.
That's fine. I built a cat tree over there the other day. I was going to put my swords up there, but then I figured cat, swords, probably not a good combo to have close proximity.
If she learns to use it, you know.
That's when it's dangerous. I
Yeah.
mean, I would not hate coming home every night knowing that there's a cat somewhere in the house with a weapon that might try to take me out at some point.
Never know, yeah.
I stole that from Dan Cook, by the way. Something about a monkey and knowing you got to come home and fight a monkey.
Oh, shit.
That just adds a whole nother, excitement level to your entire life.
Yeah.
It'd just be really fun. But she does a good enough job
Jesus
attacking me
Christ.
without weapons, so no thanks. But we're going to be talking about all sorts of stuff today. We're going to be talking to Nils and Dr. Sly about music and video. They got a lot of great stuff going on right now. And obviously the big political social issue in the room is the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict got handed down last night, yesterday afternoon, yesterday midday for us.
Yesterday morning,
on the West Coast. And
like 10:30.
yeah,
This
so
motherfucker,
we're going to be
Charlie
talking about that.
Oh, Charlie Kirk.
Fucking Charlie Kirk.
He
That's
is
all.
the head of Turning Point USA, and that's a conservative youth organization. So that is especially obviously a window into conservative youth because they
Don't
hold
like that. Don't like
CPAC, right? Is that what it is? Conservative Political Action Committee. Conservative. Yeah. That's so. Yes, I believe that's what they host. Yes.
Okay.
Conservative Political Action Conference. That's what it is. So so they host a thing every year that, and every year without fail, there are leftist activists that work their way into the crowd, and they form a little group, and they start making a bunch of noise and shit, and like happens every year. Which just, regardless of what you think about them, gives the conservatives ammunition to be like, they don't want us to be able to talk, regardless of whether or not you agree with them. It's like, well, you're not wrong because they are trying to silence you, but it's neither here nor there. Charlie Kirk, that dude's
That's so funny.
I
don't
all over
like
the place.
He drives me nuts.
No.
Him, the two people in the political commentariat space that drive me nuts. There's one on the right, one on the left. Charlie Kirk on the right, and fucking Kyle Kalinske on the left.
You hate Kyle
I
Kalinske.
hate Kyle Kalinske.
You know Kyle Kalinske, John?
I do not know Kyle Rittenhouse.
Do you know the
It's probably a
show?
good thing.
Do you know Kyle Kalinske?
I don't think so.
Do you guys know the show Breaking Points?
Yeah, familiar with that.
So, right. So I was thinking that thing. So Breaking Points used to be Rising, which was on The Hill, and that's hosted by two people named Sagar and Jetty and Crystal Ball, and hilarious, right? And so Crystal Ball is a progressive, and
Of course.
Name right there. That's all I'm saying.
and Sagar and Jetty is supposed to be the conservative portion of it.
He wears a suit.
Excuse me. He wears a suit.
It's about as conservative as he gets these days.
He supposedly, they don't get into his own personal views, but they allude to him being socially conservative, which maybe means that, like, I don't know, maybe he personally doesn't believe in gay marriage or something, but he's not against it as a political thing. I don't, because they allude to it. I couldn't point to a specific episode, but they have alluded before to him being socially conservative.
Interesting. He's definitely
Traditional
not physically
family values or
conservative.
something. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they say that he's conservative, and when he was on the Hill, he was kind of. We've talked a lot of shit about them since they switched over because they're very much both on the left now. Crystal Ball much farther left, but Sagar rarely disagrees with anything that she says anymore.
Yeah.
And it's not. It used to be a very representative show of two people on opposite sides having a conversation and finding a place to agree, and now they're just both kind of agreeing all of the time for the same reasons
With
and
whatever Crystal says.
yeah, so it's not as good. So
I think he's just thirsty.
she
Because she's a very attractive woman.
she is. She hosts another show with a guy named Kyle Kalinske that's called Crystal, Kyle and Friends, and they're both very, very, very progressive. And Kyle Kalinske, Colin fucking hates Kyle Kalinske. He
can't
consistently complains about Kyle Kalinske.
The
I
way
mean,
he
one of my
talks, yeah.
all-time favorite
What do you not
podcasts.
like about Kyle Kalinske?
I don't like his arrogant, braggadocious manner in which he is holier than thou, and if you disagree with him, you're a bad person. Or an idiot.
So
One of the two.
is he bashful?
Like, bashing people?
Yeah.
He's not that bad with it. Like, he's relatively... Like, he doesn't call people out directly most of the time. But I have a feeling that if he's the type of guy... This is the vibe that I get from him, right? He's the
We
type
obviously
of
don't
guy-
know him personally.
I don't know him personally. But, like, his presence on the show is really off-putting to me because he comes off to me as the type of guy, whereas if he was sitting down in this room, we would have a very cordial conversation. Everything would be great. He'd challenge us. We'd challenge him. We'd push back and forth. And then by the end of the day, he would have just played the part that he thought he was supposed to play at the time and not... I don't get a genuine feeling from him. We'll put it that way. I don't get the authenticity that I would get from basically anybody else that I watch. Everyone else that we watch or listen to, that we've all talked, like in the pre-show and stuff, I generally believe they're very authentic in what they're saying. everybody from Crowder to Shapiro to even the guys like on Pod Save America and shit. Like, I think they're authentically idiots, but I think they are being themselves.
Do you know Pod Save America?
You think Ben Shapiro's being himself for sure?
Oh yeah, I
feel like he's saying some shit to get people angry. I feel like he's actually way more level-headed and reasonable in how he can reason. But then the conclusions he comes to on his media seems way more divisive and way less of his voice.
I agree with you. I have
maybe that's just the take I get from it because I've seen him on so many other people's shows.
Well, I've said many times I enjoy Ben Shapiro more on Joe Rogan than I do on his show. And we've talked about there's a certain... I think that you're right, John, that there's a certain extent of Ben Shapiro playing a role on his show. He is going to be the most Ben Shapiro-y Ben Shapiro that he can be on his show. Yeah. He's going to do impressions. He's going to do all those little things that's going to make the little clips and the things that they can cut up and put out on the internet to make people want to watch his show.
Yeah, because he's smart, too.
He's extremely intelligent, but he doesn't do that shit on other people's shows. Yeah. He doesn't do that, like I said, on Joe Rogan or on if he's going to be on commentary or something like that. He doesn't do that type of stuff. If he's doing a conference somewhere, he's not doing impressions. He's making a very reasonable, very calculated defense of what his talking points are.
Because he's going in there as a debater to debate something.
Yes,
but yeah, watching
on
him
a show, there is a certain amount of social commentary to it that's like
that runs pretty deep to underline his own values. But then you watch him on something like the backstage stuff they do, because I'm a subscriber to the Daily Wire.
Yeah, and I've never watched that
stuff.
I watch
all their different content and stuff, and about once a month they get together, and it's like, I'm good. Andrew Clavin, Jeremy Boring, like one of the main CEOs of Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh is on there. Candace Owens sometimes comes on now when she's around. And then they all get together and smoke cigars and kind of talk shit. Oh, Michael Knowles is on there too. But it's a much more natural conversation.
Yeah.
Like, it's not Ben playing his part on his show.
Right.
To just hammer things, hit the conservative narrative, do all those things, which like I said, I believe that he believes 100%. It's just he presents them way differently than he does on all those other shows when he goes on. You could see him more as like the person there. But the values he holds, I think, are rock solid as far as what he believes in.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
But I don't get that vibe from Kyle Kalinske. I feel like if Bernie Sanders was to say something one day and then a week later he changes, then Kyle's mind's going to change too. But again, I don't know the dude. He drives me up a wall.
No, I think that's interesting.
Just kind of like Luke on the IRL.
Oh, on Timcast?
Timcast. Luke something. We Are Change guy.
Timcast is a good... Tim Pool, obviously Timcast. He does fucking they make a bunch of different content out of his fucking media company. I don't know. Yeah, he used to live in Philadelphia, I think, and then when 2020 happened, all the riots and everything, he moved out of Philadelphia into the content house they have. I think is in Pennsylvania, right, or is in West Virginia?
It's in what's on the border? It's in Maryland.
It's in Maryland. He lives in Maryland.
Like right on the corner there between Maryland, West Virginia, and Virginia.
He has a house, I think his house is in Maryland. I think the content house, the Cast Castle, I think, is in West Virginia because he has guns that he can't have at the Cast Castle that he can have at his house. So he lives in Maryland. The Cast Castle is this enormous house that he has that is on an enormous piece of property where all of his employees live and make content.
It's legit.
And they have a YouTube channel and everything. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's like
the Cast Castle is the YouTube channel. That's where they do like daily vlogs of like just shit going down in the house.
Yes.
And they got like a giant, I think it's in the basement of the main house. It's like this giant indoor skate park with half pipes and shit, and like out in the garage.
It's a 4-story house.
Other stuff and, it's legit, dude. They got multiple.
It's
studios.
Just 35-year-old Team 10 fucking. Just going hard.
Yes,
it's the TikTok.
It's
house.
crazy.
It's the TikTok house.
And that's how he's like running That's how he's running all of that business now, is out of that house where his employees are living there, and he goes there to do Timcast, which is his nightly show, and he has Timcast IRL, which is the nightly show, Timcast, which is his regular daily show. That's like him in a little box of the screen, and then he has articles that he's going over. That's his daily show. The Cast Castle is a vlog that they do out of the actual show. Most of the people who live in the house have another show that they're doing under Tim Pool's label. There's like a D&D show that they do. There's another social commentary show that they're working on. They have the skate park in the basement. They have another smaller skate park in the garage. They've got all these fucking chickens that live there, and a gang of
Chicken City, bro.
Yeah, and a gang of dirt bikes and motorcycles and all this shit. It's
wild.
It's weird. Yeah, it's like people being as free as they can possibly be in one area. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
It's very communist in a way.
It's absolutely the dream, absolutely,
Yeah,
and
it's
that's
legit.
because it's great.
I want to
Hanging
say,
out with your homies on the half pipes, and then you're just talking shit at night and just making millions of dollars.
Yes.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I guess we'll record us doing anything.
Yeah,
And they created relatively recently their own private website to host all their content, to the news articles, everything. Kind of, that's the main centralized location for everything.
Timcast.com, right?
Yeah, Timcast, which I am once again a member of because I love all the content that comes out of there.
Cuts like all the fees from like Patreon.
Oh, yeah.
Everything just comes straight to them.
Yep.
And all it takes is, and he actually ranted about this to somebody the other day.
Yeah, I was just going to talk
about
about
this. Was it on the main? Was it on that big show with everybody?
No, it was the day after. It was the day after.
When it was just It
was just the one guy. No.
Oh,
it wasn't even him. It was some other guy, some other journalist.
Oh, okay. But yeah, they were talking about it, and it's like it takes X amount of dollars. You know, you can invest a few $100s into a WordPress website, and you don't have to educate yourself on how to build it, but you can essentially build your own private platform that you own all the content, you control how it works, you can have memberships and do all that stuff, which we need to figure out how to do.
Even a subscriber plugin that you can pay for on WordPress, so you can avoid Patreon.
But, I'm not that tech savvy, but yeah, it's dope. You could do that, or you can kind of go to the platforms where you'll have it's like the convenience of going to a platform where you just upload some shit, and then they take care of all the back end stuff, and you just get paid, and they get a little cut out of that. There was a big controversy. You guys heard of locals.com before?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
It's like a newer platform that has come out over the last few years. It was
kind of like Patreon, but for individual websites.
Yeah,
and
like
so
you get your own private URL with it too, and you control your own content.
People can subscribe through there, but then Locals gets a cut of
Yeah.
whatever your subscriber fee is.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
okay.
And it's the lowest cut in town, but it's still a cut, right? But so they hook you up there. But it was started by a guy named Dave Rubin. He used to be pretty big. I think he's kind of fallen off lately since he went to the Blaze and kind of changed. But he just recently sold it to Rumble, which is like the YouTube alternative that's making it out these days. Kind of pissed a lot of people off because now everybody's going, well, it used to be like if I had a problem, I just called Dave because Dave and I are homies, and now we don't have to do. Now we got to call somebody over at Rumble. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But that's
Michael Mouse was on it. That's what it was. Yeah,
that's right.
And was on that episode of Timcast. That's why they were talking about it.
Yeah, there it is.
And so Tim Pool's idea, and is what they're working on, is starting a legitimate charity that will teach people and help people make their own website. And so they'll give you software that you can make your own website through, and they'll provide you server space that you can pay a one-time fee of $2,000 or whatever and forever own your website with a subscriber plugin and everything. You don't ever have to pay anybody else money. Nobody can take it down. Nobody can do anything because they host all the servers. Yep. And so that's something else that Tim Pool is actively working on, is starting this charity.
That's pretty cool.
To cut out all of those other competitors, because the sale of Locals to Rumble made them all kind of nervous, It's very interesting.
It's very interesting.
The ownership of content, because one of the plus sides of like Locals was that you owned your own content. No one could ever take your content from you. And I guess it's the same way on Patreon, but there are some other content hosting services that you can go to, and if they decide to take you down, you lose all your videos and shit, and if you don't have them all backed up somewhere, like you should, obviously, but if you don't, then you lose all of the content that you made.
And you guys can understand this too, because just as creators in some fashion, regardless of whether or not, like for us, we're in kind of a sphere where, you know, we say the wrong things or, you know, show something that's, you know, against the YouTube terms of service type of deal, like we might just have all of our content pulled for whatever reason, right? Where a lot of creators that work in YouTube or even on Patreon don't really have that mindset because it's not necessarily an industry they need to worry about losing their stuff. I support a guy on Patreon that's a painter, and he makes these cool painting videos and stuff. So he never really has to worry about having his content pulled down, and so they don't really think about it. But for people like us who talk about the stuff we talk about, if that's something that's ever in your mind, you don't want to have that. You just don't want that in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
Knowing that the host of your content can, without any say from you, just pull it all out. You may get it back. You may still own the content, but you guys understand that you spent a lot of time building a base of audience that cares about your stuff. And a lot of those people, like if your guys' channel was to disappear tomorrow, you could start somewhere else and a lot of your people are still going to come back. But you're still going to lose a lot of audience. You're going to lose a lot of momentum. You can't really plan a business around something like that might just get pulled out from under you overnight.
Yeah.
And so that's creation of locals, and then the shift into that over to Rumble got a lot of people scared because they forgot that companies buy and sell each other all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Which is funny because most of them are somewhat fiscally conservative. They should have seen this coming. But luckily, Rumble's one of those companies that is advertising themselves as like a very free speech platform, and so most people I don't think have to worry about it. But without getting to a point where you guys can build something where you control every aspect of it, whether it exists or not on the internet, you control every aspect of it. That's something that Tim Pool crowd is trying to build. You know, it's something that a lot of creators, I think, in this day are looking at as, it's like when you start your own business, right? If you work for DoorDash, and I'm super into DoorDash right now because my employees running around making fucking money right now.
Yeah.
I love every aspect of it. But, you know, you're a business owner at that point. You might be sole proprietorship or LLC or whatever it is, but at the end of the day, he's still reliant on somebody to be his own business. And more people today are waking up and thinking, like, do I really need that? Maybe I want to control everything that happens in the life of my business, every aspect of it, and not rely on not get comfort in the convenience of these other platforms that make it so easy to get started and so easy to grow. Maybe that's not the right way to go. And so a lot of people are shifting over.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But I guess where my head goes to is like, how is he gonna regulate his content or whatever? Like, how is this? So then at what point do you start saying like, hey, maybe all of the content you guys are making about Jewish people shouldn't be so easily taught?
But that's its whole point, is that it's unfettered. If you aren't, it's a completely free market vision of it that obviously, ideally, if you're making content like that, people aren't going to be going to your website. If you're making objectionable content, people aren't going to go there. But
what about people who want to see that stuff, though?
Then they're going to go there. You can't stop anybody from you. I can't change your intent. I can't do anything about the things that you want to see or what you want to make, right?
But don't legally we try to do that with, like, child stuff, right?
Certainly he's not going to allow things that are against the law to exist there. But that's where the law is. That's not free speech. Child pornography or child sexual abuse imagery is not free speech.
But then we have like hate speech, which is against the law.
But it's not. Hate speech doesn't exist here.
Yes.
The Supreme Court has ruled that hate speech does not exist in the United States.
Thankfully, that's a dangerous road to go down. But I think the point being, it's even.
The only limitations, I just don't want to skirt over this. The only limitations on free speech are active calls to violence.
But
right now,
the issue always comes up like, who's right, who's wrong? Is it or isn't it? Like, he'll have to draw a line somewhere.
At the law.
And then people will...
Yeah, and that's...
At the law.
At the law at that point, where you can fall back on the only thing that is not allowed in there is active calls to violence. But I will say, part of the reasoning, when you look at it, because ultimately there is going to be a business established that does, in some retrospect, control the servers. They control. Somebody's
Yes.
going to have to do that. There's going to be a location where these server stacks are hidden,
Yes.
and there's going to be people that need to run the things and do all that. But
Which will be through the charity, to my understanding.
yeah, because when they open the business, they open it as a 501c3
Yes.
nonprofit.
And I think they said on Monday that was going to be
It'll be
effective.
a thing at the end of the year, because nonprofits can't start
Okay,
until the end
so
of the
the end
tax
of the year. So that's okay.
So they're going to start. Yeah, it'll be June 1 or January 1 when they start. But yeah, that way there's no profit incentive, which is just an aspect of like the buying and selling of the companies. At the end of the day, nobody's really going to want to buy a 501c3 because it doesn't, by definition, doesn't make them money. The only money you make is the salary that you set for the employees and the owners and
Right.
whoever runs it.
Which is publicly available.
Yeah, and then every penny that's made in profits either goes back into the company, or it just goes back into the company to support its growth. Really, nobody's getting a profit distribution at the end of the year.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
at the end of
obviously,
the
it's
day,
like
somebody's still
it's
got to
cool
hold
that they
the
have their own
servers and
platform.
make the rules. So I definitely see where the concern is on that, because it doesn't necessarily completely solve the problem, because there's still got to be hardware. There's still got to be people to make sure that it operates and runs, and IT staff to make sure the networks don't crash and all that
Yeah.
shit. But I guess
You have to
Major
believe in the
difference.
objectivity of Tim Pool's organization, I guess, at that point.
yeah, because at some point somebody's got to own it. Somebody has to own it. It doesn't just exist in nothingness.
And
Yeah,
for the life of Tim Pool, I would believe in that.
Yeah.
I guess I would also wonder, like, how many things are they going to be like, yeah, the government and the law currently is not actually, like, in line with, like, my beliefs about
So I think
government or something.
I think
Because
that
it's
the-
kind of like the way it's going, right? Like, they're making this platform because they don't like the way, like, the rules actually
Well, and it's not
are,
it's not a
right?
platform, right? It's not a platform. Really, they're just a hosting service. It's like Amazon Web Services on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
It's just for people who want to own their own websites. The only thing they own is the software that they're giving to you through the charity, and then
That's
the
gonna be
servers
open
that are
source, too.
and that's going to be open source, and then the servers that are going to host your website once you have it up.
Yeah.
So he's not, like, making another, like, YouTube
No.
or social. He's
No.
literally just making a WordPress for people. and
Pretty
stuff.
much, yes,
much,
yeah.
But he
Just a
wants to
place
give
where-
people a way that they can't get there. Can you get a website shut down for its content like that? Like just
Only if
solely
it's
through
against the
WordPress?
law.
Or, I mean, we saw it happen
Or
with Parler
correct. Also,
when Amazon Web Services
if it's
decided to
objectionable
pull their
enough.
URL.
yeah, if
It
the if
was
you're
during, like the Jan 6 stuff, and they were like, well, this Parler, you know, because Parler was what, like a Twitter alternative or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
in its
I was on there for, like,
juvenile-ish state,
Yeah, I was on there for like a hot minute, but I was not into it.
it's on
But
there
yeah,
just weeks
at
before
some
it was
point,
pulled
Amazon
down.
Web Services was like, oh, you don't get to host your website anymore. Sorry, goodbye. Which sucks, but I mean, at the end of the day, in 2021, we are only so advanced into the decentralization of networks.
But that's also the crossover point that I think John is talking about, in which they decided as a company that
Yeah.
that content was objectionable for them and they weren't going to host it anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that Tim Pool's whole intent is for that to never happen through their hosting service, whatever. It has a name, I just don't remember what it was
Yeah.
called. They had a name for it, but I don't remember what it was called.
But yeah, that
Gotcha.
does
So, yeah,
beg the
it's-
question, because at some point, somebody could literally just go in and pull the plug on your server.
Right.
It definitely could. So yeah, it's just a matter of trust, I guess, at that point.
Especially because at this point in time, through whatever that government regulation is, the hosts are not publishers of
Oh,
that
yeah.
content, so they're not held liable for anything published on those
Yeah.
servers.
The
So
Communications Decency Act.
yeah, so there's a
Section
certain
230?
that's what it is, Section 230, and
And
so
a lot of people are blaming Facebook for
yes.
doing these things.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, are they the medium? Are they culpable?
Exactly.
Do they have the power?
Exactly.
Because it's kind of like a public market at this point. Like, it's effectively feels like the public owns Facebook.
Well,
or
and
the
the-
public owns Twitter, but then people say, no, remember, we own this actually. This
Yeah.
is private, not
right,
as
and the
public as it feels.
and the concern with those things is when they start to selectively take down content is when people begin to question, well, are you a publisher or are you just hosting content, because you are moderating things that are not necessarily against the law and seem to align with your particular political ideology, which doesn't necessarily lend to free speech to all people. And that's where that concern starts to come in with 230 of, like I said, whether or not these people are publishers or if they're just hosts of the content.
It's the terms of service problem, you know. You create a YouTube account, you create a Spotify account, whatever it is. I mean, any social media app you get on, you gotta
Correct.
every now and again you gotta hit that I agree to terms of service, and then you scroll through that shit at some point, you get about, a page and a half down, and you go, there's no way I'm reading this bullshit.
Right.
And so that's where they get caught, is in the terms of service, essentially build out an environment of content that is allowed and not allowed. And at that point, they're telling you what you can and can't post. So where's that line of you're a publisher versus a platform? Platform, the only thing you got to do is make sure nobody's breaking the law, no child stuff, and no direct calls to violence. But even then,
I mean, I
on
don't
a
know.
platform of billions of people, how do you moderate that? I don't know.
But I guess like with the law stuff, it's like I don't know, just like whenever you sign for like a job or something, they're always like, we cannot discriminate based on X, Y, and Z. So are they picking laws like, oh, this speech is like discriminatory or something? Like, is there any statute where they're like, oh, we have terms of service, so you can't be like discriminating or something, and that's illegal?
That's the concern. And when Tim Pool went on Joe Rogan, I guess I can't say the last time because there's going to be another episode come out in the next day or two. But the time he was on with Jack Dorsey and Vijay Gotti, who are obviously the owner of Twitter, and then she is the head of public content regulation or something to that effect of Twitter. And that was his whole point, is that the regulations they have, and in particular the way that they're being enforced, fall along particular political lines and are not based on the law, but on their ideology.
Yeah, which should technically make them a publisher.
Which, yes, should make them a publisher instead of a host of content.
Yeah. And that's, we talked about, even when there was the big net neutrality debate. You guys remember that at all? It was like a few years ago. Net neutrality was a big deal. And it was, that centered
That's a real
around
insider politics thing. That's
Yeah.
totally okay.
That revolved around like the ISPs, the actual hosts of the internet. So when you call Comcast and you get your internet hooked up, it's like, they essentially control how much of that internet you get through like bandwidth speeds. If you pay for 500 gigs a month download, and you're only, if they decide that you're trying to watch Netflix and maybe they got a beef with Netflix for whatever reason, they can throttle down Netflix's bandwidth, so all of a sudden you may not be able to stream the high def version of what you're doing, but you can still watch your show. When with net neutrality laws, the narrative at the time was, with net neutrality you could essentially make it so that no ISP could essentially hold the keys to the gate to the internet.
Equal access to the internet bandwidth to all companies.
And I like to think it's a similar argument when it comes to that conversation about who's a platform and who's a publisher. It's all about the gatekeepers.
Does that make sense, the difference between publisher and host? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Does that? Well, I think John, you understand what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So I think that it's interesting to see that was the conversation Tim Pool was having on Joe Rogan, however long ago he was on there, and he has since then actively worked towards trying to remedy that problem, and host something that is, and the argument he was making at the time is that the limit that they have should be the law. They shouldn't be regulating anything that isn't against the law, which is his opinion. He doesn't own Twitter. At the end of the day, it's up to Jack Dorsey and their board of directors and their investors exactly where their terms of policy are going to be. And then at that point, it's up to the people who are on Twitter to choose if they want to be on there. And the concern on Tim Pool's side at the time was not only the hosting of it, but also the size of Twitter, and how because it was so big, it's effectively impossible for a competitor to come along. And the concern grows when you see someone like Parler come along and then get taken down because Amazon doesn't like what's going on there.
Yeah. It's one thing to cut a blade of grass from the top when you mow your lawn because it's going to grow back. It's another thing to take it out from the root, and that's what they did to Parler. They just pulled the roots out and said, you can't be on the internet anymore. Sorry.
But yeah, that's where I wonder, I don't know what the law is, right? Is it Twitter's interpreting the law incorrectly based on their terms of service? Is it Or are they erring on the side of like, no, this is our understanding of the law. The law says like there's no discrimination, and we're choosing to say that is discrimination. So is it debating like what the law actually means to them?
Twitter
or are they doing something objectively?
Twitter
incorrect?
has terms of service and regulations as far as, in particular, that conversation on Joe Rogan was about discrimination, and that their terms of service of discrimination go farther than the legal protections currently sit, and that they have created effective protective classes on Twitter, that there are things that you can say about certain groups of people that you can't say about other groups of people.
Yeah.
So it's Twitter going out and
Yes, and that's the concern, is that they're enforcing regulations that are based off of political ideology as opposed to the law.
Yeah, because the law is actually pretty simple when it comes to it. Like most major discrimination law is more or less in the Bill of Rights. Most free speech law is right there. I mean, you can't, there's the old argument, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's actually wrong. You can do that. You're just,
If there's a fire.
if there's a fire, and then you're held responsible for any madness you cause otherwise. But there's nothing against the law about it. And so as far as the actual laws around speech and discrimination, it's actually pretty easy to understand. Now, how they like to run with that on their platforms and create their own terms of service is up to them. But at some point, how would you...
What actually is like the rule about discrimination or whatever? Is it you have to have like an intent?
Oh, and I don't know. I know that's
Yeah.
too insider for me. I would have to refer you back to that episode, because that would... They pulled up the actual rules and examples of people that did get banned and didn't get banned, and things of...
Oh, no, I mean like
different...
the law. What is
The
the
law?
law about it? You said
It's
it was,
essentially
like,
no racial discrimination, no discrimination based off of sex. Your standard kind of immutable characteristic stuff.
Right, and
There
so...
was some of the law. There was some
Can I give this to you?
court cases relatively recently where they were talking about like a company's willingness to hire or not hire somebody because they're trans. That was one of the latest things in that general debate. But for the most part, it's just as far as like hiring people, you can't discriminate against stores. Private businesses, essentially, in that Masterpiece Cake Shop where that one
It was a
baker
flower
refused
shop,
to-
just not to... There was the baker,
flower
and
shop,
there was
that's
also
right,
a flower
too.
shop just
Yep.
like last week or something like that. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
very recently.
And so they
The
might
case that
refuse
was
to
recently.
like work a gay wedding or something like that, or but that's in the law. You can privately do that, and that's people could judge you accordingly for doing that.
But free speech still exists to the point that you can say whatever you want. You can say anything that you want. I can sit here and say the N-word to you as much as I want. There's nothing legal or illegal about that, Definitely makes me an asshole. It's a fucking terrible thing to do, but there's nothing illegal about that. And it was the same thing. A lot of the concerns on that episode, Joe Rogan, were about trans issues and like dead naming people. Do you know what dead naming is?
Yeah.
Dead naming is like if someone transitions and then you use their old name. That's dead naming, right? And so on Twitter, you can't dead name people. That's against the regulations.
That's a permanent ban, you're gone.
Yeah, which is, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
That's a gray area.
Exactly. It's a gray area. I don't know. I don't have a particular opinion on it either way. I can see how it could be a polarizing issue. I don't have any problem referring to people the things that they ask me to refer them to, so it doesn't... Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's definitely, again, a very insider political social issue, but it's one of those areas that's like, this is not against the law for me to use this person's name, but you are going to permanently remove me from effective public communication on your server if I choose to do so. And there are other examples of that. That's the only one that I can remember off the top of my head.
Let's bring it into, and this is not something that has actually happened. It seemed to be there was rumors that it was kind of happening at the time.
One woman was banned for saying men aren't women, though. She was permanently banned for having a discourse with somebody on Twitter about, I believe it was about sports in particular, trans rights on sports and people playing on teams or, a certain gender. And she said, but men aren't women, though. And she was permanently removed from Twitter.
Are you allowed to say slurs that if it wasn't you were saying something about trans, but if you're just like using racial slurs
I
or
don't
something,
think
would they be banned?
Like on a
I don't
platform,
know.
Or...
on the platforms?
Yeah, like on Twitter, would they be like,
Generally-
"Hey, can't
I don't think
keep
so.
harassing people with racial slurs? Account gone." Like, is that a normal
yeah,
It
practice?
depends on the
Because
direction, right?
it
If
would-
you can't call someone a slur, but you can use the slur.
Yeah.
I could tweet out some song lyrics, but I couldn't call someone a slur. You know what I'm
Gotcha.
saying?
And it
So it's
depends
kind
on
of
The
intended.
context, obviously,
yeah,
because
it
that was
depends on
another
context
concern
and
was
who
people
flags
tweeting.
it and all
Another
that, but-
concern was people tweeting out lyrics and that being pulled for discriminatory content when it was
Yeah.
part of a song.
You know, and usually at that point they like to look at that and say, okay, well, this is a harassment issue. You're harassing somebody because
Right.
you know, when somebody repeatedly comes out to you, I mean, if every single time you logged on to Twitter and somebody was like, hey, you're a dick, and then you did that, and for a year, the same, hey, you're a dick, hey, you're a dick, hey, you're a dick, you could probably, you know, flag those things as like harassment. And so even though it's not necessarily a slur of any kind, it's still a harassment type of deal. And then once you cross that threshold into like, you know, racial slurs and shit, the bar of when that becomes harassment kind of gets ratcheted up. And so the context of the content matters.
Yeah.
That's usually when the human reviews come in and stuff like that. But I wanted to kind of like,
But let's say you're not saying it to anyone particular. You're just making a bunch of content like on your website or whatever, and it just is a bunch of racial slurs because like that's your free speech. You're mad about it. Like,
I
can
think-
you just say it generically into the world? Even
On your
if,
website,
well, if you're not
yes.
like specifying what people.
On your website, yes.
Yeah, like
and
if
you
you-
can even say specific things about specific people on your website.
You just
Yeah.
can't
But you-
intend to hurt them, I guess.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
No active calls to violence, you know, and or harassment, right? I believe is also against the law.
Yeah.
But yeah, But then that's again where it switches because we're talking about Twitter, right? Things that are allowed on Twitter. There are things you can do on your personal website that you can't do on Twitter because
Yeah.
they're against their terms of service.
so the argument then turns
You can
around to
dead name
be
people
like,
on your own website. I can write a whole list of trans people and name all of their dead names if I want to on my own website, and no one can stop me because that's not against the law. It's against Twitter's terms of service.
Yeah, and so that's where the argument comes in: is if they're going above and beyond what is legal, at what point do they actually become a publisher and should be held liable for the things that publishers are held liable for, like
'Cause they're
like
choosing
slander
Right.
and
Right.
defamation and things like that, because they don't want any of that liability.
Yeah.
They don't want that. So and it's like a lot of other laws out there. Laws can be on the books for, you know, forever, and nobody would enforce a particular law if, on a societal level, there's no push to get that law enforced. You know, that's why there's there's a whole host of websites now that are basically just
Weird laws
devoted
and
to
stuff.
like showing like weird ass laws, like the one Tim Pool uses. Like there was an old law in Massachusetts that like you couldn't put a pie out on the window to cool on Sundays. You know, there's random shit like that that's still on the books, and it might have been on there for a reason at some point, but at some point nobody gave a shit anymore. And so when it comes to people trying to hold these companies accountable for being a publisher, because they are publishers at this point, with all the what they do and do not allow.
Effectively, yeah.
You know, at what point does society say in enough force that like this is something that we actually need to hold their feet to the fire for and actually hold them accountable to the law, or make them make a decision whether or not they're going to still allow this the way they're doing it or change.
Because they're playing like both sides. Right
Yeah,
now,
they're
right?
definitely playing both sides. That's why there's a lot of gray area into it, and they're a private company, so technically they can run their service any way they want. But at what point do they run out of those legal protections? And the people that they're getting disbanded, you know, they're banning off their websites and web
Beer?
services and shit like that.
Well, if they don't say that they're like trying to publish, like at what point are you saying no, you are publishing though? Versus,
when you-
That's the question.
Yeah, that is the question. That's the question. And unfortunately, that section in the Communications Decency Act is kind of tailored in their favor, because, you know, I don't want to throw out the big special interests fucking kind of catch-all term, but most laws are written for reasons
The
that,
elites.
that people have interest in. You know what I mean? You know what a lobbyist is. You hear a lot about lobbyists. Those are people that are in the private sector that basically just live on Capitol Hill and try to get these representatives and stuff to craft legislation that will benefit whatever industry they're in or whatever it is. It's been happening since the country was founded. And
Saw that
so
on Parks and Rec, yeah.
yeah, that's right, exactly. Parks and Rec is real life, bro. There's The Office and there's Parks and Rec. The Office is great. I actually just turned a guy on to The Office at work today, this last week.
We've argued with Denzel about this.
Yeah.
Right?
He's the only person I know that goes against the Office. I don't know.
He's adamant too. He's adamant
About
Parks and Rec being better than The Office.
He's a hype beast.
I mean, it's I'm on Denzel's side here, man. I'm on Denzel's side.
He's
like
a
Parks
contrarian
more
for
than
sure.
Maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it's a real fine line. Like, The Office gets a lot of credit for being the first to be that thing, right?
Yeah.
Because even the British Office is, I mean, it's a British show. It's
Yeah.
totally different. But, like, The Office is OG. It's super, I mean, they were first in. They were the only one doing that thing the way they did it. And then Parks and Rec is just the same deal, except one's in the private sector, one's in the government sector.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a matter of which characters do you like more. Like, I love me a Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec, man, and my disdain for everything government works so. I'm more passionate about Parks and Rec than I am The Office.
That's
Yeah.
fair,
The
You know what I
Office
mean?
had off seasons too. The Office had
Yes,
they did.
You cannot argue that it had some way better seasons than others.
Absolutely.
Where I feel
Yeah, they
like
did.
Parks is like solid.
It's solid throughout.
With
100%.
Parks, though, like they had a formula because The Office did so well. They knew what
Oh, it's
worked.
the same show.
Like the second Steve
It's way more
Carell,
complete.
Second Steve Carell leaves, like are you really even
Yes.
invested?
Downhill.
Like,
Exactly.
I still like it, but it's not the same by any
No.
means, you know.
When I was the last hunting trip I was on, we took a day, my brother and I, to go out and go duck hunting, but we had to move location like 4 hours in one direction, so we ended up getting a motel room that night. And my brother's got this thing, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Go to a hotel and put on the TV and just watch marathons and whatever the fuck's on TV. I haven't had cable since I was 17, so I'm not into this world of commercials every fucking 4.5 minutes.
Facts.
But we went to that hotel and there was an Office marathon going on. I was like, word, we're watching The Office all night. But it was all after Steve Carell left.
Weak.
And it was I was like,
not the
oh
same.
yeah, I remember
No.
why this show took a nosedive in the
Yeah,
end.
it's just not
Because
the
it's just
same.
not the same.
So let me ask you a question that's in the vein of music, but also kind of what we were talking about before, right? About ownership of content.
Yeah.
So obviously, your intent is to be famous making music, right? Or at least, well, so let me start here.
Successful
What's
making
yeah?
music.
So let's
There you go.
So let me start here. What is
Big
your
difference.
long-term goal with making music? Because we talked a little bit earlier about you're working the shipyard right now, and you were very quick to say for now, right? And I think that's very important when you're starting or on a venture like this for that to be dominant. We talked about that a little bit, to be always in your brain, and it can. So what is the long-term goal for what you have going and what you guys have going as a group?
To be successful, financially be secure. That's really the overall passion, right? There's a lot of people that do it on a way lower scale, like even Jordy. To a certain degree, you can even deem him as like successful because like he did quit the shipyard. He's doing what he's doing, right? He's like basically living purely off of music for the most part. So like no matter which way you're doing it, that is like a form of success, right? I think there's better ways to be successful, obviously, but that is a form. So it really comes down to the individual. To me, it'd just be like, to be like secure. Maybe you have like a house. It's not like leasing things anymore. So like be able to like buy a car outright or anything like that you need, and then have like some money saved up. I think that's successful. But yeah, ultimately, if I can get to like arenas and stuff like that, that's ultimately where I would want to go. Why would you not want to go there, right?
Yeah.
You
But-
can't cut that dream a little short.
No,
Why?
but if like there's, if you reach for stars and there's any cloud to fall on, that would be the cloud to fall on, is successful somewhat.
And when
Where
you
put that?
Yes.
That's legit.
Thanks, man. That's what I'm here for.
when you see that success, are you adamant about, just because we were talking about ownership of content, are you adamant about you and also you guys as staying independent, or are you willing to sign with a label if the opportunity arises, or do you guys talk about that? Have you thought about that?
I don't know if they've thought about that. I've thought about it, and I wouldn't sign because I don't think you need anything. I think 80% of it you can do yourself. I think until you get to like a certain scale, I don't think you need it. Probably how you guys feel too. Like, right, you can pay for publishing, you can pay for advertisements, but you guys don't need like a manager. You guys aren't going like on like podcast tours. You guys aren't going to like conventions or anything like that, right? So until you get to that scale, I don't think you really need these excess utilities, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of how I feel. It sucks. Obviously, you just want to be an artist and stuff, but until someone really messes with you, you don't really need a manager or an agent, you know.
Yeah.
It's the same difference.
And I gotta, like, at the end of the day, regardless of what sphere you're into, whether you're into music, whether you're into cutting videos, whether you're talking about fucking politics and social issues and shit like that, the life of a creator in 2021 is no different than a painter in the 1800s, right?
Yeah.
It's the same shit. You're trying to do something creative. You're trying to do your own thing and kind of forge your own path that way. And then there's that old adage of the starving artist, right? You want to be a starving artist? It's like, well, yeah, I kind of do. Like, I don't want to sell out to some giant podcast network just because they throw a bunch of money at us and promise us a nice, a bunch of nice things. I can certainly understand if like a record label came, especially these days.
Yeah.
Why would anybody want that shit? That's something people had to do back in the 80s when there was no internet.
Right.
Nowadays, you can do it organically. You need to be passionate about the art form that you're doing, and you just keep pushing, you keep hustling, and try to do everything you can to get to that point. But nobody needs fucking those big middlemen anymore to take a cut of your own fucking money and effort and try to steer your thing into their direction because they have profit motives now. It's a much more pure form, I think, today in content creation in all forms of art now, because you don't need to be preaching to a certain middleman to try to give you that boost to make you famous. It's
right.
Kind of.
Oh, man.
I think that is one half of it for sure, and I think a lot of people are using the internet in that way. But there is absolutely a difference. Like, people still have labels for a reason. Like Ariana Grande, like Justin Bieber, like all of those people are using labels because at the end of the day, the label is a network. It is the oldest, biggest, most intertwined network. If you have that access, like, Post Malone, you guys know Post Malone.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe, Cole Bennett, he's
that?
a huge... Cole Bennett, does a bunch of videos. He's Lyrical Lemonade. He's like kind of this generation's inspiration for music videos because he kind of takes like a budget look and has crazy editing skills. So he's really created his own niche. Very, very the most popular director among rap artists, right? So Post Malone puts his video... A big thing about Cole Bennett is he always puts his name on it and he always wants it on his channel. So Post Malone puts it on his channel first. The video does 22 million views, right? Mm-hmm. 22 million sounds like a lot. On Post Malone's channel, every single music video that he posts is like 200 million plus.
Yeah.
So, and everybody loves Cole Bennett. Everybody loves Cole Bennett. He is like the video dude for art. He's no bigger name than Cole Bennett.
Like, I even know.
But the numbers are different.
Yeah.
The numbers are very different. You're not getting all of Cole Bennett's people on the radio because there are people who are still holding keys to things like that. So it's a balance, right? You got to be Post Malone. You got to be able to bring your fan base to get you to that level. But if the people give you the right keys, you can't really turn down like Republic. You can't be performing at the Super Bowl no matter how much people no matter how many people love you on YouTube. You have 1 million YouTube followers, be the best YouTube, make way more money that you get to keep, and not be one of those middle. But to be fucking The Weeknd, there's no other way. There's no other way.
From
Still,
1 million
they're keeping
subs
people
to
out.
10 million.
Right.
Yeah.
You need because it's still all about networks at the end of the day. It's just there's like the legacy networks, and then there's this new, more organic networks. Then there's new networks that are very similar to legacy networks. But I definitely see the utility and still, especially for like music, to get a song on the radio. There's no more walking down to your local radio station and here's my mixtape. Just please, trying to, none of that. It's all fucking corporate control and shit like that. And if you want truly mainstream, getting that song on the radio is still worth a shit ton. You may not need it anymore, but it's worth its weight in gold. And I could see picking up like a record label would be an easier way to get into that place. Some people, I'm sure, are on the radio that didn't go through that route. I'm sure there's some.
There are people, but they still have to hire. And it's like similar to what I was going to bring up for you guys, too. Is they still have to hire. So, for example, Macklemore.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
He's like one of those, like, bottom-up guys.
Independent.
He was.
Does everything for the most part.
Everybody sells out, man.
But, like, when you get a certain... the thing is, you have... it's just levels. Once you get a certain amount of money... What he did, and I don't even know if he's like fully independent anymore, but I know for sure
he's not.
Yeah, I figured. What he did though is when you get enough money you can afford those people that the labels use. So now it's coming out of your pocket. So he would still pay those people to like get him on the radio and still all that other stuff, but it's from like an independent standpoint instead.
So let me ask you this, but before I ask you this question, I'm going to hit our socials real quick. So I want to thank everybody, obviously, for watching us on our YouTube here at Salt of the Streets. We have our Instagram at Salt of the Streets, our Facebook, fuck Facebook at Salt of the Streets. We have our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets, the Discord, which you can also access through our Patreon. We have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all this information on saltofthestreets.com. We also have Movember going on this month still. If you want to donate through me on Movember, you go to Movember.com and search for my name, Donovan Phillips, Donavan, Phillips with 2 L's. If you need a haircut for the next few months because his wife or his girlfriend's having a baby. So if you need a haircut, get your appointment now. Swabblended.com. Get a haircut. If you need a skateboard and you're in Bremerton, go to Location Skate Shop. Leggings and Aprons on Twitter is my wife Jordan making all the cakes and stuff like that. And then Lexi Kyle on Twitch. Obviously, we have Dr. Sly over here making all the videos, Instagram, YouTube, all those things.
Beautiful art right now.
Drawing a beautiful picture over here this whole time. We also have Nils, PNW Nils, part of Upper Left. You can find them Upper Left and PNW Nils on Spotify, iTunes, anywhere. YouTube also, they have some videos on there that they did with Dr. Sly here.
Right. So at the beginning of every single one of our pieces of content.
Yes, that's correct. We do have Upper Left
It's
at
the
the beginning
same
of all
song,
the episodes.
but it's still
That's right. So I wanted to ask you this because John was talking about that infrastructure, right, of the labels. And we were also talking earlier about Tim Pool, right, about him trying to find a way around the current infrastructure of the internet, websites, web hosts, and things like that. Do you think, and this to you guys, but to you first, Elijah, do you think that there is a way around that, or there could be a way around those giant labels to be as successful as a Justin Bieber or as an Ariana Grande while being exclusively individual or independent that whole time? Or do you think that you inevitably will have to be a part of that label in some capacity?
He's got his thinking face on. This is a deep question.
It's a big question.
It is a big question.
Yes and no, right? Because we were talking about ownership, right? So yeah, you own all your royalties and you own all that stuff, right? So like even when you guys record these episodes, you guys own all this, right? This is all your guys' content. However,
Goddamn right.
When you, how else are you supposed to get it out to the world, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
It's hosted on YouTube, yeah.
YouTube, but YouTube still has terms and services,
Right,
same
right.
way. So you own it, but you don't. If it gets taken down, that's out of your hands. So it's the same
play
way.
the game.
Same way with like Spotify, iTunes, any of that stuff, right? Anything can happen. So
Brandon was one of those.
right,
That had some problems in the beginning when it first came. Not anymore though. Still top charts.
That's good. But
Weird, man.
I love it.
We live in a weird time.
Yeah,
we
it's
do.
a weird-
So
It's
exciting.
been a weird year, but I think, I don't think you can only get. My whole stance behind it is you can only get so big without a label. I think it's inevitable if you're actually trying to get to where you want to get
If
to.
you want to be the superstar, then you have to be part of a label in some capacity
some
point.
capacity, and they have partnerships and they throw them around. You just have to be firm about your stance, and it gets happen with independent people like Russ. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Russ, but he like engineers basically everything you hear, like everything that he like involves himself in is like all him. At least when he was coming up, and he garnered a lot of like fame from that.
Is it Rush Whitby?
Oh no, it's just Russ, like RUSS. Yeah, I think he's like light skinned brown dude, but
I just type in Russ music.
yeah, I mean,
There we
I
go.
think he's from like New Jersey, dude. I think
he's from
like
Atlanta.
Is he from
Yeah, he's
Atlanta?
from Atlanta.
What-
You
Wait,
can be
is
light skinned and
he-
be from New Jersey.
No,
No,
I
he's
thought
like-
I thought it was like
I mean, I would say
And he's like
both people.
Albanian or something like that.
Albanian.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's
I was like,
Albanian.
I swear
he's
he's
a
like,
little
I
bit of
didn't want to say
something.
like
Yeah.
Italian because I don't
Yeah.
really know.
He
But
says
like,
it sometimes, but it's like something like Albanian. Something
Yeah,
like
he looks.
He's
one
not
of
all the way
Baltic
white.
states
no,
over
no,
there.
no. He's like
There's
some
something
type
going
of,
on in there.
Yeah, but
he was from
he's like
New
the prime
Jersey.
example and like the only one that like does everything literally himself to the point where it's like it's super impressive. And even himself, he got to the point where he had such a good foundation and like he could do everything himself. He didn't have to like have the label pay for all the X, Y, and Z, right? Because he could do it. He was able to get like a 50-50 deal. So like obviously they'd help him, but he had to do certain things to meet certain requirements. I don't know the details, but
You know who's probably another good example is like Tyler the Creator.
Yeah.
You know, the amount of work that he does in all of his albums, the production, all that stuff
Everything,
by
yeah.
himself, that he is part of a label. But I can't imagine you know, I mean, it's got to be, like you said, to the infrastructure aspect of it, just distributing things, right? I mean, because of how much stuff he does it himself, how many relationships that he has, people that he's just grabbing to come onto the albums and stuff like that. It's got to be just
absolutely
distribution.
And we've talked about Tyler for, like, you know, huge Tyler fans, right?
Yes.
So Tyler going from Wolf, from all of that to, like, more sonically pleasing for the general masses.
Yes.
Into, like, Flower Boy, into Igor.
Yeah.
Now he's, like, actually getting nominated for Grammys and stuff like that. Before that, there was no chance, right?
No,
there was absolutely no chance. So I think
even with Wolf, the
label helps a lot with that because it can, like, steer you, it can paint the picture. I guess the label just gives you a bigger canvas for people to see.
That makes sense because he's still weird as fuck. He's still super crazy
super
weird.
Talented.
Yeah,
nothing's changed about him.
Right.
It's easier for people to see. It gives you a bigger telescope.
That's very interesting.
I think he has a different strategy. I think, like, if you're going to go the Tyler, the Creator route, like, you're aiming for longevity. Like, you're an artist. You're making masterpieces. And the kind of people who are going to follow you are the kind of people who like they want you to make more shit because you're making, like, the world better for them, right?
Yeah.
You're providing a value that nobody else could. And I think that's where, like, the labels have to play a much more fair game now, because before it was like nobody will ever hear how good you are if you don't do what we say. And now it's like
a little bit more.
I'll make money for the rest of my fucking life because everyone's going to listen to what I make. Whereas, like, okay, in 30 years, I don't fucking know, but, like, is Shawn Mendes going to be more popular or Tyler, the Creator? Right. And it's like, well, where was Shawn Mendes a decade ago? Because, like, Tyler, the Creator had music, you know what I mean? So it's just a different thing. But then also, nobody's playing Tyler on the radio, right? Shawn Mendes is maybe making way more money.
I mean, they are now,
him.
but
like,
certainly not.
No, not
even 5 years ago. They were.
What Tyler songs, like, even on the radio at all?
I know that when he put out Flower Boy, at least in California, there were songs on the radio.
Yeah, Flower Boy had probably the most stuff that I know that was on the radio for sure.
But that I think
Earthquake maybe from Igor.
But you got a Grammy for that shit, so I would assume so. Yeah.
But I think that's probably the first album that actually had radio playable shit on there. Yeah.
But you can't be Drake without, like,
maybe
all
Cherry
that
Bomb.
Shit.
There might have been a song on Cherry Bomb that you could play on the radio.
Yeah,
I would have to look at the. I'd have to look at the track list to decide. But I think because I remember vividly seeing a video of him hearing one of his own songs on the radio, but I couldn't tell you what song it was.
See You Again with Kali Uchis or whatever. That has to be the one.
That's got to be on the radio. Yeah.
But that's all I can really think, though. You know. And
right.
Like, this is coming from a brilliant individual. But yeah, I mean, to your debate, John, like, as far as, like, who will remember him, like, Shawn Mendes, like, obviously, you know, longevity-wise, he hasn't been around as long. But to the masses, yeah, more people might know who Shawn Mendes is, but the people that are core fans of Tyler.
Now, do you think
yes, because when Dax is old enough, I will be like, here. Yeah, when you're old enough to give a shit about what I listen to, this is it. That's it right there, because that will be the thing that
the real question
will mean more than, you know, I don't know, any of the other shit that he could find off of the Billboard Top 100, you know. 50 Cent was great, and, like, 21 Questions shit is awesome, but that's not going to be what I'm going to hand to you. You can find that yourself.
Yeah, it's like my favorite album for the longest time.
Yeah, that was a good album.
I got that. It's great, but that's not, you can find that yourself.
But
you know?
It's even like, we remember 50 Cent, but who don't we remember? Who was also on the radio at the same time as 50 Cent, maybe for a year or two. And then it's like...
Right.
How many people, you know, but it's like, to make something that's going to stand out forever, like, you can go back to certain people's stuff.
Shit. Yeah. You know, when you turn on a classic rock station or whatever it is now, it's like, who do you hear? The same one. 25 bands or whatever, and that's
Hotel California 4 times a day.
Honestly. Oh my God, no thank you. There's so many better Eagles songs, that stupid fucking song. But, like, that's the kind of thing. And do you think even that, like, by the time Dax is old enough to listen to Tyler, the Creator, is he going to be able to appreciate that music the way you appreciate? Probably not, right? Not the exact way, but,
it depends.
Or is music and just, I guess, all forms of, like, entertainment like that, you know, we'll just focus on music. Is music today... Does it have more longevity than the music of, say, like the 80s and the 70s and the 60s?
Oh, I don't know yet. You got to wait until we get there, I think, because I don't think even maybe the rock music during, like, Vietnam, you know, you could be like, this is going to exist forever because this is some of the greatest rock music that's ever been invented. But I don't even know at the time that you would have thought that in 2010 they'll still be playing this shit on the radio.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that you would think that. So it's hard.
At a certain point, like we don't play 20 songs anymore. We don't play 30 songs anymore.
As far as Dax goes, it's difficult, and I don't want this to be a cop-out, but it's difficult to answer that because I don't know who he's going to be.
He's
like
gonna grow up and all of a sudden be like, Dad, I don't even like rap music.
Well, I can guarantee you... No,
You're not my son.
Not even that. I mean, I can guarantee you that if you took me at 17 and Elijah at 17 and played a Tyler song for both of us, he's going to get way more out of it than I am. That's not who I am. To see symbolism and beauty and deeper messages in music in particular is not... That's beyond me. Even in poetry and things like that, I'm not a person to decode a poem and tell you what this is. Really,
yeah.
That's not me. You know, so it's hard for me to answer that because I don't know if he will embrace it. Like I said, I think Elijah at that point was 100% able to be like, well, this is really what this. Even watching the Sly session that he put out yesterday, when you have the two artists talking about what their song is about, I couldn't have told you that that's what.
Oh yeah.
Couldn't have told you. I don't know. That's not how, even listening to the lyrics, that is not how I digest things. Even the questions I've had for you about your music, like the one I remember the most is like asking you about your uncle. You said in the song, I was upset when my uncle died. That's a pretty straightforward. So obviously you were upset when your uncle died. Let's talk about that. You know, those are the things that I'm able to. That's what I'm able to pull from that. That's just not, you know. But I can
versus
also
like somebody just hearing the lyrics, and then. Because I think that's probably the way music's probably supposed to be done. Is like you put the lyrics out there, but whoever is going to be listening to those lyrics and taking them within and processing, they're going to come to their own landing point at what that means to them versus just what black and white the lyrics are.
Yeah,
may not be the same deal.
And that's not, you know, I can write an essay that might move you to tears, but my essay is going to be very straightforward. You know, it's going to be this is what I am saying. It's not coded in. There are obviously like metaphors and things like that, but they're metaphors. This is a way to explain what I'm talking about. So yeah, that's just not me. I hope that he will be able to see the things in a smaller amount of time than it took me 10 years to realize, because it wasn't until I was 22 probably, and I had the Wolf CD stuck in the CD player of my car and had no choice but to listen to it for a year till I really realized like this is an extremely beautiful album, and it's probably my favorite rap album of all time, you know, partially because that's what I listened to for 1 year, you know.
Yeah.
So it took me that long to see the beauty in that, you know.
That's interesting.
Yeah, music is an experience. Like a lot of people don't treat music like a movie, but we both did this for a long time. Like, I'll sit down and put on, like, Chance 10 Day, and I'll just lay in bed and, like, stare at the ceiling and just listen to the music.
And people don't do that anymore.
And I'll do that for, like, an hour.
It's a sad thing.
People used to sit with their record player, just headphones on their bed, and just listen to an album. And that's very rare for people to do that anymore.
Yeah, music has become very passive.
Yeah.
It's become a passive.
Very short.
It's like taking a dab, you know?
Yeah,
Modern music is taking a dab. I'm just trying to get high and get the fuck out, you know?
The songs are shorter because, they want more new dopamine hits. Give me something fresh. I don't need more of the same song anymore.
Yeah.
And, like, song order matters a lot. Like, the intros, interludes, it's not just to, like...
Can't just shuffle an album and expect to get the same experience out of it as if you listen to it straight through. That makes sense.
Yeah, because the building of an album would... I don't know if
Structure
it's still this
of it.
way, but, you know, and I'm sure it's not that way in all of them, but like there was a structure to the album. You know, you throw on one of the old Eminem albums, like you didn't skip anything. You went from the start to the end, and I feel like that's a very
Tyler albums are like that.
You know, my own like kind of, I don't want to say disinterest in music now, but I'm not as involved in music as I used to, but it used to be that way. You'd get an album, and I would still want to listen to the whole thing through at least one time before I start like just hitting the songs that I like. But that way, you get the entire thing anymore. And I don't know if music is still built like that. Generally, I feel like it's kind of probably more like singles and EPs, and just, you know, here's the tracks that we're liking and we're putting out right now. They may not necessarily go together. I mean that Upper Left album that we were lucky enough to be featured in, obviously was meant to be.
It was Makai's EP.
Yeah, it was Makai's EP.
Yeah,
That's
this
what
is actually
it was obviously
Yeah.
meant to be in. You could listen to it right from the beginning. And go, oh, this is something that you're supposed to listen from start to finish.
Right.
This is not something you
Don't
can skip
shuffle
around
the
on.
songs. Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, like the whole message doesn't quite come across. But I don't know. You're much more into the music scene than I am. How prevalent do you think that album format is to like putting that whole narrative across versus just putting together a bunch of songs and okay, here's 10 or 12 of them. Like, what's the ratio you think these days?
I think it's still a beautiful thing. I still do it. I was just doing it with there's an artist. She's a girl called Summer Walker. Like, my favorite thing is just like when you're on like a long drive, like say you're going to Portland 3 hours, you can kill like 3 albums or something like that.
Yeah.
Same thing with like a podcast, right? You can just body it and just inhale it for everything it is. And I love that. And like she has narration about her stuff. It's like very personal. There's still a lot of albums. I say like probably 75% of the people still go through an album, still the intent is from start to finish, right? Mm-hmm. Even with like, I'm guilty of it too, is like with our Arriving the Upper Lefts, like our last project that we put out, that's like 12 songs, but there's no like actual intent like through that, right? We had like a collection of songs that we liked throughout, and like we put them in like good order, but it wasn't like for like A to flow into B or to C. Mm-hmm. There's still a lot of people that do that more often than not. So there is like a certain ploy that people do, like singles hit obviously a lot more than everything else.
Right.
So I think
the single is what you use to get them to the album.
Yeah, and that's kind of what like I don't know. I feel like that's what labels like decide and all that stuff. And you have A&Rs.
2 is us, 3 is them.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hit the head real quick. So just so you know,
I kind of
producing
think,
now.
yeah, I kind of think that's become more prevalent in all media. We were talking about before, like the shorts for us, like that's what hits. That's what people are more into. Like there are some people who like the whole thing. Some people who sit down, like John, like you listen to a whole album. Some people who sit down and listen to a whole podcast. Other people are give me one EP that's maybe 3 or 4 songs, or just give me a single that I can just rock through, and this is what I want to stick with. And I don't know what to chalk that up to. Mm-hmm. I think the easy answer is probably like social media.
I think it's just social media.
Yeah, social media I'm sure is like a very, and that may be just the answer, but that the quick, and that's probably some of the secret to the success of TikTok. TikTok and like even Vine was very popular for a short amount of time. 6-second videos. People were fucking obsessed.
It changed the world.
Yes.
That format to show
fine,
people 7 seconds is like not enough if you told someone like
No.
check out this 7-second video like, in 2000 fucking whatever when
Like, what do
YouTube
you
was
mean?
around. It's like
That's a
what?
clip.
Yeah, and then now it's like I want most of my content to be like 15 seconds long. It's just like you
Yes.
can get through so many reels or TikToks.
Yeah, the reels, because reels are like 30 seconds or something like that, right? I mean, or they're they're super short, and it's weird. It makes it difficult, I think. Let me pause this and then I'll ask you about it. I think it makes it more difficult to make a more calculated product like that, to lay out an entire album or to lay out a whole podcast. That ours is not necessarily designed to be consumed in a row.
Yeah.
You can listen to hour 3 and then hour 1 and hour 2, and it's not going to necessarily make a difference. You might miss a reference or two that we brought up earlier, but it's not going to make a huge detrimental difference to the show. But I think if we knew that most people were going to listen to it all at one time, we might orchestrate more of a narrative through the whole thing, and
Subplot.
yeah. So do you, with that drive to shorter content, do you find it more difficult to lay out an entire concept for an album, or do you just still run with whatever your vision is and just hope that people will take it as you meant it? Because you can't stop people from putting it on shuffle. If people have the shuffle option on their phone and they click on your album, it's just going to shuffle through because that's what they already had going on.
Yeah, they say you get about 3 to 8 seconds before someone like makes up in their mind if they want to listen to something. Or
Holy
not.
shit.
Yeah, it's not very long.
I get at least 15. That's mine.
Yeah, I mean that's you. That's just being generous, though, right? So a lot of people just don't.
Damn.
That's so
harsh,
short,
man.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time for something you.
We're fucked if that's the case with this media.
A YouTube view doesn't even count until after 30 seconds.
That's my point, right? Streams, I'm pretty sure streams don't count until like the 10-second mark or something like that.
Jeez.
That's bullshit.
But yeah, I mean that's just what it is. But I think you still obviously gotta follow your heart and follow the artistry. However, when it makes sense to alter something, alter it. Because there's one song right now I have, is called From the Top of the Rope. That's not out yet, but however,
I was just saying, I have not seen that.
Yeah, no,
I looked at everything again this morning. I have not seen that.
It's not out yet. You're good.
You'll see it soon.
Yeah, it's a good song. But it has a switch up, and the switch up is cool. But in terms of like performing it, it'd be okay. For an album, it'd be awesome. But in terms of getting like quick play and like actual radio play, and like not throwing off the mood, it's probably best I restructure it to like it's like one cohesive thing instead of like switching. I like switch ups, but instead of having a switch up, it's probably better it just goes chorus, verse, chorus. Short song, but you get your point, you get your rage that you want to get out of it, right? So you come and you get what you wanted, and now I'm out.
Yeah.
If you want to replay, you can replay it. So that's like the only song I've ever done where it makes sense to do that, and you wouldn't know that unless you got like a little bit of feedback. You know, you like play it for
forgive
somebody.
my ignorance, but can you describe what is a switch up like in a song?
Oh, I'm trying to. 1 second.
It's like switching from one beat to another, right? In the same song.
Yeah, that's
Kind
exactly.
of like when
what
you
it
go
is.
into a bridge.
Changing
like the
tempos.
bridge is always
Yeah,
very different than like the chorus and the.
What's a very very
It's-
popular song that has a switch up?
Travis Scott, Drake.
Yeah, I know, but like a very 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 popular.
That's the
that-
one. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Right
Oh
now.
yeah,
Sicko
Sicko
Mode.
Mode.
Sicko Mode.
Sicko Mode. That's
It's like
literally
three different songs essentially, because the beat
yeah.
completely changes out. And
You're
Drake on like
is this the same track? Oh,
all of his
Exactly.
songs.
Yeah,
Drake on
exactly.
Life's Good does it with Future. Like Future's part is like a completely different
Yes.
song.
Yeah.
I love to hate on Drake, man, but you can't
can't.
argue the
Knife
talent.
Talk, Bubbly,
Goat, yeah.
Bubbly.
Too
He's
good.
completely different song. when
Drake
his
might
voice
he
comes
might
on.
be the GOAT. He's in competition.
I'd say
for
he's the
GOAT.
GOAT.
You know?
I don't. At least
he's
of our
up there.
generation, that's for sure.
He might be a little bitch. I don't know, but he
was on
might,
Degrassi.
also,
To each his
he also
own.
might be the GOAT.
I think a lot of
I
people
used to
sleep
go
on
in
the
my
fact that
eyes.
he was on
I'm
Degrassi,
not
that's
positing
all
that
I'm
because
saying.
I don't know, but he could be one of those people that you run up on and you get scared. He could. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's not.
Got a
If
lot
you
of
ran
money, got a
up
lot
on
of
him in full
bodyguards.
kit, anybody gonna be
It's
scared.
got a lot of
He
bodyguards.
probably won't get scared.
Maybe you catch him alone. Maybe that's what I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got really into Drake when I was living in New York.
We all know he
Long
has the
time ago.
crossbody with a piece in it.
Good ass.
What?
Good ass
Drake,
artist.
Nike crossbody with a piece in it.
Nike crossbody with a piece in it. What does that even mean?
Yes, John wore a crossbody here today. It's like a fanny pack, but instead you wear a crossbody.
Oh.
And he had a gun in it.
Oh, word.
Nike crossbody.
He
with
probably
a
has
piece.
like
Drake.
every gun known to man. With as much money, as
Wouldn't be
he has,
surprised.
yeah,
We talked about
everything.
we were talking about different things we're investing in, right? I'm not investing in this, but we talked about the different weird niche things. And one thing we brought up a long time ago is the set of guns that I found online that are made out of meteorites.
Yeah.
They're
That's pretty cool.
these pair of guns that they're I don't even remember how much they cost, hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know. But yeah, they're obviously the only two ever made, but they're made out of meteorites.
It's a
Which
flex.
is fucking insane. Yeah, they're all stars and crazy shit engraved into them and whatnot. They're like 1911s.
Yeah.
Made out of meteorites. Absolutely insane.
That's fucking. Who carves a gun out of a meteorite, man? That's
Yeah.
hardcore. I mean, I could see like somebody be like, "Oh, I'm gonna blacksmith this thing, put it in the forge, make a knife." No, I'm gonna make a gun.
And I'm just not that
Damn.
type of, especially as far as guns go. Like we talked about when you were here last time about like gun culture, you know. And as much as I'm into guns, I'm not the type of guy to even like build a clone of an old military gun, you know, like an old M16. Like I'm not the guy to invest in something like that or get like crazy colored rails or something, or like that's just
You're
not.
too utilitarian.
It's a tool, man. That's a tool. That's not a, you know, it's not a flex unless like you think that the accessories on it are a flex, you know, but at that point like, I'm just trying to buy good quality optics and shit, you know, like that's not to be like, look at this fucking whatever. Like it's because this is the best quality thing that I could purchase for it.
We drove across some dudes that were, when I was up hunting elk last time, they were out, kind of made their own little range in this area, and the guy had like this totally like bougie AR that he was shooting. I mean, it was dope as fuck
Yeah.
because it had like this cool paint job on it, and a bunch of these weird kind of like dangly accessories and this, that, and the other thing. But like what's that really going to do other than like to somebody that wants a pretty gun?
And that's,
a
I
gun's a gun until you want a pretty one. And
I
then
feel
that's
like-
a whole other deal.
I feel like if you own a gun, this is my personal opinion, you shouldn't be afraid to throw it on the ground. You know, like that you should never be afraid to throw it on the ground.
This is as pretty as I want to get.
There's-
This is as pretty as I want to get. It's pretty. You know, it's not
Yeah,
plain
and it's because it's new. You know.
Yeah, it's
It's
just
like
like
because it's pretty.
Yeah. So I've never been one to be afraid to like I said, it's a
Yeah,
tool,
right.
you know. I fuck up my hammers, I fuck up my saws, I fuck up everything. It doesn't. It's a tool. There's no reason to be afraid for it to get dirty or get scuffed or fucking. You know, if I'm gonna paint, I'm gonna spray paint it. That's all. I'll tape off the sensitive areas and spray paint it because everything else is gonna get rubbed off. Any colors you get anodized on there, any Cerakoting, anything is gonna get scratched off, or you're gonna be afraid it's gonna get scratched off. So why the fuck would I spend any more than $5 for a can of spray paint to spray paint this gun? You know?
Would you do that with your car?
No.
Is it a different name of the game? Because cars is just a tool.
Car costs way more money. Cars.
I'm just trying to like poke holes, bro.
Yeah, no, and I think that a car is more than a tool. A car is more.
My truck is scratched to shit.
A standard car is more of an asset than a standard gun. If I spend $1,000 on an AR-15, that's a stock AR-15. But if I spend $30,000 on even a brand new Honda Civic, that Honda Civic is way more of an asset than that $1,000 AR-15.
Yeah,
even if I push it, let's say that I bought a Daniel Defense or something, and I spent $3,500 on an AR-15. That's still way less of an asset than the car that I just bought.
That's true.
So
plus your car is
yeah.
used more.
I don't have insurance on one gun. I would have insurance on 10 guns, you know, or like a specific policy or even like maybe a security measure or something.
Once
you know?
it becomes fiscally
Right now I have a
responsible to
cabinet.
do so.
They're locked up, you know, but there are people who have large gun collections in their houses that have window brake sensors and shit like that, you know, you have $30,000 worth of guns in this room.
Yeah.
That at that point is worth
That's
that.
when you worry about it getting scuffed up.
But I also am not into that shit, you know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I know I'm unlikely to own a collection of guns that is worth that amount of money.
Give it time.
Wait.
I'm unlikely to, is what I'm saying.
While we're on the conversation of like optics and everything,
Yes.
then so like, what about?
Anytime
Anytime.
I will talk to you about guns. Anytime.
Oh no! I was talking about like a different type of optic.
Oh, okay.
Like a little
Let's hear
segue.
how you.
Yeah, so like, how often does a video persuade you to do anything towards the actual product? Whether it's music, whether it's trying to sell something, like, how often does a video actually sway you to do anything?
I will say a video will get me more times than just an audio. I will say that much. Like a radio commercial versus a TV commercial.
Yeah.
I'll be more interested with the visuals. But yeah, I'm kind of a bad person to ask this song too because I have a real problem with advertising. And so the minute I know somebody's trying to sell me something, I get real pissed off.
That's what I was just going to say is it influences me if it's not too obvious. If I can immediately tell you're trying to sell me something, I'm going to say, fuck you, I don't want to buy that shit. But if you have delivered a good ad to me, I'm likely to just think about it
got a
later
perfect
in the
example.
natural way that it goes. That's not uncommon for me to see something and be like, yeah, I want that.
Have you guys
Especially like a
seen-
commercial, you know, food.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Food, yeah.
Food
that's
especially, where I'm
easy.
like, oh, I want
Yeah,
that for
that's
sure.
true.
Yeah, those fuckers, they figured out just go right to my stomach. So there's something that happened to me very recently. Have you guys seen, probably just on like the internet, the Dr. Squatch soap?
Yeah.
Yes.
Advertising, right?
The ads
I-
are so long.
That's the deal, bro.
Yes.
I saw like this ad come up, and it was like the 5-second thing, and it was like, oh yeah, you skip it, and I was like, by the time that 5-second thing finished, I was like, I looked at the ad, I was like, 5 minutes. No, I'm into this. And that form of video advertising got me to want to buy some soap. I'm kind of a soap dude, so that really spoke to my soul.
Did you
But
buy the Star Wars one?
I did not buy the Star Wars one. No,
And the thing I think that's really interesting because I feel like that having seen those ads, I'm glad
Yeah.
you've seen those too, right? So I'm glad John, have you seen the Dr. Squatch ads?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
they're
we
fantastic.
can all talk about it then.
Yeah,
I'm glad.
yeah.
Okay,
like
so
Potpourri too was
I
good.
kind of feel like that is almost like a TikTok style 5-minute ad. There's a lot of abrupt things that happen, you know,
Yeah.
slamming of the soaps, and there are food TikToks and reels and stuff of people like slamming things together and then eating them. Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know why people are into that. It's weird. It's aggressive. People are making noises, and there's like really aggressive, like large amounts of sauce. And do you know what I'm talking about, though?
I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think they played it every
funny.
single
Yes.
marketing, like ASMR, shock value.
Yes.
Yeah.
They played
Yes.
it every single thing. Yeah, they're geniuses.
The
That guy's just a genius.
And so it's weird, because it is a 5-minute ad, but in, like I said, like a TikTok style.
I'm
And it's
about to
very
watch Tim
abrupt,
Pool,
very
bro,
hard.
and I was like,
that,
he could wait 5 minutes. I want to watch
because
this
I'll watch
fucking
this whole
advertisement.
fucking soap
Yeah,
ad.
they're
Yeah.
selling soap.
And maybe
I
that's
watched-
the deal. Maybe that's it's silly. There's some kind of almost storyline-ish to it, but it's not a 15-second, I'm trying to sell you a car commercial on TV. It's a different form. It takes its time. It's like, hey, if you're interested in this, stick around. I'm going to show you. There's this one dude now that I've found myself watching, and he's like this old, like almost Amish-looking dude. He's got this big, long white beard, and he's really soft-spoken. He starts out, hey, I would like to show you the food that saved America during the Great Depression. And then he goes on, and then he starts talking about lard. And it's a 5-minute long thing, and it ultimately goes to like his book, and he's got this whole like kind of
About lard?
survivalist type of deal. Lard, pemmican, it's like old school shit that people used to survive on back in the day. It's kind of a prepper deal.
What the
But
fuck?
it's because I've been building fucking
Right. Right.
meals and food stores and shit like that. So I get those ads, but he's not immediately trying to sell me something right off the get-go, so I'm not immediately turned off. And then he allows enough time for me to kind of get captured into whatever it is that he's about to sell me, and so I'm committed before I even know the product. And so that might be the difference, is in a different form of advertisement. Getting more and more away from the 1950s Mad Men style. We got to sell, push. It's like, hey,
Right. Because TV
I'm
commercials
gonna bring
suck.
you on a journey, and by the end of it, you're gonna buy something from me. But I'm not just be like, hey, here's this car. It's fucking Christmas. Go buy it. There's a ribbon on it. Your wife's gonna love you. Boom. That shit pisses me off. But once you switch over to like hey man, I'm trying to be honest right now. I'm trying to be authentic. Buy my shit because I know you'll like it.
Yeah.
If you're like what I'm saying, you're gonna like my product. I think there's a lot to be said about that. Maybe it's the approach of that video. Because I'm not going to listen to that dude on audio. That commercial comes on the radio, I'm like, next station, please. But if it's on a video, it seems more approachable, maybe. So I definitely get the aspect of the video being more important than anything else. But I think narrative and approach probably has a lot more to do with it, too.
Yeah.
John, how does that affect what type of video content you make?
I don't know. I think there's just different appeals to different people, and I think it's like you got to kind of know yourself and what you're trying to do, and just like kind of like your audience, right? Like you can make and try to make your content for like TikTok or whatever, or that like demographic, but then like just as fast as you come is as fast as you go, and you probably have to do a
Yes.
bunch of stupid bullshit that you actually don't like that much, or maybe you just like being annoying and like trendy or whatever and making a lot of money. Like that's
TikTok fame is quick.
that works. That absolutely does work. But I mean, there are people who still buy books, right?
Right.
And books cost way more money than like listening to things. So the easier something is, the more you're gonna have to work on the other side, right? It's just a trade-off. So it's like maybe you're gonna not sell nowhere near as many books as like record sales or whatever, but like books cost a lot more. The kind of person who's gonna invest in a book is like, again, it's like you're just trying to do what you like doing, and I think you're gonna do your best when you're working on stuff that you like versus like what you think is gonna work, because then
Right.
you're just gonna make what everybody else is making. You don't really get it, so it's not new, and so you're just making like worse stuff that other people are already doing. So I
what
just
is-
got to do what I like doing.
Speaking of your goals, right? Obviously, you're making a lot of music videos right now.
Yeah.
Is that's gonna your main focus? Is that what you want to do long term in your videos, or do you want to start doing other stuff? Because you already broke into these little the Sly sessions, right? Of doing little documentary style things. Are you gonna start doing more things like that? I saw like the one little clip of behind the scenes from Crisscross that you put on your Instagram.
That was dope.
Yeah. So is there more things like, because that was very short, but is there
yeah.
more things like that to come, or is it gonna stay mostly in music videos?
I mean, I want to break into everything a little bit. Like, I really want to make like documentaries and films and stuff, but that's all kind of down the road. So I'm kind of just like developing skills to be like sustainable, like in my work. But then my passion's definitely like music, documentary, podcasts, like just really like delving into music. I think like music videos don't make a lot of money, right?
Right.
Like it's not going to be as much money as like shooting car commercials or like even doing like weddings or something like that more
'Cause
consistently.
that's almost like an accessory to the music versus its own deal, right?
It just depends on what
Only
it is.
certain
It's
songs get
it's
videos.
advertising
Yeah,
for
just
some
advertising,
people.
yeah.
It's an art form for certain people. Like some people love music videos, right? There was definitely a time in the world where like,
Oh yeah.
you know, like Thriller, it wouldn't be the same thing without the music video.
That's
Like-
true, and that is like honestly speaks, as good as that song is, it honestly speaks more about that song. Like that's the power of, just like, not to cut you off, but that's the power of a music video. Is the music video is that
To add to it.
recognizable, that iconic. You think of Thriller, you think of the Red Coat, you think of the zombie scene, way more than you think of the actual song, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Just like, you know,
Everybody
first
knows the dance.
Everyone
they may
knows
not
the
know
dance.
the lyrics to the song,
exactly.
but they remember that shit. They remember
Exactly.
the jacket, like everything you're saying. Now that gets me thinking, because I've always had a problem with. I don't want to say I've had a problem with music videos, but like when MTV was kind of in its heyday, and then what was the name of that other channel that kind of came
VH1?
out? VH1.
VH1,
No, there was
yeah.
another one. It was like Fuse or
Oh, it
some
was
shit
Fuse,
like
yeah.
that,
Fuse
right?
was the thing, yeah.
where they kind of did a throwback and was still doing like the 5 hours of nothing but music
Oh,
videos
okay.
in the morning
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
while once MTV shifted to mostly reality TV. But like I'm torn because as somebody that's really into narrative and storytelling and the entire videography aspect of things, like I get that concept of turning a song into a video, but I always felt like when I watched a music video, I was kind of being told what I'm supposed to visualize in my head when I hear the music. And it really kind of pushed me off from music videos. And even to this day, I'm not a huge music video guy until at least I've had a time to like listen to the song, digest it, make up my own mind about what it's about, how it affects me, the whole deal. And then I might move into the music video. And the music video, I may hate the music video and never go back to it again. And then I'll go back to the song solo.
That's really interesting.
That's interesting.
Is that weird?
I haven't heard it from
I don't
that.
want. Don't
I haven't heard it from
I don't
the
see
opposite
symbolism
side.
in music,
You
so I
ever thought
definitely
about
don't do that. I'm like, that's a fucking sick music video.
Because it does. Like I kind of feel like sometimes they're trying to tell me how to feel about something. When
That's
I'm like,
very
let me make
interesting.
up my own
I've
goddamn mind. Let me
never
listen to the
thought
song.
about
I love
Now-
how much feelings you have. It only comes out in things like that, you
I'm
know.
a
Most
deep-
of the time,
I'm
you're
a-
like, you're a cold
yeah.
bastard, Colin.
These rivers run deep, bro.
That's fair, yeah. No,
I
I
have
never thought
emotions.
about that.
I swear. But yeah, I wonder if that does. Now I'm kind of wondering if maybe I'm an odd man out in that
No,
situation. 'Cause I know tons of people.
I'm the only
they would
weird- no.
much rather put on a playlist of music videos on YouTube just to have on the background than they would be to like throw the songs on the speaker on Spotify.
Right.
I don't get that, but that's just me. I will say from every one of the music videos that I've seen you two cut together and your guys' collabs, I don't feel like the music videos tell me how to think. I will be listening to the lyrics and listening to the music and not be swayed by what's going on screen. You know, if anything, it adds to the experience for me, but like, I'm going to throw it out there 'cause I love Lil Nas X, but the music videos kind of throw it off for me. Like, that's not what...
Which
that's
one?
not what I listen
Yeah,
to.
which
Like,
one in particular, though?
Pretty much any of them, because
Okay.
they're all very stylized. They're very flashy. There's a lot, because that's his personality. That's what he does. But I don't see the relationship to the music at that point being much value to me than just the music itself, just the lyrics, and you know, he's a very catchy artist in my mind. Like I'll listen to 15 seconds of his song and I'm generally into it regardless.
Yeah.
There's something in there that hooks me in, but I have no interest in watching the music videos. I've seen a few of them, and you know, whatever. I mean, good, go to town, you do you, man. But they just don't do anything for me, and so generally I'm just Spotify on the speaker. And so between you two, I also kind of wonder, because you guys have been collabing a lot. What kind of conversations do you guys have around? Here's our track. Let's talk about how to make the video. What's the process? What do you guys talk about from the artist standpoint? What are you concerned about from the videographer standpoint? What are you concerned about? You know, what are you guys working with?
You can go.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna say, like, do you like videos of people dancing to music?
I guess it really doesn't do much for me.
Okay, well
Because
then I think that's a lot of the
the
appeal.
The music is the important part. The lyrics, the sounds, colloquially, the music is the important part. Whatever I'm seeing visually is just icing on the cake.
Yeah.
And it might be an icing I don't like.
And I think it's that. I think if you're looking at something like, yeah, you're getting the enjoyment like sonically from the song, but it is also the like marriage between the two, because it is like a silent movie is very different from a movie with music. Every movie has music because it pairs together to create like a different experience, an atmosphere. And so instead of having the movie be the movies are visually focused and narratively focused to like engage like your intellect and the way that you kind of process information. And so the music isn't literally called the background.
Yeah.
But it creates an atmosphere for you to feel a certain way.
It can still ruin the movie if it's bad.
Yeah, and sound design is a huge part of film for a reason. So, like, you get something like Lil Nas X, and it's like, there isn't necessarily, like, a front-to-back story, and it's not supposed to go in, like, a narrative. Sometimes there's just themes, and you get into, like, performance shots, so where they're looking at the camera, right? It sets up a different relationship to the audience and stuff. But I think you could see music videos, especially at this point, as, like, the visualization of the image in the song, right? Because that song doesn't necessarily have to pertain to the images he's showing you, but he's choosing to interpret the sounds and the meaning, and he's putting that at the forefront, right? And so if the film's about the visuals, this is about the music. So what visuals can be the background to this music? And he's saying, I'm going to show you that actually, even if you're hearing all this hard lyrics in this song and stuff, I can show you who I am, right? And I can show you that I have this image with, you know, like his like homosexual like imagery and stuff like that. He's trying to express himself and pair, right? Like in his industry, okay, you can be someone who's like more classically like submissive or like looked down upon. Truly, like 20 years back, like it wasn't cool to be like in rap or R&B and be like an openly gay person. Maybe I'm extrapolating, but that's my understanding. Times were different, you know, 40 years back or whatever. But now he's saying like, no, I'm the fucking man. And I own all these people in here, and I'm not a bitch, you know? Like, I'm gay, and I'm a badass. Look at all the money I'm making. Look what I can do. Putting on a production like that in that video, too, is like, I can't do that, right? I can't go get a prison. I can't do all this shit. So it's like...
It seems like a multi-million-dollar production.
It's a flex.
It's up there, yeah.
Now the video, it's not just a song you know about. It's a visual. You see the pink. You see his outfit. That's what you're seeing on Instagram. So now it's advertising to your eyes, which is an entire platform. Now you have the images to put with it. It advertises better that way. It's more buzz. It's twice as much viewing because the first time you release the song, you're going to get people listening to it, leak it. Now you have the video.
Shock value. You have something other people don't have, right? Because you're actually getting something out on multiple more platforms. And so more people are seeing it. And if you don't have the budget to put on something like that people can talk about, look at Childish Gambino's fucking This Is America. Changed like pop culture at that moment. Memes everywhere.
Yeah.
And it was just beautifully shot, well played. Like sometimes less is more. It's like it's like visual poetry, right? The song has the words and they intertwine and cross. But you could play that music video front to back with no music and still have something to say about the video, and you can listen to the song.
Example, yeah, because I would say in that particular video, like for me, anyways, as the consumer of that piece of media at the time, the two do completely interlock, and they make sense, right? But a lot of music videos don't do that. You know, and
like
sometimes
if he never made a music video for that song, would it have been as impactful, you know, as it is now?
To me, it would have been because the song was the impactful part for me. But then when I saw the music video, I was like, "Oh, this is perfect." Because
what
largely? I'm feeling when I hear the song, I'm now watching what I've been feeling. It's kind of like a confirmation bias at that point. But then there's those music videos you put on and be like, "What does that have to do with what I felt when I've listened to this song this whole time?" It means nothing. But I guess at the end of the day, a good music video really comes down to if the artist that created the music is watching the final cut of the music video and getting this, and they have the same perspective. They're like, yeah, that matches what I want to do with this song. And then you put it out there, and then just like any piece of art, you can't control how the consumer consumes it, what they feel about it, but you as the artist understand, like, that's what I want to be put out to the world. Send it. Let's do it. Whatever message you're sending, whether it's regard to the lyrics and the feeling behind the songs, or just I'm in it to flex on motherfuckers. Yeah. You know, either way, as long as the artist is good with whatever's going out, like that means what I want it to mean. Send it out.
hit the presses.
I think it all depends. I mean, you have your situationals, right? I think Thriller's one. This is America's perfect example.
Yeah.
It's a good song, but that video is what makes that song what it is, right?
Yeah, I don't like that's I know you took from it, from the song itself, but I mean on a broad appeal from America, right?
Yeah.
There are way more people that were able to understand what that song was about, or what his intent was, at least through that video. At least what we assume his intent was, right? Through that video.
Do I have more
than if you were
feelings
to
than you
just. No, you interpret your interpretation skills are much different. It's I have no problem being moved by watching or hearing people say things that are moving. But if I have to interpret what you're saying into my own emotion, I'm not. I have no problem as saying here, and I've said to you before, I sometimes have concerns about my inability to process things like that. I don't see it. They don't show up to me. It concerns me to a certain extent that I don't interpret emotion that way through other people's art, largely through imagery. I have a difficult time seeing a photo that someone has taken and extrapolating all of the emotion, Some things, obviously, there's like a really good example is like there's an image in Vietnam of a young girl who's running away from a napalm bombing, and like her clothes have been burned off. It's pretty easy for me to see that and see what the point is of this photograph, But yeah, there's a lot of other shit that is not, if it's not straightforward, I'm very unlikely to see it at first glance. That's just not how my brain works,
So what you're saying is I'm just more emotional than you. That's
I would definitely not disagree with you. I wouldn't disagree with you. That's not. Want to take a second real quick and thank everybody who's watching us here on YouTube.com/saltofthestreets. We also have our Instagram.com/saltofthestreets. We have Facebook, Facebook.com/saltofthestreets, Patreon.com/saltofthestreets, Discord that you can also access through the Patreon. We have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com. Obviously, Movember is still happening right now. This is the last episode we'll have during Movember. If you want to donate, it's a great foundation. Go to Movember.com, search for my name. We also have Swell Blended. If you need a haircut over the next few weeks, go to swellblended.com. Get yourself a haircut. If you need a skateboard, go to Location Skate Shop. Leggings and Aprons on Instagram. Lexi Kyle on Twitch. PNW Nils and Upper Left, obviously, on Spotify, on iTunes, on anywhere. Colin is trying to get the patch out of his shirt so he can show you. Have you guys both been down to Location Skate Shop?
I still need to go, man. But when I go, though, I'm about to splurge.
It's dope. It's a great.
I'll probably go today.
It's a cool shop. When we promote them every time, because
they made the front page of Kids That Business Journal this month, by the way.
It's crazy, yeah. Congrats to them.
We promote them every time because when I went down there and I was talking to Ryan about it, his goal for just having a positive place for children in our community to exist at and not get in trouble, I think is desperately in need in this area. As somebody who's lucky to have not been arrested but has caused more than my fair share of trouble in my community, I think that if you had a place for children in need to be productive in a way that is not school or some type of organized event, you can skate on the street in front of location, I think that's a fantastic thing. So we've been to them every time just because I think that it's... And they shut down that street all the time for all kinds of different things. And as soon as they do, they wax up the fucking street. So
that's the one that's kind of meandering.
Yes, 4th Street. Yeah, no, it's great.
I got a project right around the corner.
Yes, exactly. So yes, as I said, obviously... PNW Nils and Upper Left on Spotify, on iTunes, on everywhere, YouTube, Dr. Sly, obviously YouTube, Instagram, most of the work right now. I believe that that's everything. So I wanted to reference one more thing because, John, you were talking about the strikingness of the music videos, and one thing that made me think of was Rihanna's fashion shows, right? The last couple fashion shows that she's done. Jordan is obviously, she's a huge into fashion and stuff. So Rihanna's fashion shows, she has her own line, and have you watched any of these?
I haven't watched it, no.
You guys should check them out. They're on Prime for free, and so you both enjoy them, I think, because they're intertwined, obviously, with dominant music at the time, and huge organized dance numbers and large casts of people in very extravagant venues, and it's very cool. It's cool to watch. I don't give a fuck about fashion. The organization of it, like you were talking about, being able to logistically figure something like that out is incredible. to watch 200 people dance in an organized fashion in her clothing in a weird environment to someone else's music. It's very cool to watch, you know? So yeah, I would definitely recommend that because I think that speaks to what John was talking about, bringing a whole new aspect to her fashion. That's just another way for her to control, in a positive way, control the narrative around her line. This is how I'm viewing it. This is what I want you to see. This is my fashion line. You know what I'm saying? And it's a completely different take on it than just having people walk down a catwalk and walk back.
It's like a whole controlled experience.
Because she's also expressing herself through, like John was saying, she has people of all kinds of different body types. There are obese people, there are super skinny people, there are people who are missing limbs, there are people who are, have vitiligo and all kinds of different things. Anybody that she could find that represents a different aspect optically of America or of the world, she has found to be in this music video or in this fashion show that is effectively a series of music videos done through this fashion show. It's very interesting.
As long as she's not bringing anything from her acting career from like Battleship.
She's not. There's no acting in it. No, she was in Home. Dax loves the movie Home. Home is an animated movie that also has Jim Parsons in it about aliens who you've seen this movie. Yeah, about aliens who come to Earth and they take all the people. It's really fucked up if you think about it. They take all the people out of their homes and they put them in organized communities that are enormous circles where they don't have yards, but there's like a big fair in the middle, and that's where all the people get to live, and all of the boov, that's what they're called, take everyone's houses. The boov run. The boov are afraid of everything, and so they're consistently running from this same other alien species that they're competing with. And this one little girl, Rihanna.
Is it a Pixar movie?
I think
it's DreamWorks.
DreamWorks, yeah, it's a DreamWorks movie. And Rihanna plays a little girl who does not get abducted, but her mom does. And so Jim Parsons obviously is. He actually doesn't take her house, but they run into each other, and then they are going on adventures. He's a runaway boov because he keeps fucking up. There's a great. I'm actually really glad that we brought this up because I'm working on. God damn it, John. Maybe you can help me with this because I hate computers, right? So I've not even attempted, right? But there's a scene, very short scene in this movie where Jim Parsons' alien is arguing with Steve fucking
Carell.
Nope, with the white hair.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin plays Captain Smek, who is the leader of these aliens. And there is a moment where they're having an argument where Jim Parsons is saying that he wouldn't fuck up again. And Steve Martin says, but you might. And they go back and forth and says, but I wouldn't, but you might. But I wouldn't, but you might. And it's so perfect for like coronavirus restrictions. And they're like, but you might. Or, well, but I would do, but you might. And eventually he just fucking smacks him on the head and walks away and just like ends the
That sounds real familiar.
I'm telling you, it is the perfect gif for so many different political things of like, well, you might do it, but I would never do that, but you might, fuck you. Yeah, no, it's perfect. That's really funny. That's totally organic. Every time I see it, I'm like, God, I got to mention this to Colin. Like, that's so perfect.
That is so
and
funny.
I obviously don't. I hate computers so much, and I'm so intimidated by it. I've not even attempted to find a way. Just that little, it's maybe 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Not even tried, because you could instantly put. U.S. citizen and government on it, and it would be perfect. You could just put it right out, and it would be 100% keen. And I've not seen it anywhere. We could make millions. So
we could make millions.
I don't know how, but we can make millions. So,
man, what's funny is this is a little insider baseball, but I think last night we were chatting with Larry somewhere, and he was like, "Yeah, Discord party. We got to do a Discord party," and that's why I was like, "Hey, yeah." Because your aversion to technology is so...
It's horrible.
It is except with the double phone. You clutch as fuck with the double phone. And so I made sure that on the Discord app on your phone...
You got two phones?
You could do video. So we can host a Discord party. So you could be home and you just pull that shit up on your phone. Like, just click 2 buttons and you'll be bueno. Because we need to be doing a Discord party because I'm loving these Discord parties that I've been a part of lately.
Yeah.
They've been very intense. So you say you're pretty heavily... into Discord at some point, right?
I know
a
what
decent
to do.
amount.
Yeah.
Like what's your how do you personally use Discord?
I use it for my crypto. I get
really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't like purchase stuff there, but I get a lot of my calls from Discord. I have
as in like you're a member of like different
I'm
servers on there and
member
people
of
talk about shit.
Yep.
Kind of like the what was that Wall Street Bets was like the main like Twitter page. People were
on
following
Reddit.
during like the AMC GameStop stocks
yeah.
period,
Yeah.
shit like that. Oh yeah, it was
on Reddit.
From Reddit, and I don't know anything about Reddit, but I'm just now
Reddit's
learning
crazy.
about all this
Yeah.
this Discord stuff. My wife is a streamer, so
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
been involved in Discord because that's like
It's how
a
to
thing.
communicate.
Yeah, and I get it now. I get it. We got a few people on our Discord server. You guys should come over to the Discord server. I'm still learning about that. Apparently, we do have some issues with the Discord link on our link tree and stuff like that. So
Oh shit.
I started working on that last night. Hopefully, that'll be resolved really soon. So I'm working on that. So you should be able to join the Salt of the Streets Discord server very easily, very soon. But in the meantime, all you got to do is friend me on Discord. Big Bird Offie, Big B's, Big O's. That's where you
Big
find me.
V's, big.
Big B's, big O's. That's awesome.
Yeah. So, but I wanted to take a minute because we've been talking a lot about music, stuff like this, and I want to talk to John a little bit more specifically about your. I'm really into video stuff, John. I'm working on. I've scrapped the old script that I was working on because I get to a certain portion
making a
and it's
movie.
just garbage, so I'm throwing it away.
Oh,
So
really?
He's making a movie.
yeah, I'm like, well, I'm writing the script for the movie that I want to shoot.
You're making a movie.
Sometime I'm making a movie.
You're in the process of making a movie.
So,
Yeah, man,
you
say
know,
what your
obviously,
chest,
I'm
man. Yeah.
very into.
That's right. Be common, bro. You're making a movie.
Right, making a movie. So, yeah, first Salt of the Street production movie. But I'm really into storyline, production, making a visual narrative, tie it all together, and throw it out in a product. Big fan of that situation. So I want to talk to you, John, a little bit about your kind of similar to the question that Donovan posed Elijah a while ago. Like, as far as what you're doing, and we've talked to you on the side about some projects we might be looking at doing in the future. What's your end all? What's your kind of end goal as far as your video stuff goes? Are you, because you seem to be really involved in the music aspect as well.
Yeah.
Is the video more a means to an end to the music, or is the video portion of it more of the guiding flagship in the whole armada of what you are looking at doing, and what are you looking at doing fully in the future like that?
I guess it's more that. It's more the first thing, and it's going to be the fastest way to open up this, like, if I want to just be creating art, because that's what it'll ultimately be, like I want to write books, I want to do, like, podcasts and make content and videos and just, like, kind of express myself, I guess. I'm going to just do that the best that I can. I think the most profitable way probably is
What kind of books do you want to write?
just things I'm thinking about, I guess, because it's, like...
Nonfiction or fiction?
Yeah.
Probably nonfiction. Yeah, not fiction for sure. Nonfiction. Just talk about like ideas and stuff like that. I guess since I was like 14, I've been really thinking about my life real hard or whatever. And so like psychology and all this stuff. Like I just like to think about just I don't know like philosophy and things like that. And it's just interesting. It's like
I can
not
feel that's where
everybody.
the documentary portion of your drive comes from.
Yeah, and I just like stories. I think it's a good way to express just
idea.
like just any ideas and having the power to like create visually whatever I want to express like in my head. Like I feel like it gives me a lot of freedom. So I just want to like bolster my skills and
Just
how I
want to
can
tell
do that.
stories, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of it. But like music is definitely like my passion. It's like I just loved like anime music videos. That was like kind of like I used to just spend hours and hours and hours listening to like Linkin Park plus like Naruto like mashups and stuff, and I just like loved that shit. And it has really not changed. So it's all just like high impact pop punk, and like I just want like crazy visuals. Like I want it to be like X Games plus Cirque du Soleil plus just like a fucking event happening on the screen. And so it's gonna take time to get to that level. I love martial arts. I love just like super high energy stuff. I want to bring that to like life.
Do you know who Sturgill Simpson is?
No, I don't know.
He's an artist. He's kind of I don't know how you classify his music genre-wise. It's like country rock.
Okay.
I don't
You
know.
said
Right.
Sturgill Stevenson?
Sturgill Simpson.
Simpson, okay.
And he did an episode of Rogan a while back. This thing, and he talked about this project that he did with Netflix at the time, and so I went and checked it out. And I'll have to pull it up so I can remember what it's called. But it's on Netflix right now. You can search Sturgill Simpson and it'll show up. But it's like an hour and a half long animated video, but the storyline essentially is Sturgill Simpson's music, and so it's like an hour and a half long music video of all these different songs back to back to back to back to back, but with some kind of animated narrative going on over top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if you haven't seen that, I would suggest you check it out because I'd be really interested to see what you think about that kind of project. It's really one of the only kind of a one-of-kind thing that I've seen so far, but it's that kind of concept of audio narrative along with the visual narrative on top of that, but not completely meshed in the way like a movie would be, where the video is like the 90 percentile of what's being told, and the soundtrack is only on the back 10. But if you don't have the 10, you don't have the 100%, you don't have a great product, it's not the same. But this is just, it's a whole nother. Have you seen this, Donovan?
No.
Oh man, it's wild. The visualizations are crazy. There's a lot of cool like action scenes. It's real heavy metal-esque.
Yeah.
But a little less on the video story, and a little bit more of the music. It's this weird, it's like the perfect mesh of 50-50 that I found.
Can I ask you, this is not what you're talking about, but it's what it made me think of. Do you remember, all three of you, do you remember when R. Kelly made Trapped in the Closet?
Yeah.
Did that come to mind for you at all?
No.
You remember what I'm talking about? When you're talking about, like I said, I know that's not at all what you're talking about because that's literally a story through these videos. But what was that, like a 15-part fucking video or some shit like that?
Yeah.
Insanity.
South Park did it better, but that's
Just
fine.
insanity.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you guys one more question, and then if Colin has more, then we can do that. But if not, then I do want to talk to you guys about the Kyle Rittenhouse thing.
Yeah, we got to
get everyone's takes on
the
it.
chat's asking for it.
So you guys have obviously made several videos together, both as Upper Left and also individually.
Yeah.
How do you guys balance ensuring that both of your artistic visions come through, but that neither of them are defeated? Or, John, is your intent to just take Elijah's vision and turn that into the video? What's the... I guess that's it.
Yeah, like the working relationship. Who directs more? How do you guys work together? What's that process like?
I think it's, and John will say this too, I think it's a lot easier if the person that's taking on the project visually has an idea, because they can execute a lot better. For example, we've worked together so much.
You guys have been friends for a long time, right?
Yeah. So we have the same wavelength and language, but there's a lot of videos sitting back timestamp this, at this is kind of what I'm talking about. And then he'll just go into detail what actually happens, or what you even need for that to be even similar or even be reasonable. That's just kind of our language. I don't know, what would you say?
Yeah, I would say I always want to know what he was thinking with the song. So even all these flaws, it was just he just was I was just thinking blue. And I was like, okay, well, we can kind of work and play off that. But really, it's when I hear, the way I like working is when I hear a song, I just instantly start seeing pictures and visuals and stuff like that. And so sometimes it's possible and makes sense, or sometimes it's just fucking Gundam wings and they're fighting and it's fucking in space, and there's no way I can make that right now, right?
Unfortunately, Gundams are behind the curtain.
Yeah,
and the blue translator, remember, because I just watched it this morning. There's images of you with a lot of blue lights around you, shit like that. So that
created the color palette of the
okay,
video. But then the visuals were just it was literally there's a good example too, because this video had a very different theme, and it's hard to convey a story that's essentially, you're telling a silent film over 3 minutes, and you're hoping that the music explains enough of the visuals for it to make sense. But you have to make sure that the visuals make sense as a standalone, because not everyone's going to listen to the lyrics like you're talking about. So
so as a filmmaker, you have to kind of interpret the artist's message, and like you said, you have to create a silent film, more or less, as far as the filmmaker's concerned, because you don't get to use the lyrics as any form of a crutch. You have to use their lyrics are the script, and you have to tell the story silently over top of their lyrics.
And sometimes it can be very obvious. Sometimes you can be oh, this song's called this, and they're doing exactly that. Okay, I get it. Robbery is robbery or something. But I think also giving your video something new, that's also the other part of it, is some people just want their video to be visuals to get all the advertising side of it on it, right? That Wendy's, did you guys ever hear the Applebee's on a date night, and it's like a TikTok
Oh my god.
thing, and it's like a bunch of. If you watch the video, it has nothing to do with anything. It's just like slow mo. He's in a field. There's like a tractor. It's just kind of like generic. So he's just like, let's make a video, and then
It's like a
people
drug commercial on TV. It has nothing to do with what they're selling.
It's just more
Always.
advertising, right? At that point, it was what it feels like. There's not too much artistry, in my opinion, put into the video.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the point, but
It's like musicians that record jingles. It's kind of tough.
Yeah.
But you're still doing it, so I guess it works in some fashion.
so it's a lot of me. I came up with the visuals. I kind of come up with like, you need like a theme. You need like them to kind of, just for your brain to not be like, this is ugly and stupid and I don't like it. They have to kind of have similar colors or like similar locations. It kind of has to be like, although they're in a grocery store or something, right? There has to be like a theme that ties the visuals together, or there has to be like a loose narrative, like they're going from A to B and you're interpreting everything based on what you're seeing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we kind of had an idea, because it was kind of like, oh, this will be very abstract, loosely based, but like there's a concept in the video where he was like supposed to be running away from himself. It's like a very emotional, reflective song. He's supposed to be running away from himself, but the way we ended up having to shoot, because we compromised on, I'm just holding this shit, sorry.
You're good, bro.
The way we had to shoot it, we had to compromise on locations, and a lot of the message got lost. So when I got home with the videos, I was like, I can't even put the message in the way I wanted to. It'll just look stupid. It just won't come across. And then, like a huge complaint I have, from a huge criticism I have myself of the videos, like, it's not really clear what the fuck is happening, right? It's just like some cool visuals. And the main focus was color palette and shooting to try to get more of like film, like dynamic range and like exposure, so to get the frames to be like high quality images, so that I could show people like I can shoot images.
So they definitely are.
Right. And so that aspect of it comes through, but it's like, what the fuck is he doing? You know, why is he in the woods? Why is it fucking blue and all this stuff? And it's supposed to like play off between like he's going somewhere and trying something new and he's putting himself out there, and then like he's also being really reflective in the moods and the way he switches between like thinking about stuff really deeply, or being like alone. We were trying to capture like him being like isolated or alone, or like a really blue kind of like
laying in the field
mood but it's all
Hard
very
things to capture.
Exactly, it's all just visual, very interpretive, so it ends up being just kind of a loose collection of like decent looking footage cut to like between performance shots too. That was the other thing. We didn't separate the boundary very well between like first person and third person, so we're mixing locations. So now, okay, he's off in his mind or whatever, right? He's sitting alone in this field, but now why the fuck is he rapping in the field at me? Like, is he in this field for real? And it's like little things you don't think about, but your brain's trying to put a narrative together. You're seeing all these images like, wait, I thought he was not in the field for real. Is he in the field for real? He's now rapping. So did he go there? Like, why is he looking around? Like, so.
Well, I will say, you know, what's really funny is you, especially as the artist that made that, you guys are having these struggles, but just simply as the consumer, everything you're saying, it was like, well, yeah, that totally makes sense to me. I mean, like, I don't know why you guys are thinking about all this. It works perfectly.
It looked great.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
from a consumer standpoint.
Something better to look at,
but
I guess.
I like the fact that you guys, even to this day, like you're sitting there, you're reflecting back on your work, and you're like, man, I don't fucking know if I did that right.
I definitely did,
you know,
so.
But
So I wanted to ask you guys, when you're talking about flaws, not the song in general.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys both, when you are making art, what do you find is your biggest consistent setback when you're doing it? Or if not, then your biggest hang-up, right? Because it seems like John's very critical of himself.
Yeah.
Which can be a good thing, but could also be a big hang-up if it's taking you twice as long to finish a project because you're really nitpicking. You know, it can be a hang-up. So
I totally get that, bro.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing is just finished, not done. It's a phrase that I've heard from our friend Wiley.
Yeah,
Like
big in the
no, finished not or
finish not or
not
done
perfect.
not finished.
Yeah, done not finished or something like that. Yeah, and, you know, basically just saying like something can be done and not be perfect. So
yeah.
Every writer wants to rewrite their novel 30 more times before it's published.
Exactly.
But at the end of the day, it's done. It's done. Put it out there. Go.
I just think there's a certain standard, probably similar to you guys too. Is like there's a certain quality you just hear from like a podcast or like you see like the production side of it. There's just a certain standard. So if you're trying to get somewhere, that could be a hiccup of like why you don't want to put it out. And same thing with like music. It's like just a certain standard sonically. You know, the last thing you want to do is we're talking about playlists, right? The last thing you want to do is put 5 songs on a playlist, that 6th song does not sound the same.
Yep.
People can tell instantly, right? We were talking about
throw that thing out.
3 to 8 seconds, right? It takes them even less to figure out if that sounds even remotely the same as everything else.
You get 5 songs in, because the perfect playlist should be able to be played on shuffle, right?
Exactly.
Custom playlist,
That's
you
the
throw that
thing.
shit on shuffle. That's generally most of my playlists that I make on Spotify are like based off of what mood I'm in when I do that.
Absolutely.
And it's very specific. It might be like phrase or whatever. Like I got playlists called like "Fuck It All" or like "Let's Fucking Do This," or they always generally fucking. But
Colin just likes to fuck.
I guess so. Some guys.
Big Bird likes to fuck.
The big O's and the big B's.
Boobs everywhere.
It just made sense the way I was explaining.
No, it's perfect.
But it makes sense because you hit that one. That's why my playlist constantly evolve, because even in the current mood I'm in then may not be the. I think I'm in the current mood now, but that song ain't doing it. That's got to go. Get replaced with something else. So the mindset of what you're in when you're intaking that kind of content, or creating that content to be made in that playlist or whatever it is, it's definitely got to be reflective of, I guess your retrospect afterwards.
Absolutely.
Right? It's the way you perceive it. If you make a piece of content that you're not totally satisfied with, and you're trying to get to that done and finished, trying to figure out, is this thing done? Or am I just fucking around with it right now because it's not quote unquote good enough? At some point, you're still going to be looking back at that video a year later, going, "Man, I should have done this, should have done that." Yeah, it's got to be a hard balance for basically any creative endeavor, any kind of artistic endeavor that you're going to try to put out in the world.
I guess I just try to. Like, you always want to make the fucking Christopher Nolan film when you're starting out, right? Like, you're not trying to make a piece of shit, but you're going to make something that's not that good because you don't know what to do yet. So, So I guess I just try not to, like, hold it too close to my chest. Like, enjoy it for the parts that I'm, like... Because when I'm making it, I'm like, oh, this is sick. Oh, this is dope. And I'm kind of, like, getting outside of my area of comfort. But then when I go back, I'm looking at all the parts I don't appreciate anymore, right? I'm just seeing the difference between, like, what I was aiming at and where it is. And after a certain point, you just gotta like, okay, I can do X, Y, and Z better, and that's what learning is, and then just fucking let it go, and then you just have to do the next one. Like, I treat all of it as practice. I don't hold on to any of it. Like, I'm happy for the moment, but then it's like I'm not where I want to be yet, right? There is that part of it, but I'm okay with like not being that good yet, Mm-hmm. Like, I really see this as like what I'm doing instead of like my PhD. So like, this is my fucking school. Like, I'm in my first year of grad school. I got 5 more years left. So I'll be critical.
You did
myself,
most of your school and then decided at the end, right? Because I think we talked about that a little bit the last time you were here, but I think that deserves more gravity, right? That how much school did you go to and then decided that this was your path instead?
Yeah, exactly. So I did my bachelor's degree, and then I took 2 years off in France, and then
did you
what was that?
Did you travel and you saw your grandpa's grave, right?
Yeah, I did a bunch of traveling over there, a bunch of like just hanging out and working kind of, but
bought some magic cards.
Yep, bought some magic cards actually. I did, yeah, because the markets are different there. There was some stuff that was way cheaper there than here, and I brought it home, flipped it. Super cool. Some stuff that just doesn't exist.
Are the cards in French over there?
A lot of them, yeah. So it's kind of a weird, like over here, when I would like Russian stuff and Japanese stuff, because it's like a different visual on the cards. When you play the game, you know what everything does. You don't need to look at the card. So it's a flex to have a Russian foil is like 8 times more expensive or some shit like that than like an English one.
Yeah, that's got it. Especially because as far as like collectability goes.
Yeah, or if it's super rare.
How many of them Russian motherfuckers did they make compared to like
the American ones?
And they actually print less, and you have all the crazy like Cyrillic like language. Like it looks awesome. So the Russian ones they look dope. You get the O's with the slashes through them in certain languages and stuff. So
look at the art, bro.
I had one of the cards that I sold to Brian was a German Blastoise that I had. It was a Dunkless Turtok is what it was. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was a foil too. And we looked it up on whatever the card grading website was that we were looking at the time, and it wasn't. That one wasn't worth a bunch of money, but I also was like, bro, I don't give a fuck about this. Like, I was a kid, and Justin Butler had one of his family members went to Germany on his mission trip. And he came back with a whole slew of, random things. And they gave me a German Blastoise. And he was like, yo, I picked this up in Germany. Here you go. I was like, this is crazy.
That's dope as shit.
And I had it in a binder for fucking 20 years. Then sold it to Ryan. Here you go, dude.
It's so funny. So you're like,
I forgot all about that.
You're like playing against your friend or whatever. You're playing like the actual card game, right? And you throw down the German Blastoise, and you're like, oh hey, this special rule here that it says in German,
bro.
says this, and your opponent's like, I can't read German, so I guess whatever.
Yeah, right.
You win.
Definitely.
Don't worry
done
about
that
it.
before.
That's how you do it. That's the clutch move.
It's like when I was 8 with Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I'd just start making stuff up if they were Japanese. Like, no, dog, this one's crazy.
No, listen.
This one's crazy.
It's different back there.
I did want to ask John one more particular question.
Do it.
So let's say in the world of documentaries, right? And don't settle on just one when I ask you this. You can just list off a few if they come to mind. But like, what are some of like the dream documentaries right now you wish you could make?
I'm glad you asked this.
I really want to start just documenting like people like in their life, kind of just
oh God, we
get
got
them
a job for you.
But I think a lot of podcasts come into like a slice and tries to like really like draw the lines, categorize like they're this person who did these things, and so you kind of come in like pre-chewed a little bit, right? But I want to go the other way and go like start like know nothing about the person, start with like their childhood. I haven't really thought about too much how I want to chunk it up. Maybe go by years or like earliest memories, like epochs of their own life. Just see how they kind of conceptualize themselves, and then try to do like in psychology we learned about this thing where they like interviewed these kids like every 7 years for like, their lifespan.
Yes.
And so I kind of want to do something I guess like that, but just talk about certain things and also just try to get like experience out of people, and then maybe see if I can cut something together like that, documentary style. But I want to do something a little bit more like personal. Also, a big documentary. It might be like fiction, non-fiction, but like kind of my mom's life and like something about like the Philippines or just that. Like turn her kind of story into like just some film or media or something like that. I think it would be really interesting.
Like, that would be like your mom, it'd be her life. Plus, it would be like with extras.
The ultimate memoir.
Yeah, you can't quite tell what was actually true and what was
it'd be a good movie if it was like
the extra. That would be a
probably
legit movie.
Fiction.
And I would say if you were to be doing one of these kind of like slice of life documentaries from just like your average person, I feel like the average person lives a much more extraordinary life than most people would think.
Yeah.
Because I think human beings in general, especially in like our Western society, have a much more interesting life than I think we all give credit for. Everybody goes through shit.
Yeah.
And most of the time, everybody's shit's going to be different, but at the same time, it's all shit that we all go through that we don't necessarily talk about because everybody is going through some form of that similar shit. So I think even the most seemingly unimpressive person's life story will be a lot more addicting, I think, than like I would buy any episode of that for $4.99 on iTunes.
That's what they say. That's
like not knowing anything about it, I just want to hear this person's life story. Go.
Yeah.
Like that sounds like a really interesting concept to me.
That's the last line in The Office in the finale. There's a lot of beautiful things in the simple things or something like that. There's a lot of beauty in the simple things, and I think that's the very last line of The Office itself. It's Pam Beesly saying that.
Oh,
yeah.
It's like the reason why they chose that office, and she says there's a lot of beauty in the simple things or something like that. It's like the very last line. So yeah, it's very similar to that,
it's
right?
very samurai, really.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's very.
Where's John's sword?
No, yeah, but I think it's like, the appeal of like Humans of New York and stuff like that. But even that's a little bit to me like, here's the most famous or craziest like story from
The
like,
weirdest
street.
people we can find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's enough to just be like, hey, like, how do you conceptualize like the whole fucking being an existing thing or whatever? And then like and I think you can start to understand a lot of people a lot more, like I think a lot of people really get a caricature of like, conservatives or Democrats or just like the more
or New Yorkers. Like you're saying, like not all New Yorkers are like what everybody thinks about as a New Yorker. So you find an average ass person in New York and make a documentary about their life. It'll be like, oh wait, that's not a New Yorker. What are you talking about? It's like, well, yeah, no, these are the normal people that live here and work here and live their lives in this place. They're not all what you think of as a New Yorker.
Yeah, because, I mean, this is what's always happening, right? It's like, people get upset because they're like, why would you say that to me? Why would you do this to me? Like, if you understood my internal experience as I do and why I'm thinking everything I'm thinking, you would not do that. So it's like, you're not thinking about me, so maybe you're going to hurt me. I can't trust you, all this stuff. But I think,
Holy shit.
like, if you could see someone talk about their whole fucking life and then explain from their perspective why they're choosing the things that they're doing, like, you just understand people a lot more, you know? Like, you understand that, like, oh, maybe this person who's, like, on one side hateful, you know, outwardly is actually extremely fearful and, like, sad and hurting, right? And it's like, probably from their perspective, there's probably something that's reasonable down there. And I think it would just be interesting to, yeah, like, have people who maybe aren't necessarily looking to just, like, boost themselves or create an image and get, like, that full slice of, like, this is what it's like to be a fucking person who's, like, has, you know, this education or does these things or, like, it lives in this part of the country. Like, why are they saying the things they're saying? Like, most human beings are pretty fucking smart. Maybe they're not wise. Maybe they're not choosing things that are, like, good, but that's also everybody, right? Everybody doesn't quite do what they think is the best thing for themselves. But then seeing why someone's doing something, I think, is, like, way more powerful than just, like, dismissing it. So I think that's a medium that lets people be like, oh, okay, well, this guy's not so bad. You know, it's kind of the whole, like, well, look at Adolf. Like, talk to Adolf, you know? Talk to Adolf Hitler. Like, what does he think? Why is he doing all this shit? That's, like, a very, like the world, like, he's felt a pain. The world has showed him a pain that, like, he doesn't know how to express in any other way than he thinks he's, like, changing. The world is very misguided, is very skewed. But it's like, what did he need to actually prevent this? Like, if he had the love and support and understanding, he had, like, someone to tell him, like, no, we can't channel these feelings this way. It's not actually going to give you what you think you're getting out of all of this. Like, maybe then we avert, like, all those things, right? We can't just say, like, no, he's just born evil and that's it, right? Like, I think a lot of people have dissected what the fuck happened here, you know?
Yeah. He had a
and there's some shit, like, you look at sociopaths,
yeah.
you look at all this stuff, you look at these types of behaviors. These are feelings, but you're always associating with, like, your feelings. You're always choosing to react or understand, like, how you're interpreting your environment, right? And it's pretty broad strokes. You got to think pretty hard how you fucking feel about shit. So then when people are like, oh, the world is just pain and suffering and everything's just going to hurt me and I just, like, nothing matters. I've turned off my feelings. I don't want to feel anything. It's a lot easier to fucking kill people, right? It's a lot easier to do shit that's awful. And why do we see all those things go together with, like, sociopathy and stuff like that? It's like, you know, there's something going on. It's not, you can't just write off, like, oh, he's just a one-off horrible, awful, evil person. It's like, it's probably a human being. It probably actually kind of makes sense, which is unfortunate.
Right.
And so it's like, well, then what can we actually do? You know what I mean? I think the understanding has to come first.
And we've talked a lot about
empathy, right?
And we've talked a lot about that on a smaller scale, not about Hitler in particular, but about it as it relates to modern politics, that the ability to disassociate a genuineness or maybe experience, like you were putting it, behind someone's opinion makes it really easy to write it off completely. And one example we've used continuously is abortion, right? And if you are completely pro-choice, which is obviously a completely valid idea, but you look at somebody who is pro-life and assume that person just wants to control women, it's very easy to invalidate that opinion, where if that person is devoutly religious and genuinely believes that any type of abortion is murder, then that's a little more deep-seated than that person just thinking, I just want to have control over what women think. You know, like that's very, very different. You know, if and I don't, right? But if I genuinely believe that that is murder, and you're telling me you're stupid, you don't believe in women's rights, you all this shit, that's not true. I 1,000% believe in women's rights, but I think that you're killing a baby. I believe, right? And again, if this is your ideology, I believe that life begins at conception. I believe that any form of abortion, even Plan B, is murder. There are people who genuinely believe that, and if you write that deeply held belief off as, well, you just want to control women, you're ignorant, you just don't know, how can you have any type of reasonable discussion with that person to reach a compromise, to reach any type of reasonable discussion or decision at all, you know? And that's so common, so common in modern politics, to just assume that someone's opinion is coming from malice as opposed to a genuinely held belief, and it feeds directly into the division that we're seeing, you know?
Fear is motivation. It's an easy right?
Scared
Everybody's
people do
afraid.
terrible things.
People are always afraid of dying, so tell
Yes.
them that way is dead, people, and they'll run the other way, Yeah, you just see that shit a lot.
Yeah, no, scared people make horrible decisions.
It's a pretty not to cut anybody off, but I think this is a pretty good segue into this Kyle Rittenhouse thing.
No, certainly.
I was
The
just
topic
thinking that. I was about to be
certainly.
like, bro, this is perfect segue territory.
Yeah. So,
Before we start, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
yep,
You guys can-
absolutely.
Damn, I was gonna go to the
I
restroom.
just figured this
Alright,
could
you
be
go first.
a deep
We'll tag out.
conversation or
Yeah.
something like that. I gotta get back to you.
So last night or yesterday, it was like yesterday morning for us.
This is such a problem.
I think there are an hour or two. It's this
This
room.
fucking chair.
We did not think logistically about how
No.
we're going to do this. It's not a problem.
I need
Don't
double
worry
chairs.
about
I
it.
just should get up more.
It's more of a problem if you keep bringing it up. So
We're vamping right now until everybody gets back. We're fine.
yesterday, around 10 o'clock our time, the decision came down from the jury, or was released from the jury, that Kyle Rittenhouse was found not guilty on all counts. I believe it was 5 from the final decision.
So they dropped the 6th count, which was the illegal possession of the firearm.
And 7, there was a curfew charge also.
Oh,
that
that's
was thrown
right,
out
that's
that
right,
same
yeah.
day. So there was 2 charges that was thrown out
Bro,
at the
everybody
beginning of
was out.
deliberations. That so he was found not guilty in all 5 charges, and they're including attempted manslaughter, endangerment of. There's I don't know exactly what they are. I don't have them written down here, which is my own fault. I should have had that up. But it's found not guilty. They have a lot of
You know, I
different.
gotcha. So the counts were.
Thank you.
Oh, I just found it.
5 felonies.
First degree, so 5 felonies. First degree intentional. Oh my god. First degree intentional homicide. First degree reckless homicide. Attempted first degree intentional homicide, and 2 counts of first degree reckless endangerment or endangering safety. So reckless endangerment.
Yes, and the trial went on for 11 days, I think.
With 12 days. The deliberations.
No, that was the actual trial. Went on
Okay.
for 11 days, and then there was the deliberations that I believe went on for 3 days. Have a lot of different things written down here that we can dig into a lot of different ways if we want. We can obviously talk about our reactions to the decision. We can start also from the beginning. I wasn't sure whether or not we were going to have a decision when I came here, so I prepared as if we did not to just discuss it.
That's been, and I will say that's been the general tact all the commentators in the commentariat have been taking towards this. Everybody's been like making content as if, making and planning content as if the decision can drop down at any minute. And so
Yes.
everybody's like, it's not now, so I can't now. So don't feel bad about that. But that, yeah, I think at the very beginning it's probably the best way to do this.
Did either of you guys? I know the last time John was here was actually like right after this happened.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
let's
that's so
talk
funny.
about
We
this.
talked about this, right?
Super coincidental. Totally coincidental.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
just it's super random. So, did either of you guys watch any of the trial?
Episode 93.
Is it something that you
I didn't
guys-
even know what was going on.
That's
No,
work.
yeah.
Okay. Was it something that you were tracking at all, John?
I was watching like a little bit like on Reddit and stuff like that, but
Work.
I would
Reddit
just
is
see
a-
little clips.
I've not spent much time on Reddit.
Me either.
It's a crazy place.
It's a powerful
like,
place.
I
yeah,
don't get
it's
it.
it's like,
It's hard.
and this is not at all a denigrative thing. It's like one step up from 4chan that like crazy
Yeah.
shit
Yeah.
happens there, but it's also it's just above the board of objectionable. It's objectionable, but it's not across the line. I guess I would say,
Absolutely.
because that's when you got to go.
A lot of crazy shit
8chan
happens
or
on
whatever it is now, because it's not 4chan anymore. It's I don't even remember what it's called anymore.
Yeah.
I watched a documentary about QAnon. And
Yeah.
it was essentially about that dude that owned 4chan, and he started like 3 different websites just in the length of this documentary. It was crazy, yeah, because people kept shutting him down, so he kept having to start more shit. Anyway, so start from the beginning, right? So I just wrote down a bunch of different questions here that we can go from, right? And why was he there, right? Why do you guys?
Yeah, why was he there?
Why was Kyle Rittenhouse there? Right? Kyle Rittenhouse says that he was there to provide medical support. He says that the business owners, which was contested in court, but was also contested with evidence outside of court.
Yeah.
He said that the business owners asked his friends to help protect the, what do they call them, car supplies or car, whatever
Yeah,
the fuck they called them, the car places.
Yeah.
And then his friends asked him again, like I said, that was the owners of the businesses said in court that they never asked that. And also they didn't know them. There's other evidence that came out afterwards that disputes that.
Is it Car Source?
Car Source, that's what it was. And some people are claiming that those people perjured themselves on trial. I'm not on the stand. I'm not going to claim that here. I have no idea, right? So we could just go off of what they say in court. The people who own the business said they did not ask the friends to view it. They did not know anything about that. There's obviously a opposite side to that people believe that he was there to cause mischief, to provoke things, to do whatever, right? What do you guys think?
My whole thing before we even get to like the
Just before we go, nobody's wrong here.
Yeah.
You know
I don't know too much about it. I'm very stoic by nature and by heart, and like politics isn't like my strong suit. It's like one of the things I try to like stay away from.
Not for everybody.
Yeah, but
It's a healthy decision.
yeah, I don't know enough about this overall. I know cause and effect. I know James Blake dies, which leads to all this, the protests, and then now you have Kyle Rittenhouse. Did not know the reason why he was there. My whole thing though is I don't understand why he was there. Did they even try him for like why he was there? Is that all legal?
It was
From the gun, from his mom driving him across state lines.
The gun charge was eventually thrown out
Okay.
because, and it's kind of complicated, and in the end it boils down to my deep-seated idea that all gun laws are unconstitutional, but that is neither here nor there.
You say unconstitutional?
Yes,
Okay.
in my
But the
personal.
statute is the statute.
But the law is the law, right?
Okay.
So the law as it stands now is really kind of complicated, and that's why it was thrown out in the way that it was. That he did not own the rifle, right? Somebody else purchased it, and it wasn't. And this is a very gray area, right?
Okay.
That in court it wasn't technically a straw purchase. And a straw purchase is if I am not allowed to buy a firearm, and so you buy it for me and then give it to me, right?
Yeah.
So apparently,
Okay.
it wasn't technically a straw. Again, this is,
Yeah.
wasn't technically a straw purchase because his friend Damian Black, I believe his name was bought it, and it was his, and was going to sell it to Kyle when he was old enough. I think that's a very gray area of you're holding on to it for me until I can own it. That's kind of you buying it for me because I can't buy it. That's so all we can go off is this what's in court.
I'm only gonna let you use it whenever you want to because you're not old enough to own it.
So-
Because we follow the law.
And so there's also again, so he used it one time before this whole event happened, and it was to go out training with this guy and his friend. And other than the day of this incident, it was kept in a gun safe. But randomly, coincidentally, because that's the only way it was explained in court, coincidentally, the rifles were left out on the day of these protests, and so when Kyle went to his friend's house, they had access to them, and his friend told him, take this, and then we're going to go.
Yeah.
Right? So there's, again, a lot of people have said that he brought the gun across state lines. His friend lived in Kenosha that he went to visit. Kyle also worked in Kenosha. He had family. His dad lived in Kenosha.
Okay, so he went across state lines, but the gun was not.
Yeah.
Yes. And so that's
Because that would be a legitimate crime.
Yes.
Like if you take a gun
to
across
illegally
state
transport a firearm across state lines is a federal crime.
Gotcha, yeah.
And so that's been a huge misnomer that he brought the gun across state lines. That it's
this is all proven?
all proven,
all
all 100% proven. The gun was in Kenosha the entire time. Kyle lives in what's called like a sister community, right? That's 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that from Kenosha.
Yeah,
Do you know, like, is it that obvious when you cross the state line into like Idaho or Oregon? You generally have a welcome to sign.
Yeah.
But like we Americans don't think about what it's like to cross the state line. So there are a
Certainly
lot of
in
major
certain
cities.
areas, yeah.
It's all similar to
in
like,
certain areas,
like
yeah.
Olympia to Portland.
Yeah.
Like that's a very, very small. Like there's a bridge,
You know,
obviously,
do
but
you know
besides
when you
that-
draw? Because it feels the same depending on where these cities are located, right? Because Kenosha is a relatively large city, which is basically it's the metropolitan suburbia of Chicago, and then there's a bunch of suburbs in between there because people live and move throughout this whole thing. And after a while, it kind of becomes an amorphous blob. You don't know, you barely can tell the difference from when you cross over from Tacoma to Seattle, right? That's essentially the only difference here. And so the problem about crossing a state line with a gun to a lot of people, there's really no, they may feel like they work in the same community. It's the same community, but if you drive 5 minutes that way, you might be over a border.
And it's like, it's similar to, you know, like we were talking about, Tim Pool lives in Maryland, but his
DMV, all of the DMV.
But the Cast Castle is in West Virginia.
It's like all one identity.
Exactly. I think it is. We've been referring to the whole podcast that way. I think it's actually flipped. I think he lives in West Virginia.
But it doesn't really
for
matter
the purpose of how we're talking about.
Also, like how people work in Washington, D.C. and then don't. And that's different because Washington, D.C. is not a state or anything. But to cross, you know what I'm saying? So,
you'd still
Vancouver, Portland is like the one that happens all the time.
Vancouver, that's what it was.
So that happens all the time, you know? So it's very common. So there's been also a lot of claims that, like, this isn't your community, you don't live here. He did not live there full time. His dad lived in Kenosha. He worked in Kenosha. His friends lived there. So that's again up for interpretation. You know, I live in Keyboard. It's like saying like Bremerton is my community. Like it's technically not because I don't live there, but I was raised there. You know what I'm saying? So it's up for interpretation whether or not, because you could claim either way. This is not his community. It is community. It is his community. I don't know.
So the gun was in Kenosha, and then he obviously got drove over by his mom, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. His
so he's
mom,
17 years old?
Yes.
Doesn't have a license, or what? His mom?
He does not have a license. No. His mom drove him to his friend's house, and then his friend drove him with the guns to this protest.
Did his mom have any idea he was going to this protest?
His mom knew he was going to the protest, but I don't know that she knew about the firearms, which is, again, it's horribly irresponsible on her part, right? There is, speaking as someone who would very much say I am a responsible firearms owner, and I would very much pride myself on my fatherhood skills, I would be shocked to find out that my son had somehow acquired a firearm that I did not know about, that was being kept somewhere at his friend's house, that I had no fucking idea existed. I would be very shocked to surprised. I would be very surprised to learn that.
I'm probably furious.
And I definitely wouldn't, right? Because I think this is a thing that should not be skipped over. I definitely would not transport my son somewhere knowing, my underage son, knowing that he's going to go to a protest. Absolutely not. In no fucking world should this kid have been allowed there. In no world.
All right, cool,
right?
man.
That's, and I think that
I'm
there's
on that same tilt. Because that's a big discussion. There's a lot of people, like, even like the Crowders of the world, I'm pretty sure are more on that tilt of, like, you know, it's like nobody else was coming out. Of course, you know, he's a young man, he's out there doing what's right, blah, blah. I don't know. No. And I don't get near that thing because, no, he's a 17-year-old kid who did not transport himself there to begin with.
Yeah,
That's
the biggest thing, yeah.
And walked out into his backyard. That's a different
drove you
conversation.
there, and then your friend drove you there.
With intent, you were trying to
you
go
underage, bro.
Yes.
No, stay the fuck home. Let someone else. This ain't your fight, kid. You're not old enough to join the army yet, bro. Okay.
And we said all through the protests, right? Even though it was found in court that Kyle Rittenhouse took those lives in self-defense, right? His intent in being in Kenosha was to defend people's businesses, right? It was to, whether or not these people asked for it, I don't know, that's up for
and render medical aid.
And to render medical aid, apparently, right. That's according to him, right? So, and we've said all throughout the protests, riots, everything, right? I have said, I don't want to speak for you, but I believe you agree with me, it is ignorant as fuck to go out armed to defend other people's businesses. Because if you do need to take a life, you are not legally, you are held liable for that. You murdered somebody. You killed somebody. Unless a situation arises, because this whole thing was up for debate in this trial, right? And this is exactly why I think it's a terrible fucking idea. Even somebody my age, even a grown adult, because you find yourself in a position like this. Yeah. You took these people's lives, and now it's up for debate whether you did it because you were trying to defend property, or you did it for yourself, or you whatever. Don't put yourself in a situation like that. If you own a business, you're defending your own property. There is question here. There's a gun owner that was let totally free because people tried to break into his business and steal guns, and he fucking shot somebody. As is your right, especially if you know someone's going to take that and do harm with it, right? It's different if you own fucking TVs. You probably shouldn't be shooting people over TVs, right? But there are certain places, castle doctrine, stuff like that, you have a right to defend your property, right? But to defend other businesses in your community because that's your community, I feel is extremely ignorant because you don't have a legal standing to use your gun in defense of these businesses. right?
Between that and like a vigilante, he's like, this is my community, so I'm kicking some ass.
Same thing. It's
you know,
the same
like
thing. It's the same thing, and that's why it's in the societal structure we have now. I believe it is a horrible mistake to do that and defend other people's businesses without some type of organized discussion to do so. If my bosses, right, let me be very clear. If my bosses asked me, Tim and Dan, they own a small business, right? If there was insane riots happening and they had concern people were going to destroy their building or take all their shit because we have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment in there, and they said, I really would appreciate your assistance, I would do it. They asked me to do it, right? There's a difference between that and taking it upon yourself, which is not necessarily what happened here because that's still up for debate, but taking it upon yourself like we saw so much during the protest to defend other people's businesses, I think is a horrible mistake because you don't have legal standing for that. It's a terrible idea, and it's not worth the situation you are potentially going to find yourself in where somebody's going to die.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. You know, I understand the frustration. I understand not wanting to see buildings burned down. I understand not being aligned even with whatever's happening. That doesn't make it right or even legally feasible to be going out and doing that shit. You know, and we said that this whole time. And so I think it's a horrible situation that he was even there. You know, for the trial, we went over those
For
things.
the homicide.
The trial was for the homicides. Was
and
for
the reckless endangerment.
So is there gonna be a separate trial for him? I don't even go in there. My whole thing is like,
Because that's the problem. Like, is it illegal for him to be there?
yeah.
Probably not.
It's right, and so there was a curfew charge that was involved in this
Yeah.
that was thrown out because simply because the prosecution failed to provide evidence that proved that he was there, right? And there's a difference in court, right? We have to remember it's a trial, so there's a difference between looking at a video and seeing, well, you were obviously there, and providing evidence that proves that you were there, like some type of a receipt, right? Right,
Yeah.
which is stupid as fuck, but because of the way that it was, and the prosecutor took it upon himself to not prove that, and also to not prove anything about this gun charge. That's why the gun charge, that's what we started talking about originally,
Yeah,
right?
gun
So
charge.
the gun charge is very complicated in the way I'm sorry that we got completely away from that, but the gun charge itself is complicated in the way that he didn't purchase it, right, technically, and he was in possession of it, and because it was a long rifle, right, meaning this is why I'm telling you all
It's done by the state.
these are state gun laws, because federal gun laws are more about possession and ownership and purchasing and things like that. So because it was a long rifle, meaning that the barrel is at least 16 inches or more and the overall length of the gun was at least 26 inches, it was technically legal for him to be in possession of because he didn't meet 3 exceptions that sit with this law that make it illegal. Does that make sense? That this law says
Which is complicated
it doesn't
as it
make
is.
sense,
Yeah,
but
that's the problem.
And so because they didn't prove these things, these very finite things surrounding, because there are 3 exceptions that like make it illegal. It's like if you're over 12 and you're
Unsupervised by a person.
stupid shit. That's
weird
like
shit. That essentially
Yes.
made the cutoff date for him to be
16.
legally in possession of that rifle 16.
Yes.
Or at least as interpreted by the court, which they did on the live stream. The
Yes.
judge broke it out and explained his reasoning why, and that essentially the way the court interpreted the law was he's over 16. 16 was the cutoff for possession of this rifle, and the prosecution said we are not contesting that at this time. Done. And then so he dropped the charge on that particular one.
so
it's been
it's
a very
it's a technicality.
it's been
It's
a wild
technicality.
road.
That
Which I would say too, like it is important to know that the guy that essentially did the straw purchase for it has been indicted in it and he will have to go through the process because what
for
he
the
did
straw purchase.
was illegal.
Yes.
It's like
Because even though it was contested as not a straw purchase in Kyle's trial,
Yeah.
that guy, Damian Black, is being tried
Damian
for a
Black,
straw purchase because, as we went over it, really it is,
Yeah, it
as the
kind
law
of is.
sits now,
because essentially a straw purchase being somebody buys you a gun.
And
basically, the end person to possess the firearm did not go through the background check.
And it's not illegal for Kyle to go through a straw purchase. It's illegal for his friend to have bought the gun in a straw purchase.
Which gets weird because let's say...
Which is like, it's not illegal for me to buy drugs. It's illegal for you to sell it to me. It's the same thing. Yeah. It's not illegal for me to buy it. It's illegal for you to sell it to me.
Yeah.
It's illegal for me to possess it, like shit like that.
Yeah.
So
like
it's the same
if
thing.
I didn't have, let's say I really wanted to go out and buy this new gun. It's on sale and it's going to be, the sale's going to end this date. I don't have the cash on me. Donovan does. You're like, I'll go in and buy it for you. That's fine. And then after the purchase is done, we'll go through another FFL. I'll go through a background check. I'll pay a fee, and then he'll transfer it to me as a private sale. That's legal.
So long as you don't have a felony or anything.
Because you possess that, and then you go through the process. We go through a licensed person that can do that transaction.
It's just a resale, technically.
Yeah.
Because we live in Washington. If you're in Texas, you can.
Yeah.
Depending on the state. There are some states and you can. If you're in Texas, you can give guns away as a gift.
I'm assuming Chicago, wherever that state is, you can't.
No, you I don't believe so. And that's what I'm saying. In that state, you have to be 18 to own a rifle, and so it wasn't given to him yet. It was just given to him to possess. Yeah. Technically, quote unquote. This is
so
for
it was
anybody
illegal for him to own that, but not possess it.
Yes.
Right.
Was it true he was trying to become like a cadet or something like that?
He was in a fireman's cadet program, and he had done a summer program through it's the fire and police in his town in Antioch County, I believe it's called, are all part of the same thing. So it's a fire training, police training, EMT training combined summer cadet program that he was involved in. So yes and no.
Yeah, which is also enters into the fact of why he was here, because there are videos that you can see of the night that in question,
earlier in the day,
where he was literally going out. He was wearing his med kit and he was like helping people that got pepper sprayed. He was providing medical services that night. It wasn't the same night, I believe, or either that, or was it earlier?
It was earlier in that night. But I thought you were talking about him cleaning up shit. That was like
he was like
in the
cleaning
day,
graffiti and shit like that during the day and doing that kind of stuff. But
neither here nor there. I just thought that's what you were talking about.
There is. Outside of court, there's evidence of why contextually he was there, but I don't believe that
speaks
to
his statements.
I don't remember that being in the trial. I could be wrong about that, but
there it was, because it was brought into
why he was there.
It was in the trial because the prosecutor questioned a lot, like, "Oh, well, you're not an EMT, but you told this reporter that you were an EMT," and questioned his reasoning for being there and the validity of his reasoning. And
and also a lot of people have pointed to the fact that post-trial, we have come to find out that he's actually actively doing like classes and stuff, and he's working on becoming a nurse at this point. So it kind of
he finished high school,
post-trial, post-verdict. That's something people are looking at now to add credibility to the same exact argument people were having during the trial of why he was there. It's added some more context to that, and it appears as if he's making steps to go down that same EMS route, if you will, looking at being a nurse and helping people, that kind of stuff. But it still doesn't change the fact that I think we can all basically probably agree the kid should not have been there.
Right.
My outlook on it is
agree.
Much different than some people's. I say he shouldn't have been out there because he should have never. Two things should have happened, right? If I'm sitting here and I'm watching a town burn down, like let's say Seattle, I'm watching Seattle burn down. I'm not going to go over there and do anything about it. That's them. They're doing their own thing. But that's my own personal judgment, right? If
I am
Kyle,
also not going.
I understand if your family lives there and stuff like that, but the other half of my kind of reasoning behind my conclusion of why he shouldn't be in there is like, okay, let's say his dad lives in Kenosha. Why wasn't his dad down there? Why weren't the actual local communities of these people out there trying to stop the looting and the arson and all this stuff that was going on? Why weren't the own members of their community pushing back against this when the state decided that they were going to cut this entire neighborhood off and just let it all burn? Because the police were there, but they
were blocks.
formed a perimeter essentially and said,
that's the easiest way to do it. That's the easiest way to
It is.
just to contain the.
But if you are a citizen in that area and you are deciding that the state is willing to let my property, my livelihood, because these are all basically commercial districts and things like that, right?
Right.
People own those places.
The businesses.
And it didn't. Contrary to common belief, it's not like they're going to get a massive insurance payout and then be better off in the back end. No, a lot of these people, the cost of removing the rubble already exceeded the amount of money they were getting from the insurance companies.
Well, and in this,
and that's not right.
Wait, and in this particular case, and in a lot of cases, people's insurance does not cover civil unrest, and so all of these claims, during all of the what was rioting, right? Because I think we can all agree there was a certain portion of what happened in 2020 that was rioting. There were people that took advantage of what started as extremely peaceful protests that had positive intentions, and that's there are people that took advantage of that had the intent of social unrest and took advantage of that and warped the situations into what it became. I think that we can all agree that there were 1,000% people there with positive intention, and people who went there with negative intention to break shit, to steal shit, to burn things down.
Yep.
Right?
In the localized area of where this situation unfolded, this was not a protest at all. This was a rioting. In the particular scenario which these individuals were caught up or found themselves in or made themselves get to that point, that is what was happening. This was not the protest. This was the riot of the protest.
These car sources in particular were also minority-owned businesses that are then
The whole
being targeted by
neighborhood
the rioting that's used under the cover of racial justice, to destroy these buildings. Because that's one of the car lots. The cars were completely burnt. All of the cars. There's enormous video evidence of people lighting fires, other people trying to put them out. Like the arson, at the very least, was absolutely happening, and
including some of the people that Kyle ended up having to kill.
And one of my biggest issues, right, to your event of him not having to be there, to your effect of the police being there, they were blocks from when he shot these last people. They were blocks away. So in my opinion, of all of the different miscarriages of justice that happened in this scenario, right, it was not the trial that happened. It was the situation that unfolded that this child at the time felt that he needed to go there, because I don't agree that he had to. I don't agree that he had to be there, or that any of the people that rioted or tried to stop the riot or anything. I don't believe that anybody needed to be there, right? Especially not this 17-year-old kid. He didn't need to be there. The miscarriage of justice is that these things happened blocks away from the police officers, who are given effectively, apparently outside of these self-defense scenarios, a monopoly on control, on violence, on any type of anything, to do nothing, to allow these things to happen, to allow anybody to feel like they need to do that, when the argument is then displayed that he didn't need to be there. It's,
I mean, the monopoly of force that they do have at that point is literally the reason that sparked the protests, which then portions of became a riot when Jacob Blake was shot, because that was the Jacob Blake. That's what prompted that particular protest, and then later on
the subsequent
because
riots.
the protest generally ends in the evening. That's how these things generally work. Because everybody goes home, right?
Because they're not trying to fuck around. They're trying to,
and so then
bad shit happens at night.
Once the sun goes down, bad shit happens at night. There's not a lot of peaceful protests that are in the middle of the night. Sometimes, but this was not one of them. So
more often than not, they are in the daytime.
And so you run into that problem. These people were out doing these things. The cops weren't doing their job. The monopoly on force that they have caused the problem to occur. And we can argue all day whether or not, we're not going to talk about the Jacob Blake case, but, violence to no end is justified, period. And so,
especially from the fucking
no matter
state.
your outlook on your perspective on the Jacob Blake, shooting, none of this was justified, period, because you don't justify violence like this. This was insane. And so they're right there on the outskirts, and they're obviously not. It's like all of a sudden they went from level 10 to now level 2, and they're not going to go any higher than that. It's like they shot a dude earlier. I don't think the timeline's like that, but like for an analogy purpose, they shot a dude in the morning, and now they're going to let the city burn.
That's insanity.
It's weird.
Why did this happen? So there was a failure from the state level, and then there was a failure from the local level to have any kind of pushback, and then, there's a failure. I think Kyle's judgment to decide that he should go be a part of that situation.
1,000%.
Because why it's one thing when you're a full-grown adult in a community and shit's going down in your community. It's another thing to be like, my next door neighborhood is burning. I better run over there and save all those people that I don't know. So it complicates the situation. But I think we can all agree essentially, Kyle probably shouldn't have been there.
Yeah.
Period. Right? He should not have been there. So that it solves the problem of it was not illegal for him to be there, but morally, he should not have been there. I think that's where we all basically land. I think that's a very reasonable place to land, I think. I don't necessarily think you should think he should have been there, and I don't think necessarily under all circumstances he should not have been there, period, full stop. But
right. Because, at the point you're talking about where you're an adult, right? If something like that was happening in my community and I choose to do that, I choose to kid up and go out, I'd hate to, it's a policy decision.
Yeah.
It's a policy decision. It's whether or not you think that's the right thing to do. And it may not be, and it may be. I don't know. I don't know. I would never.
I think the situation would dictate. If a foreign nation, Red Dawn style, was parachuting into the town next door to you, that would be a different decision.
In my opinion,
than if there's a riot going on next door and be like, whatever.
In my opinion,
it's on them.
It's a very broad interpretation of the intention of the militia, right? In the constitutional context.
That's like
right
of the problem.
That this is a very personal thing, right? Mm-hmm. As a fit young American male, I feel it is my duty to be part of the militia. As part of the militia, I do not feel it is my duty to be unpaid private security for businesses in my community. I don't think that's my job. I think my job is to defend my community from a tyrannical government, from a foreign government, from anybody who wants to infringe on my constitutional rights. People who want to riot and burn shit down subsequent or after a peaceful protest does not infringe on my constitutional rights. That is not where my duty to be a militia member begins. I think that those people who went there all made a horrible decision because I think that is a gross, like I said, overreach of what my belief of what a militia is supposed to be. So,
like if there's rioters with torches walking across the bridge into Keyport, you're gonna kid up and be like, no, you're not burning all of our houses down.
It largely starts at my doorstep. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Businesses downtown, especially corporate ones, that's none of my business. That's not my responsibility to go out there and my plate carrier with my rifle to stop that shit. Yeah. That's not.
If downtown Paulsbo starts burning down right now, I don't feel like I'm gonna.
That's not my role.
Care. It's one thing if it's 15 minutes up the road or whatever. If it's right on my doorstep, very different. And if you're driving an hour plus to get to where the shit's popping off, I question your judgment.
And
Is that how far you drove?
No,
I've heard various things, just anecdotally.
Maybe people, collectively, because I think that his house was like 30 minutes from Damien's house, I think, and then they drove 10 minutes or whatever to. Yeah. So collectively, I think you could round it to about an hour. I don't know exactly what the timeline is. Yep. No. We can keep going. Yep. That's
As far as him, he doesn't really have anything affecting him, right? Due to the trial, right?
He's completely not guilty in all 5 charges. Yeah.
Yep.
And the 5 charges, Colin had them up earlier, like I said, are the homicides and endangering of safety of people that were around when he shot other people.
Yeah, various amounts of intentional attempted homicide, intentional homicide, and intentional reckless endangerment, essentially.
Because 2 people were killed and 1 person was shot additionally. Yep. And then there was
Richard McGinnis was
there was a reporter who was by the first person who was shot, and so that's one of the charges was for reckless endangerment of that reporter.
Yeah. His videos from that night are, by the way, fucking wild.
And then a similar.
He went over as soon as Kyle shot. It wasn't Rosenbaum. It was
Who's the
Richie
guy who was
immediately
chasing
there,
him?
like he takes off his shirt and he's trying to like give, first aid to Rosenbaum.
Render medical aid, yeah.
After he's dead, but and like the video of that is on the internet to this day, and this collectively when you watch all the on the ground footage from that night, it was a very. I don't know why anybody wanted to put themselves in that situation, like to before that actual localized area, watching the coverage of it. It's like literally the place was on fire. Buildings were fucking burning down all over this one district in Kenosha. Who thinks it's going to be a great idea that you want to go be a part of that?
So you guys are both familiar with the trial, though. So you guys feel pretty comfortable, like with the knowledge and everything.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we follow this one pretty closely over the last couple weeks.
And all the steps that it took from him arriving there with whoever his buddy was to the last person getting shot. What are all the steps? What are all the little key points, bullet points?
They broke down in a bunch of phases, and I couldn't go through. I think they went through like 6 events, and so I couldn't go through every event the way that they laid it down.
Yeah, just like the highlight of it.
So they arrive at the car place when it's still light outside,
Yep.
and they hang out there. They chill out front. They go inside. They go outside. As the evening carries on, there are some fires that start. There's some people that show up at the car source, and they deter the people from the car source. There are some people on top of the car source that have rifles. That there are some verbal interactions, and the riders on the ground are throwing rocks at people on top of the car source, which is the car building. Kyle Rittenhouse comes out of the car source after the rocks are thrown and hands up. Many people attest to this. He calms these people down. He's like, just go away, just go away. It's not like whatever. Eventually, those group of people do leave to go doing whatever they're doing. Kyle goes, I think there's 3 different car sources that are all owned by the same people. And so they're kind of traveling in between the 3 of them. And so Kyle goes to another one. He's putting out some fires and stuff like that. There is eventually... He goes to the gas station for some reason, and there's an interaction at the gas station between the first person that he kills, Rosenbaum, where he's running around saying, "N-word, shoot me, N-word, shoot me," like, oh, that guy's doing that. He's getting in people's faces. He tells Kyle and a couple other people, "If I find you alone tonight, I'm going to fucking kill you."
These are all documented?
All documented.
Like on video?
On video, there are multiple people that testify to this, that person told Kyle, Rosenbaum, the first person who was shot, told Kyle, "If I get you alone tonight, I'm going to fucking kill you."
Now, just a little segue, or just a little side note.
And I'm not...
Yeah, I know.
That's it. That's the fucking...
Yeah, I know. I mean, it is now because it's the trial, right?
That's the evidence as it lays out. I just think that's not the definitive, People say shit all the time,
That's what I'm trying to
told a lot of
do.
people, I'm going to fucking kill you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill you.
That's where I was about to go. So since he's like acting violence or whatever, inciting violence, you mentioned earlier, which actually kind of struck a chord, was there's videos of Kyle Rittenhouse there, but there's no actual physical reason or like a receipt, right? There's no physical evidence he was actually there, right?
Right.
So is audio one? Is audio a physical evidence of something happening?
Apparently
is it
not.
because it's violence?
Well, so it's different if you're, from my understanding, right? I'm not a lawyer, but just from what I've seen in the trial, there was also people who testified under oath that's what was said. So there's witness testimony of that, and because it's a verbal interaction and not proving someone's location, because I would assume, yes, we have video that was recorded in this area, and his voice is on this video, and he's on this video. It seems to me that FBI has a spy plane over top. They had a drone. So it seems to me like there's enough evidence to prove that he was there past curfew. I don't know. I don't understand how that wasn't proven. I truly don't understand it. I don't get it.
That's just my own.
I don't get it.
I don't.
Yes.
It's probably a prosecution fuck up.
And that's also what, because like a
The
sport
prosecutor was
within
terrible.
Yeah,
There's a few different instances of the prosecutor making egregious mistakes. And so we'll talk about that in a little bit. And so we say an interaction happens, so I'll fucking kill you if I find you alone tonight. And then eventually Kyle Rittenhouse leaves the gas station, right? And there is an interaction with some people down the road, and all this stuff happens very quickly after that, within like 20 minutes. And so Kyle moves a little bit away from the gas station, but he's still kind of near it, and I believe that he's trying to find other people. He goes to...
Was this when they were lighting, the dumpster was on fire? And
yes, they're trying to push it towards the gas station. They said they're pushing it towards the police. Either way, they're pushing the dumpster down the road. Kyle puts the dumpster out, and that's why he's at the gas station. And then they start... The verbal interaction happens at the gas station. Kyle starts to go and I believe try and find other people that he was supposed to be with. And during that interaction, he is still by himself. There's some very sketchy video evidence that comes out that we could talk to John about afterwards, because I'm sure he'll have a decent insight into it, that according to the prosecution, shows that Kyle Rittenhouse points his gun at somebody. That was never proven in court, but that was alleged by the prosecution. It was after that interaction that Joseph Rosenbaum, the first person that he shot, begins to chase Kyle. And so that's when he is chased, and they go in front of whatever that building was. It's like a car garage or something. I don't believe it's the car source, but it's another building that had cars there. And they go in front. Joseph Rosenbaum tries to throw something at Kyle, a bag filled with something.
It's the most hilarious object I've ever seen fly through the air.
I have no idea.
It's like he throws it so hard and it's so big.
It goes nowhere.
And then it's like, wait, what the fuck did he throw? Yeah, it's really weird looking.
Someone testified, Richie McGinnis, I believe, testified that it smelled like there was chemicals in it. There were a lot of chemical bombs that night, so it could have been that. It kind of looks like there's liquid in it. There could just be a bunch of shit in it. I have no idea. No one
could be throwing a pee bottle at.
No one proved what was in it, right? Earlier in the night, it looks like there's documents in it. There's other things later in the night that looks like there's liquid in it. So I have no idea. He tries to throw a bag at Kyle Rittenhouse. It's hilarious. He misses. It's a fucking terrible throw.
It looks like a bag too. It's
the
weirdest part of the story.
It's like a trash bag, like a liner in a small trash can, like at school. You know, the clear ones. Like that's what it is.
Super cheap clear ones.
What it is actually is a bag he was given from the jail. Right? There's dispute whether it was a mental hospital or a jail that he was released from earlier that day.
Rosenbaum?
Yes, he was released from jail or a mental institution earlier that day, and so this bag is his bag originally with all of his documents in it from the hospital or the jail, wherever he came from. I don't know for certain where he left. He does have a long history of pedophilia. He is a registered 5-time pedophile that was the first man shot by Kyle Rittenhouse.
Last number I heard was like 11.
It's documented. It's 1,000%, right?
One is too many. Doesn't matter.
These things, because all of the people shot had criminal histories, and I'm not positive, but all these people had criminal histories that were not allowed to be discussed in court, which I think is a bit of a mistake. Because in my personal opinion, even if it happened 10 years before, 15 years before, because Joseph Rosenbaum's pedophile cases were a while before, I still believe that could, especially in the case of Joseph Rosenbaum, speak to a proclivity to violence that obviously lends to Kyle Rittenhouse's case.
Well, you know, with like Gage Grosskreutz and the other guys, like
certainly they have aggravated assault charges.
They have aggravated assault charges, which could
speaks
add
to
who they were
right
in the situation.
So I think that's a mistake that those things weren't allowed, but it's either here nor there. They were not allowed to be discussed in court, so that wasn't brought up.
And can I just pause here?
Yes.
I just want to say, because I feel like we've been dishing out a lot of info Elijah's way, right?
Oh, I'm following everything.
So, that being said, just whatever little social media presence that you generally have, like, do some of the takes you're seeing from this situation give even the context that we've gotten thus far any justice?
No, of course not. But that's also like the shortage of like time everyone has, right? We're talking about freaking Vine 6 seconds, right? You only see like the first 2 sentences, and then people like to form their own headline. So, no, not at all. But I'm actively looking for the information. People don't do that. So.
Yeah,
honestly, the pulse on Reddit is like it's pretty reasonable. A lot of people are like,
Reddit seems to be the most reasonable of all social medias.
As I looked into it or whatever, it's like most people have come to the conclusion you said. It's like, it could have been avoided by a few preventative, wise decisions. But with where we're at, it's like a lot of like it was maybe the right decision for like the case given the circumstances. But
you made a lot of bad moves to get here, but this particular situation at that point in time, I get it. Moving on.
What do you think about the other side? I don't know. That's not very specific, but like the people who are holding him up, as like,
the
he's a
He's a hero,
badass
I think
kid.
that's a mistake.
Yeah,
I think that's a horrible mistake. This is at the time of the trial, right? He's a man. He's a grown man. He's 18 years old. You're grown, especially. And this is I actually wrote this down, right? Because this is I think the take. I don't know. I didn't hear it anymore, so hot take maybe, right? Ooh. At the time that Kyle decides that he's gonna grab a rifle and he's gonna go into town. He's making a man decision.
We literally were talking about
You're
that.
making a big man decision.
The second you grab that and actively took it in that car,
you're acting like a man. You're making.
You accepted whatever
decisions.
fate was happening.
Yes.
There's only one or two things that can happen.
Yep. Yes. When you are there, you're making big boy decisions. When you take people's lives, you're making big boy decisions. You're not making child decisions. You're making, regardless of how old you are, even if you're 10 years old, that's a big boy decision. Yeah. That's not a child's decision. That's a big boy decision, right? You made that choice, right? When you're on trial, you're a big boy. You're a man, right? I've called him a child because he was 17 at the time, and legally that's how he was classified. Like I said, at the time you want to act like a man. This is what can happen, right? I carry a gun every day with the full understanding that I might have to pull it and I might take someone's life. That's a decision I have to make at that time. And if you don't want to make that decision, don't carry a fucking gun. Don't carry a fucking gun, right? Yep. Yeah. That's your choice, right? And I don't subscribe to the ideology that you're a threat because you brought a gun. I don't agree with that because for the same reason, I carry a gun every single day. And I would be petrified at the idea that someone would see me trying to use my gun to defend myself or defend other people, and I would be instantly assumed to be a threat because of that. I think that's wrong. I understand it, but I also think, this is a bigger point that I want to get into later, I think that also feeds into the ideology and the talking point of, well, if he was black, it would have been different. Mm-hmm. I think that shows a disgusting social issue of what a gun is, what gun ownership means, what gun responsibility means. I think it's a gross misunderstanding of the way that things are presented contextually that I want to get into a little bit later, right? Because I want to make this man point here, and then we'll talk about the other thing a little bit later. I don't mean to tease anything, but
make your man point, Daddy.
My man point, right? The only time that I saw a child in this, right, is at the time when Kyle was, and there's been all kinds of hot takes on this, that people think that he's crying, it's fake, it's whatever, right?
Crocodile tears.
The only time, and this is my genuine opinion, the only time that I saw a child in all of this is when he broke down on the stand, because to me, I saw a child struggling to psychologically deal with what had happened that night, with having to take people's lives. He made big boy decisions. I don't take his accountability away from that. I think that people of all ages would be shaken by having to take two people's lives and shoot a third person. So I would attribute a 50-year-old man breaking down and crying to a child having to reel with having to take people's lives. And we can quarrel, not you and I, anybody, quarrel all day about whether or not he had to take anybody's lives or anything like that.
None of us know it's like genuine cry, so we don't really know.
And I don't know. That's my personal opinion, right?
He has an ugly cry, though. I think it's safe. He has an ugly cry.
Yeah,
if it is a genuine cry, it's a genuine cry. That's all I used to say,
And I think cry might be the wrong word because, again, the problem is here we're watching a human do a thing, and then we're all adding our own perspective on top of that based off of our own, essentially what you call biases. But like I didn't see a kid break down and cry on the stand. I saw a kid have a panic attack.
Which
often look similar,
very similar,
right, to a tantrum or something like that. Because like the confusion I saw in his eyes, like because I'm a guy that has panic attacks. I've been through that deal, and it's a weird deal. And I see some of that kind of stuff coming in when I personally look at what happened to him on that day when I watched it. And it affected me kind of emotionally because I felt bad instantly for somebody being on the public stage having a fucking panic attack. You don't want to be having it yourself, much less have anybody see it. But the blatant disregard for, I guess, any empathy towards it has been curious to me. But that, again, that's based off of my own bias of what I interpreted when I saw that. But that is, watching him break down on the stand certainly did, I think, speak more to
like you're saying, like he's like I've been thinking to him as a kid, like a child, like you're saying, like, oh, this poor kid, he's going through this whole thing, but like watching him on the stand break down because he told a portion of his story to a point, and he hit the point at which all of a sudden, like, this is the point at which I killed this person, and all of a sudden it came on like, I killed this person, and it just destroyed him for whatever reason. Obviously, it's got to be incredibly difficult to take a life like that. But getting more back to your point, though, of like, you didn't see a man on the stand at that point. You saw a child, because you knowingly taking your gun out everywhere you go all the time, concealed carrying all the time. You're prepared to, hoping you never have to deal with that situation if it arrives, right? I don't know if Kyle at that point, because he is so young, regardless of age, he is a child. I mean, let's face it. Today's 18-year-olds, they don't make them like they used to be. You know, there's a lot of man boys out there for a lot of various reasons, but I don't see a man up on the stand breaking down at that point. I see a child up there breaking down, having a panic attack, because he was not prepared. Prepared might be the wrong word, but he wasn't emotionally prepared to be doing the things that he might have purposely put himself in the situation to possibly have to do. Right? He chose to go up there. I think he chose to go up there not thinking about the actual real life consequences of having to kill someone.
Yeah.
Not knowing fully that when I'm going to insert myself into the situation, shit might pop off and I might have to kill somebody. Up close and personal.
Because of choices that I made.
Yes, because I decided to fucking go, period. You know he's having a breakdown at that point because he's reliving that moment at which he murdered somebody. I mean, he killed somebody.
And that's what I'd like,
murder.
and that's, I guess, my point, right?
Yeah.
And it would be the same point that I would say it's questionable to send kids that are 18 years old to fucking war, to
And that's
kill,
when I-
to
yeah,
kill
that's
people.
when I
You know what I'm
question,
saying?
like-
That at that age, you're not
Yeah.
nobody, and at most ages, people are not prepared mentally to deal with that.
No.
You know?
I don't think many people.
And that's why I would say, even if
Yeah.
a 50-year-old man, I would not fault. I would say the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
that's your inner child. And the same, maybe.
But the
So
minute
this,
you
hold
go
on,
down
this
the route,
it harkens back to a conversation that Jordan and I've had, right? That Joe Rogan's even said this, like, a long time ago. When he sees people, everyone's got kids, he just looks at like just big babies, you know,
Oh, yeah.
just big babies
He used
that
to be a
needed
baby
something, that
one
didn't
time.
get something, and like I'm not trying to put myself up anything, but like ever since having a kid, I very much look at people that same way. And there are times when I see people breaking down, you're being a baby right now. You are a little baby because something happened and you just reverted back to being a fucking baby. Like that just happened.
Yeah.
And so that's, I guess, like that's more of what I'm getting at. That like anybody, regardless of age, but especially because he was 17 at the time, like that's you're a little baby. You don't know how to deal with that, you know. And you could be like, say, you could be 50 years old, 70 years old,
Well, it's
kill
fucking
somebody, and
complicated,
then
bro.
do
You're
that
still
and break
a baby.
down like that. And so that's my point. Is just that's the only time. I don't know. That's the only time that I saw that. You know, every other time, regardless as a grown man, you made adult decisions. You made all of these things yourself. You know, I don't know. Maybe that was a weird point. I saw you thinking this whole time. What is your take on? What we just
I
talked
mean,
this
yeah,
morning?
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's not really much to say about that.
Because he is a child,
Yeah, I mean,
realistically.
I'm so stoic to the point where things that are already in motion are gonna happen. There's really not much for me to like change or like opinions for me to even add. It's almost not really worth it. So like when it comes to that, the way I see all of it is like we don't know him. There's so many different factors that go into it. Regardless whoever's right or wrong. Like we were saying, it's basically like a sport, right? So it's case versus lawyer versus lawyer with the judge and the jury, and you know. So there's just so many different factors, but regardless if his cryo is like, I didn't see it, so I don't necessarily know. So I'm just saying I don't know. I seen like things about it. I'm like, all right, well, you know, at face value, like it's a pretty ugly cry. But if it's a genuine like thing, it was like, you know,
It's
you're not
ugly,
supposed
though.
to have a pretty
There's no
one.
question about
yeah,
that.
no, that's
It's
just
not
like
pretty.
me like making light of the situation. But
Yeah.
him breaking down, I mean, it is what it is. I don't know.
Doesn't change what happened.
That's just for me
And
not
probably
being.
nor should it, right? Like in the justice system.
I would assume
if
it
somebody
didn't.
breaks down
Hopefully.
on
Certainly, it
stand,
shouldn't
like,
adjust
should,
anything.
right?
No, I definitely am not saying
Yeah.
that it should affect anything at all. And that's
But the
why
bad takes.
that's why I'm very clear that these are all grown man decisions. This
Yeah.
is the only time in which, for a moment, I regarded this person as a child. You know what I'm saying? Even. I said I've called him a child here, but I still personally regard, even at 17, when you did these things, you were a man. You're acting as a man. You're no longer acting as a child. You're making grown man decisions.
And there's other crimes and stuff that comes into play. Like a lot of like when people do things and they're right on the line between like 17 and 18, regardless of the crime, there's tons of crimes where like this 17-year-old is being charged as an adult because they're children doing adult things. They're doing the big boy things, and so it enters into that realm. And I think this is certainly a case of. I mean, do you think it's a detriment that people have been referring to him as a child?
I think,
Like,
I
it's
think
weird
it's not
because,
good.
like-
I don't think
Yeah.
that it helps because it's
We
it's
don't put children through the court of
contextually
justice.
accurate, but it's dishonest in my opinion.
Yeah.
To say, this child, this and this, the way the conservatives are doing, I think is dishonest. I know for the same reason I just said,
Because
you
by
fucked
definition-
around. You chose to make
Yeah.
a big man decision. That's not. These are not decisions that should be made by children, which is why
Yeah.
legally you're not supposed to own it because you shouldn't be making that decision. Probably even at 18,
Yeah.
but especially not before that.
Which kind of speaks to like the adopting that as the narrative to adopting the concept of him as a child is disingenuous from the get-go because we don't put children through the standard like system of justice.
No,
He's in the system of justice, which means what he did on the adult level.
Yeah.
So
He was tried as an adult.
Yeah.
That's
So let's put that one on a fault for the conservatives on this side.
Yes.
Because there's been a lot of the bad takes from that, like you were talking about earlier, the kind of like the hero worship almost. Like he's one of the greatest Americans ever to.
Yeah.
No, man, he was a kid that put himself in a bad situation, and he had to defend himself, and that's what we're arguing about. But like,
Can I bring up?
Yeah.
So-
before you do, I have to pump the socials really quick. Just
Do it.
Sorry,
Okay.
not to interrupt you.
and then hit 3 afterwards.
Yeah, I'll hit 3 afterwards. So YouTube, Salt of the Streets, obviously, Instagram.com/SaltOfTheStreets, Patreon.com/SaltOfTheStreets, Discord, Salt of the Streets, SaltOfTheStreets.com for all this information. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at Alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Comments at Big Bird Off on both those things. Movember.com. Donovan Phillips, if you want to donate to my page. Patreon, I already said that. Swell Blended, if you need haircuts, swellblended.com. Location, Skate Shop, Downtown Bremerton, upper left, obviously, and PNW Nils on Spotify, on iTunes, on everywhere, on YouTube, Dr. Sly on YouTube and on Instagram. I believe that is everything. What were you going to say, John? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh no, it's okay. So trying to keep it all straight. So we're saying like he like pretty much shouldn't have been there. That was a goof, and there's some like weird technicalities with the guns.
Horrible decision.
Yeah, so it's like he has poor decision making, right?
Yes.
So he made the wrong choices. So is there any way that he should have been necessarily like reprimanded? Because the way I look at it is like the legal professionals who we have designated as responsible for the event of crowd control or safety are like the police pretty much, right?
Yes.
And if the people who are the professionals designated for this are choosing actions that are
Abdicating
conservative or different,
responsibility.
or I don't even know necessarily. This is where there's another point of contention. Like if the police, maybe they're doing the right thing, maybe they're not doing the right thing. Let's say the best people we have trained to do this job are choosing to not engage with the riot, right? Like in France, a lot of the times, right, there's different crowd control measures, and some of it's
Shit
like
crazy.
funneling. There isn't necessarily let's go in there and like problem solve 1v1 against everyone who's like having a hard time.
That's probably a mistake.
Right, so the best people in the in this industry, ideally, or if they're not doing it right, okay, well, is he doing the right thing? Is he choosing? And my one thing where I'm like, okay, this is not like legally okay, self-defense. There's no way I could ever prove that it wasn't self-defense. But when I watch the video, he's running away from this person, and just knowing myself, like if my number one thing, because it's like okay, if I have to think about using a gun and all this stuff, it's like ideally if I can move myself, that's better than having to kill someone. Because, like, as an adult, you're like, I don't want to have to deal with all this shit for the rest of my life. Like you said, it's a big boy decision. You got to really think about that. And there's some consequences. And it's like, he's running away. He has some distance. They throw a balloon at him. And then he turns around. At one point, he turns around. And then he shoots that guy, right?
He turns around and
because he hears somebody, and then
behind him.
Yeah.
okay, so then he thinks he needs to defend himself.
He doesn't know yet. It's allegedly Zeminski, who was the guy a couple that the Rosenbaum was hanging out with earlier that night. And so there's a gunshot that goes off behind him. The defense alleges that was Zeminski potentially taking a pot shot at Rittenhouse, because their theory is that Rosenbaum had organized a trap with Zeminski to chase Kyle Rittenhouse to an area where Zeminski could shoot him. That's the defense theory, right? There isn't huge evidence to corroborate that, but that's the defense's theory, right? And that's what helps justify the self-defense.
The turning around.
Legally. Yes.
And that's where I think
he picks his rifle, not trying to argue, but just he picks his rifle up, points it at Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum continues to run to him, and so he drops it again and turns and runs.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've seen him like running and all this stuff, but it's like at a judgment level. Clearly he made the choice like I need to protect myself and stuff. But we're like, okay, he doesn't have great judgment, and when you bring a hammer, a lot of your problems start looking like nails, right?
Certainly.
So is there any way to like through the like liturgy teach him, or I guess bring justice to the situation if he's like, okay, people have died because of like poor decision making, like yeah, like maybe you could have like run away. Like I think in his situation, if you hear a gunshot, if I'm being honest, yeah, I'm probably gonna turn around. Yeah, I think I'm engaged. But also I have this thing that's like gunshots can be answered right now with a gun. I can do that, and so it's like I wonder how much. You know, like how much was he on his mind? Like now, like when am I gonna have to shoot people? When's the right time? And like he didn't maybe have the right line for himself, or he did, right? I think there's like a fine like debate with that, but I think it was also like what you're saying too. Yeah, and then it's like yeah, I don't think he understood. I think it's horrible that they use Call of Duty, but it probably was a lot like headshotting a dude in Call of Duty isn't as cool as it, or in real life is not as cool as it is like in a video game. So when he's like, oh fuck, like firing a gun into another human is not like this is for real. Like I could believe the
and you can see
the
that
trauma
when he
or
walks
whatever.
back around and after he shoots Rosenbaum and he looks
Oh,
at
he's
other
fucked
people
up.
are red and red, he's like, oh fuck, like I just shot this guy. I
Yeah,
just
when he's
shot
looking
this
at
person
brains.
who's dead now.
he's fucked
and
up.
there's so a certain aspect of it that I think is the age, right? That when you're 17, your processing skills of everything are not there. So again, if he's not even considering, I might actually have to use this when I bring it with me. If he just thinks this gun is going to be enough of a deterrent, that I'll never have to use it, which is a fucking stupid thing to think, right? I don't think that when I leave my gun every day. Statistically, it is, but I shouldn't operate under that idea, right? If that's what he's thinking, then he probably hasn't considered what the red line is for now it's time to shoot, right? Another issue is I believe in this state he has a duty to retreat, right? And that's part of the running, that you have a duty to retreat. And before you use your gun, right? Because for self-defense, you have to reasonably believe that your life is going to be taken or seriously impaired immediately to be able to use deadly force, right? At least in Wisconsin. And that's another issue, that it changes a little bit in every state.
Yeah,
in some places you have a castle doctrine. In some places you have a stand your ground law where you don't have to run at all.
Yeah.
In some places you have to run until you cannot run anymore at all. You have to be against a
That's
wall,
interesting.
and then you can turn and shoot. In some places, you have to put up a fight, and that's what the defense argued. You know, is that he should have fist fought and then used his gun. As a gun owner, I think that
I would not have
stupid.
fist fought this dude with a gun on
As someone
me.
who conceal
What?
carries, even, I am not going to get in a fist fight with you and then decide I'm going to draw. What if you see my gun? What if you see it in that fist fight and you take it from me? Fuck that. I'm not doing that. I'm going to deter you. I'm going to push you away. I'm going to draw, show you that I have a gun, and if you continue to proceed, I'm going to fucking shoot you. You know what I'm saying? I'm a grown-ass man. I know, 27, I'm way too old to be fist-fighting fucking anybody, anywhere, in a bar, anything. I got a kid. Last minute announcement, we got another kid on the way. Jordan's pregnant.
Congrats.
That's so.
Congrats.
Hey, there it is.
There it is. So,
There it
yeah, I got another one on the way. I'm way too old to be doing
Yeah.
that shit. You know what I'm saying? A double dad. I don't need to be fucking fist-fighting anybody.
Jordan in the chat, is
you know?
he gonna get pissed?
That's no. If they announce it at work and stuff, it's all fine. So, and that's obviously it's contextual. You know, I'm not saying I'm just gonna fucking shoot anybody who tries to fist fight, but so that's another issue is that it's different in every state what that line is for when lethal self-defense or lethal force is authorized.
Yeah.
And so, especially if you're, I don't know, if you're 17 or if you're just a regular fucking person, I don't know what all of the differences are, you know, because it's probably different in Illinois than it is in Wisconsin. So even in his own home state, the authorization for deadly force could be completely different than it is in Wisconsin. I have no idea what those things are.
Well, like there was that case that just happened in Chicago recently with two gangs going at it in the street.
Jesus Christ,
There
did
was
you hear
like
this? 70
seven
rounds of, I think, five
or
people and
seven
70 rounds that they
Yeah.
exchanged in open street in Chicago.
Yeah.
No one is charged because the DA is calling it
Mutual combat.
Mutual combat.
They only get hurt.
You know, 5 people got
Yes.
killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 people died. But they decided
No
that
one's being
because it was
charged.
an agreed upon.
Mutual combat is something we
mutual
have
combat.
even in Washington. that
That's
is
for,
meant
like,
to cover
punching each other,
for
right?
fist fights. If you and I decide for whatever reason we're going to throw down, the cops will not intervene. If Colin is there to say no, they agreed, they're in. The
They're
cops
in
will
this.
not. It's mutual combat.
That's
That's what that
hilarious.
is meant to encounter. Not you and I deciding to exchange fucking rounds across an avenue where people are existing and living their lives.
Slightly
That is not
different.
mutual combat. And if that's what we're going to start calling mutual combat, there's about to be a lot of bad shit that happens in a lot of cities around the country.
Cops are like none of our business,
Yeah.
Well,
honestly.
that's the most dangerous-
Like,
that's the most
not really
dangerous-
our thing.
That's the most dangerous part, in my opinion, is you're setting a precedent now. You just set a precedent that 5 people can die with 70 rounds being exchanged across the street, and you're not going to do anything. It's mutual combat.
It really-
Other cities can use that as precedent now. Other states can use it. You can take that to Supreme Court if this goes up high enough, right? And it's set as law, as precedent. You
Yep,
can then
that's the
take that
court
to the
case.
fucking Supreme Court and try and set a new precedent for mutual combat nationwide for exchanging rounds across the street.
All I'm saying is
That's a
I
dangerous fucking game to play.
I did not mean for that to go all the way to the Supreme Court, gentlemen. That was
But
just
could it
to
not?
illustrate
I know, but could it
the
not?
diversity.
Yeah, it could, yeah.
It
It
probably
definitely
will
could.
now.
Like, that's my concern. You know?
But my point was just
Yeah,
to
I'm so
illustrate
sorry.
the diversity in gun laws
crazy.
between two states.
Yes. Yes.
Because it is a weird precedent to set. But if that's the precedent they set in Illinois, then that
Right.
and that
so-
might not be the precedent when you drive half hour across into another state, even though it might feel like the same community.
Right.
That's
So,
what I was
But
trying
even
to
like, okay, so
contextualize.
like car manslaughter, it's just like, hey man, sucks to suck. You
Unintentional
fucked up.
manslaughter.
You fucked up driving, dog.
Yeah.
You fucking
People
drive, but you also
died.
kill somebody.
What happens now? And it's like, pay more attention is like the real message, probably. Maybe it's more specific, but it's
like
mostly
a true car accident.
like a fucking car
Okay.
accident. Like I'm hard pressed to imagine you're not even doing like a couple months or something like that.
Like a
Like
DUI
some things
without the
like
alcohol.
depends on
yes,
the, on
something
the, again,
probably
it's
happens.
contextual, you know.
Yeah.
But I would imagine if there's culpability or negligence to be implied, then that's when the unintentional manslaughter comes into play.
That's what I say.
I love like we're at this point. I'm like, man, I remember we started talking about Kyle Rittenhouse.
But that's what I'm saying with
So,
Kyle. Like,
I
did
think
he
this is all
do
relevant.
anything? Did he do anything where it's like, maybe there's some way there's like just like is the sentence really like, yeah, just go home? Like,
Well,
I mean, he has the
so-
cultural repercussions, right?
Certainly.
Yeah.
But legally, is there
he's-
any like, hey man, probably shouldn't choose these options again?
He's
Like,
also
here's
still
some
open
classes.
for a civil trial. The families of the people who died can still sue him in civil court. And so he can end up in an OJ situation and pay all of the money he makes for the rest of his life to these people because he killed them.
Yeah.
Right? Because
Gotcha.
All
they
the
were
defamation
found. They
lawsuits
still
are
were
gonna go
found
to
to
the
be
family.
aggressors, and he still defended himself. Self-defense, technically, legally, right?
Yep.
But they can still sue him for wrongful death in a civil court.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Alright, so he's
Interesting.
not going to jail, but he's
Correct.
Still,
He could
Yeah, he's
still
still
have
on
to
it.
pay
It's
them
civil.
of just $1 bajillion for the rest of his life.
I wonder
Um,
if Gates Grosskreutz is going to add.
Which at least to me
come
feels
out. I
more
don't
like, okay, so we're not just accepting
Yeah.
that this is the type of shit that's cool, I guess. If
Yeah,
you like,
and
if
that's-
all of the rules end up being all right for you, you can maybe
Yeah.
even replicate a situation where you're like, no man, I was all good.
That's
I'm
this whole
like
thing is. I don't think is really. I think the only people who win in this, are people who carry guns
Two-way
that
people.
could potentially have to defend themselves. Those are the only people who run away
Yes.
with any kind of win here. No one else got anything positive out of this, right? Because no one, the people who died, regardless of what you want to say about them, because the one guy beat up his girlfriend, the one guy raped a bunch of kids. I know, like, by all accounts, you could probably say they're terrible people, right? Their families still love them. Their families still miss them. Their families still don't receive justice from this situation here, right? There's still something to be said for the people who love them and care about them.
Yeah.
I think.
And there was a quote actually that was reported directly from Timcast. I think it was Cassandra Fairbanks that wrote the report, but got a hold of, wasn't Grossman's girlfriend.
Rosenbaum's girlfriend.
Was it Rosenbaum's
The first guy
girlfriend?
shot at the gas or at the
And
car, whatever.
Her message essentially was, what does, because she was asked, what does justice look like for you? She said, justice looks like Kyle finding love and realizing at some point what he took from me. And so when he has an understanding of what love is like, he took that from her when he ended up killing Rosenbaum. And that was her message to Kyle after that. That's what her message was of what justice would look like for that. And I think that speaks very, very deeply to, like, honestly, like, the humanity of his girlfriend. Because if she can say, justice for me is, there's nothing that can bring him back. You can lock him in a cage. I don't care. It doesn't really matter. I want him to feel to understand, not feel, but understand the loss that I got out of this situation to the people that were left over. Regardless of whether or not the dude was a massive piece of shit or not, somebody still loved him.
Yeah.
And that's what would be her justice in this, is Kyle understanding ultimately the effect of his actions to the third party. And I thought that was a really touching quote, for one, and just a really fucking, like, for lack of a better term, based outlook on life.
Yeah.
From his girlfriend. I was like, that is powerful shit right there, man.
Yeah, it's never simple, right? It's like easy to be like, well, he's a pedophile, so it's good, right? It's good.
Right. There are a lot of
net
people,
positive,
good.
good.
On that same tilt.
Yeah.
But it's like, clearly this woman who's wise enough to be like, I don't feel hatred for you. I just wish you understood, because then you would not act like this, maybe. And then it's
powerful.
like, and so that person is saying like, no, I love this guy,
right?
Who like everyone else is like, no, he's scum. He deserves to die. However he went. And that just shows, it's like, well, this person's innocent, and now she, or like, her whole world, or we don't know what the fuck her situation was.
Right.
Like, now it's just tragedy for her, and it's like easy to be like, no, it's good that Rosenbaum died or whatever.
Yeah, no,
or
I
like,
think the best take that I've seen is that hopefully Kyle Rittenhouse takes what was just given to him and leads a very successful and positive life.
Yeah.
He, regardless of whatever, he was just given the gift of freedom. You are free now. So I hope that you do nothing else but lead an exceedingly positive life.
Be exceptional.
You
go out into the world and be an exceptional human being. That's your job, man.
Yeah, there's some like weight to it, no matter what.
Like I said, I don't see anybody else, really who wins out of this. No one gets, regardless of what you think about that kid, he's got to live with the fact that he took 2 lives and shot somebody for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
I don't know how I would deal with that. I don't know how anybody deals with that. There are a lot of people who don't deal with that very well. So I don't know.
For the rest of his life, everybody's gonna hate him too.
Oh, 1,000%. There's going to be a whole, at least half of this country that absolutely fucking hate him. There are people that already hate him and believe false things about him. Yeah. People believe. Let's talk about this for a second, right? Because there are people who believe that he's a white supremacist. There's 2 people that believe that the people he killed.
Out last night.
There are still people that are saying the people he killed were black.
Yes.
No one involved in the situation was black or a person of color other than Kyle Rittenhouse, who apparently is some form of Hispanic. And no one knew until yesterday when he got released and totally out of jail.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, the whole portion of these takes is that he's a white supremacist. Joe Biden, famously in one of his ads, used an image of Kyle immediately after mentioning white supremacy in this country. An image of Kyle Rittenhouse walking down the street. There's no evidence they completely destroyed his, not destroyed, they completely took apart and decoded everything in his phone, all of his social media, all of his everything. There is not a single piece of evidence that he has any affiliation with any white supremacist or extremist groups at all.
Wait, what's the white power thing?
Still saying
white power.
When
people do that.
But there was a photo where he did the white power thing.
That's
right?
There's also cops who have been arrested for doing that. That have no, they're.
Donegan as
it's widely disputed because even when we
So
were
it's
in
just
high school,
controversial.
even when we were in high school, it's the fucking circle.
Yeah, but
He
he's
did
doing that, right?
There's
Nowadays, though,
that.
do you think he
Now-
knows? It's like pretty intentional.
What I'm
looking.
saying now is that because when it first started, that was taken as such a meme of stupidity by
Yes.
conservatives. Now they do it as a.
it became a meme.
It's not a dog whistle because they're not trying to catch anybody's attention. It's a meme to like, you guys are so fucking stupid, liberal media, that we're gonna do this to. I'm not defending it here or there, right? There are certainly people that argue it's a white supremacist signal. I don't know that. What I know is I consume a lot of conservative content for my job, and I know that
from your job.
is this not our job? And
This is.
and so
Yeah.
I know that when that became huge and police officers were suspended and then immediately reinstated when it was found nothing was there, the conservatives latched onto that as a sign of the stupidity of corporate media and are now using it as a meme to stupidly try and it's like Let's Go Brandon. It's like the same thing, you know.
Yeah.
Now they're using it as like, you guys are fucking idiots, you know. He also took a bunch of pictures of people after he got released, people that are the same conservatives that are now calling him a hero. You know what I'm saying? As soon as he gets out of jail, because Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, paid his bail, right?
Yeah.
My Pillow guy pays his bail. He gets out. He goes to like a bar or something like
That's
that.
what I'm talking
right.
about, yeah.
Goes to the bar. The same people who are now calling him a hero were the same people that took pictures with him then.
Yeah.
Right. It's a horrible fucking mistake. I don't think that that's a good idea. You shouldn't be taking pictures of people who are Proud Boys, who are fucking whatever, because they just use that against you in court.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know him. What I know legally in the case, the only thing presented to show his white supremacist affiliation is these pictures that came out after he was released from jail.
That's what I was
Yeah.
going to use, yeah.
And what I would say is that if those people are already in Kenosha, waiting for him to get out of jail because it was only in jail for 2 days or something like that before Mike Lindell paid his bail. They're sitting there. They're still trying to protest in favor of Kyle Rittenhouse because they're trying to champion him as some type of fucking hero. They're hanging out in a bar. If Kyle Rittenhouse shows up, they're absolutely going to try and take a picture with him.
Yeah. Victim of circumstance, not knowing. Because really what it kind of boils down to, it's almost like insider baseball, like, what's the right word for those people? The super political aficionados, the people like you and me that are deep set into the cultural and political, wavelength of the country. It's really an insider joke based off of the stupidity of the corporate media and all this stuff, but a lot of normies, if you will, still don't understand that. And if the corporate media says that means white power, and then a lot of people are going to adopt that. Whereas the people that are both of the age that we are, that have been subject to the circle game, because obviously you worked at Bennick when I did. The circle game was a thing. I hated it, but it is what it is. Became a meme adopted within those corners of people that were kind of like tapping into these veins of commentary and political awareness and social awareness and all this stuff, and all the podcasts and all the YouTube videos and all this stuff, and then using it as a meme to say, fuck the corporate press. This doesn't mean I'm white supremacist because I'm playing the stupid circle game. You guys are a bunch of idiots. Like you said before, it's the exact same thing as the Let's Go Brandon thing went global. I mean, this thing went viral in a sense that the circle game thing did not. The circle game white power, crossover. Let's Go Brandon went the same direction, but then it went mainstream, and then everybody adopted it. Versus the circle game as
it's still like a kitsch
diminutive
meme conservative thing.
Yeah, it's still a kitsch meme in the conservative circles for only those people that are really involved in that realm.
So let me say this.
Gotcha.
I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse. I cannot tell you definitively without a shadow of a doubt that he is not aligned with white supremacists. I don't know. I wouldn't defend him one way or another because I don't give a shit. It's none of my business what he does to himself.
Yeah.
What I can say is that, like I said, the only evidence, quote unquote, that would indicate that he is part of any type of extremist or white supremacist group is those pictures that came out after he was released from jail, which to me seem, and you could disagree, I'd be happy to hear. I know because
Who's Mike Lindell?
Mike Lindell is the guy who
My
owns My
Pillow
Pillow,
motherfucker.
the company My Pillow.
Why did he bail him out?
Because
he
Mike
is a-
Lindell
he is
fancies
a public
himself.
figure.
He fancies himself a conservative.
He was real
public
good
figure.
homies with Donald
He-
Trump. He
looked a lot into the election. That he was like,
Yeah.
all of the
Funded-
machines are fucking, the turnovers, and he's a fucking idiot
So
conservative.
what? He
guy.
just wanted to do a solid. Like, what's the actual reason? Why he
Okay,
voted
so GoFundMe, right? There was a
Yep,
GoFundMe for Kyle Rittenhouse's
Okay.
defense fund and for his bail initially. That GoFundMe shut down. And so when GoFundMe shut down his defense fund, Mike Lindell stepped in
Who? Okay.
to pay for it because GoFundMe wouldn't allow them to do it.
Yeah. So who started the GoFundMe? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Probably his mom or something like that.
Oh, yeah,
Some
probably
person.
one of his friends or something, or, I don't know.
Yeah, it could have been anybody.
And the GoFundMe came out yesterday and said that they took it down. This is neither here nor there. It's also the company, but
They said they took it down because they don't allow people something about murdering, and at the time he was a suspected murderer. So they weren't. Like I said, I don't.
That makes
Yeah,
makes sense to me.
I don't give a fuck. It's not. I think
you do what you do.
it is what it is. It's your company. Somebody stepped in and did it anyway. So obviously at the time I was a shitty move, but it was whatever. I don't care.
The dude still makes good pillows. From what I hear.
I don't know. I don't have a Michael. I don't have any connection to Michael Lindell. But yeah, so Michael Lindell, ever since the 2020 election especially, has fancied himself a very conservative public figure. So he stepped in to pay for his bail after GoFundMe canceled the GoFundMe.
And I don't want to be the guy to get us back on track.
No, we're doing it.
But-
This is all.
We kind of made it as far as the progress of the situation
Yes.
as it unfolded, kind of up until the point that he shot at the Zeminskis.
We
We haven't really gone past that.
Correct. So Rosenbaum, because this is
Rosenbaum
when.
engaged Gross Royce.
Correct. So he's running from Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum throws it back. Right. He turns around because he hears the gunshot. Kyle Rittenhouse turns around because he hears the gunshot. He points the gun briefly at Rosenbaum, who continues to advance. So he turns around and continues to run. They then reach a combination of cars. Kyle Rittenhouse testifies that the FBI drone footage that came out after the trial already started, which is a whole other issue, seems to indicate there is a large group of people there that were not dispersed by the initial Zeminski gunshot. And so when Kyle Rittenhouse reaches the cars, there are still people there that are blocking his ability to leave that area, which is at the time that he turns around again. Rosenbaum is still advancing. Rosenbaum lunges toward him. Kyle Rittenhouse then shoots him 4 times. Right? And so there is evidence corroborating the lunging, both in the video, and also there are burn marks and soot marks on Rosenbaum's hand to indicate that he was reaching for Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. There's Kyle Rittenhouse testifies he was reaching for his gun, so that seems to be what the case was. And after that, Kyle Rittenhouse comes back around the cars. You can see in the video, some people are immediately rendering aid to Rosenbaum. Kyle Rittenhouse stands there for a brief second. He places a phone call to his friend Dominic Black, says, "I just shot somebody." Dominic Black says, "Come back to wherever, or go to the police," or whatever the fuck he tells him, right? And that's when people start yelling at Kyle Rittenhouse, he just shot somebody, he just shot somebody, and so then he starts to run away. And it's when he's running away that other people then start to follow because people are yelling at him, right? And he's then allegedly running towards the police. At this point, he's running towards the police line to supposedly turn himself in, right? And it's on the way there that someone hits him over the head and knocks him over, and then someone comes in with a skateboard and hits him in the head with a skateboard. A fourth person who they never identified, they called him Jump Kick Man, comes in and that's literally all they ever called him was Jump Kick Man. It was really weird. I don't know why that is. Oh, because that guy never came forward. He never came forward to testify. But
Which is weird because the prosecution had the legal ability to make him testify by offering him immunity.
with the Zeminskis also, and that came out later of questions. Apparently the prosecution has the power to nullify your Fifth Amendment rights to not testify against yourself by giving you immunity.
If the prosecution is the state. Because the state has the power to withdraw your Fifth Amendment right because they offer you the ability to not be prosecuted that you might divulge within your Fifth Amendment protections.
Which is weird.
Which compels you to testify what you saw, even though you saw or did something during this time that would technically incriminate you. And so they offer immunity, and it
makes sense. That's just
forces
crazy.
you to testify because the only reason you don't want to testify is because it would incriminate yourself.
Isn't that fucked up?
That's crazy.
It's weird.
Yeah, so I just think a lot of people just learned that just during this trial. It was really weird.
deal.
Yeah.
That's
so-
really like the Fifth Amendment, but only if you offer me immunity.
Right.
Okay.
According to the state. Yeah, it's very weird. So jump kick man comes in, tries to kick him in the head. I think still disputed whether or not he does kick him in the head. I don't know. The guy with the skateboard, Anthony Huber, I think is his name. One guy gets shot immediately. Is it jump kick man that gets shot or a different guy that comes in? Anthony Huber, yeah. The guy with the skateboard, he takes another swing with the skateboard, and when he misses or doesn't make good enough contact, he tries to take the gun away from Kyle Rittenhouse, and that's when he gets shot in the chest.
Yes.
And then Kyle Rittenhouse is kind of turning around, and Gage Grosskreutz, who is the guy who has the pistol, comes in and kind of has the gun like low ready, and then when Kyle Rittenhouse turns around, he backs off and puts his hands up briefly. Hands up because he has the phone in one hand and the gun in the other hand. Sorry, I'm away from the microphone. Phone in one hand because he has live stream, and then the gun in the other hand. Briefly backs up and then kind of ducks down and then turns back towards Kyle, aims his gun at his head, and then gets shot in the arm. And his bicep is fucking exploded. And then obviously he turns around and starts to walk away. And that is when Kyle Rittenhouse gets up and starts to go towards the police.
And ultimately makes his way to the police line.
Yes, he runs for a little bit, and then he walks up like this. The police, some of the Bearcats, I believe they're the big vehicles, go past him. He's ignored by those first, not ignored, those first people are responding to the victims that are the people that were shot. And so they move on, and then eventually he is taken by one of the police, the patrol vehicles that are further in the back of the shot. And that's kind of where the series of events ends. Gage Grosskreutz, the guy with the pistol in his hand, testified under oath that he was not shot by Kyle Rittenhouse until he pointed his gun at his head. Later that day, maybe the next day, Gage Grosskreutz goes on to Good Morning America and lies on Good Morning America and says that he did not point his gun at Kyle Rittenhouse.
When you just said that,
He testified under
day
oath
before.
in court the day before. So either he perjured himself, right, which he belongs in prison for because that's a federal crime to lie in court, or he was lying on Good Morning America because he wanted to make himself look better,
yeah,
or
I'll
make
go
Kyle
with-
Rittenhouse look worse. I guess.
I'll go with the second one. He's just trying to get that.
So that's kind of the end of the events as they're discussed
On
in
the
the trial.
trial.
Do you have any questions about those things?
No,
No?
it all makes sense to me.
It's an unfortunate series of events.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then at the end of the day, the most important aspect of the trial is removing all the individuals out of the situation and putting yourself in Kyle's situation and saying, did I have the right to pull the trigger on those people in self-defense? And the jury ruled yes.
Because that's what the trial was about, right? There were a lot of people that tried to make the trial about different things, like, oh, you should never even have been there, or horrible decisions, or like anything like that, right? Obviously, we just all agreed on those things. He shouldn't have been there, made a series of enormously horrible decisions, but that's not what this trial was about. And a lot of people lost focus of that during the time. This trial was to figure out the circumstances around the deaths and shooting of these men, what happened, why it happened, and obviously potentially how it could have been avoided. And that was so misinterpreted. This one is the one that we were going on. You can
It's
also
on the shatter. Oh,
you want some of that?
This
Oh,
thing
so
is just fresh from last night.
There you go. So
okay. I'll go on this
Fuck
big.
yeah, if you want.
Quit.
yes.
He's like, I want that shatter, bro.
In each of those situations, it is like, there's a gun here, like, who's right? And it's like, fuck, man, like, that's a tough situation to be in. Like, someone's reaching for your gun,
And at the end of the day, people
and you're
die.
scared. People are trying to hit you with skateboards and shit. Like, that's GG. Somebody hits you with a fucking skateboard on the truck.
Bearings, bearings right
Well,
now.
That's a fucking weapon.
Funny
dude.
enough,
that thing
the
can
prosecution tried to argue that it wasn't.
Which that to me was like, bro, I've seen people with skateboard. Like, I know somebody who like had their forearm shattered just by some
Yes.
punks coming in, just like it's like a fucking it's like a mace. Almost.
It's a piece of aluminum. It's a solid hunk of aluminum.
Yeah, at the end of like a long
Yes.
stick, you could generate so
An
much
enormous
force.
piece of leverage. Yes. Yeah.
That's cracking your skull the fuck open. Like,
Yes.
if
And
it's
that's
connected.
exactly.
So.
It seems to be where Huber was aiming was to try and hit him in the head. I mean, what else are you going to try and hit somebody? You know. So yeah, there was a huge. The prosecution turned, in my opinion, and I'll say that turned it into Kyle Rittenhouse provoked
these events by being there with a firearm,
Yeah.
right? There are a lot of people who agree with that. And so this is a great point, right, for us to start talking about if he was black, right? Because I think that this is a very important discussion point, and I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. So
Yesterday, the Independent published an article stating that Kyle Rittenhouse killed 2 black people during that protest.
which obviously didn't happen.
Which did not happen.
Yes, that's happened. There was another publication in Germany that said the same thing, and I believe somewhere also in South America, because Glenn Greenwald was talking about it, that said the
Yeah.
same thing, and they were citing American media who
Yeah.
had said that same thing. And so it's just a horrible chain of different whatever journalists being a fucking horrible journalist.
Bill de Blasio, the mayor of New York City, coming out and still insisting yesterday that Kyle crossed state lines with an AR-15.
There was a ton of that yesterday
Like,
still, that he was crossing
That's
state
not
lines
right,
and stuff.
man.
So the idea of Kyle Rittenhouse being a threat or provocative because he has a firearm, right? This is something I've discussed with a lot of people, most notably, we talked about it before, Tommy H. that we went to school with.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll write this
H.
down for you because we're on
Because we're on the live
Oh,
stream.
gotcha.
So, just 1 second here.
Oh. It's been a wild 24
Oh, okay.
hours, man.
Right? That's
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
So we. Oh, okay. No. I was like, oh shit! I just thought I grabbed it. No. So unless I. No. Okay. I'm like, holy shit! That would be fucking stupid.
Double down. That's what
So
that's called.
him and I had long back and forth once. I think maybe even around this event, or around the protest of people being armed at the Capitol. That was the Washington State Capitol. About people being threatening because they're in possession of firearms. I think that this is a dangerous social issue that we're coming into.
Oh, yeah.
And it reminds me, or that we're discussing, because we're already here, it reminds me a lot of people, of the argument, right, or the discussion point that, because I'm not trying to belittle it, I think that it's very valid, that this would be different if Kyle Rittenhouse was black. I don't know. I would not say one way or another, because I don't know. I would never tell somebody they were wrong, because there's evidence, certainly video evidence, to indicate that may be true. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. If that is true, which it may be, I think, this is my personal opinion, it's indicative of several social issues that stem together. One of them that I would draw on, that I would think you understand because I discussed it with you before, would be the way that Americans are exposed to black Americans, black males specifically, with rifles and firearms, and white males specifically with firearms and rifles, right? This is anecdotal. One of the last times that I saw a video of a young black male walking around with an AR-15, he got out of his car at a fucking stoplight and unloaded a fucking 60-round mag into somebody else, right? The last time that I saw a bunch of white dudes, either at the Capitol, I see positive gun content all the time, right? There's an issue in a lot of regions, partially in the way that that's being presented in the media. That should not be the only way that black males are presented with firearms, is when they're committing crimes. Because there are countless young black males that are responsible gun owners today. Fucking Larry owns a gun. Doesn't take the shit out of his house because he thinks that it invites trouble. That's dangerous. Not for Larry, it's dangerous that the society is constructed in a way in which someone is afraid to carry their firearm because they believe that it invites trouble. That's his right, that's your right, that's John's right, my right, Colin's right, to carry a firearm to defend ourselves. Yeah. In no world should Larry feel like that invites trouble. He should feel like he's doing it and he can to defend himself. I think that that's extremely wrong, right? So in one way, it's the presentation of it. In another way, speaking to that, the time before I saw this video, it was the NFAC, the Not Fucking Around crew, right? Which, do you know who I'm talking about? Yeah. And those dudes had a whole bunch of negligent discharges at a whole bunch of their events. That does not look very good. If this is how you are going to present yourself, which I agree with, right? As a militia, everyone in this country is a part of the militia. And if this is how you're going to present yourself, you need to act responsible and not show people that you don't know what the fuck you're doing by having negligent discharges and shooting your own people on accident at your own events, right?
Yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Deeply troubled by that, because I said the entire time we saw it, I think that's incredibly positive. I think that's very positive for Americans to see black males specifically in kits with rifles because you have they all have just as much a right to do it as I do. And there shouldn't be a reason that it's more acceptable for me to do it as it is for fucking you to do it. You know? So I think that was a very positive thing until they start having negligent discharges. Another issue, which I don't necessarily blame anybody for, would be kind of what I was talking to about Larry and what I talked to you about and Micaiah and Denzel when all this happened, right? That another cultural issue is that, in my opinion, for understandable reasons, there is not enough proliferation of responsible firearm ownership among the black community. There needs to be way more of that. I understand the danger behind it. We talked about it, you know what I'm saying? I understand all of it. I understand all of that. But the only way to shift the culture is exposure, in my opinion. And that's why I am more than happy and said this to you and to all the other guys in Upper Left that I take you out anytime. I take you out to shoot anytime, you know, because I think that it's important that's proliferated. It's very important. And if the media is going to present it in the way that they're going to do, and certain groups are going to make themselves look irresponsible, then I think that it's important to shift the culture at the core by regular dudes like you and your friends being prolific firearm owners and showing people we are doing this responsibly and it's our fucking right to do it.
I'm a huge fan of this concept. I mean,
but what about? I guess I'm just thinking like all the people who are doing this, like you know, with the pulling out guns and killing each other and all the bad representation. Like, isn't it going to cost like money to get like to do it legally? Like, isn't that kind of the whole thing? Like to just give guns to anybody? If you're talking about
I'm not
like
saying giving guns to anybody.
No, that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about like to do it legally, like if they all need to be like responsible gun owners, isn't that just like a bunch of fucking like paperwork and money and classes and time spent?
Yeah.
Or, like
So
no.
Well, I think legally there is a very this is one of the areas in which I believe that the private sector, if you will, compared to the legal portion of it, responsible gun ownership is not something that is generally put into law anywhere. Responsible gun ownership is it's a pretty high bar that gun owners as a whole have kind of like embodied as an ethos, right? Every responsible gun owner knows you don't point a firearm at something that you don't intend to kill.
The four basic tenets of firearm safety.
You assume that every gun that you are handed is loaded. You know, like there's a list of things, and sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 15, depending on who you are as a responsible gun owner. The odds of legal statute matching that level of responsibility is, I would doubt that there is a single gun law on the books that matches that level of safety. It is not up to the law, in my opinion. It shouldn't be up to you. You shouldn't rely on it to be inscribed in law to be that the norm.
Isn't that what's going to save you, though? If shit hits the fan, like this Rittenhouse thing? Isn't that going to be like what actually saves you? Is this shit stuff that's actually written in law?
Depending on the situation.
Contextual.
Yeah.
Laws, right?
I can see it as in far as like liability.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah.
But at the end of the day, this is why like most, like as far as like federal gun laws go, for the most part, it's like possession. It's things of whether or not you're allowed to have this tool that we all know can
Ownership
do
and
X amount of
purchasing.
things, right?
Yeah.
And
Ownership, possession, and purchasing.
yeah, ownership, possession, and purchasing. But after that, like how you use the bandsaw, how you use the chainsaw, you don't inscribe that in law. That's just their common practiced safety procedures that you hold, right? Just because a gun is different than a chainsaw is the fact that it may not take as long to kill a person with a gun or with a chainsaw as it does with a gun, or vice versa. However, I'm trying to explain it.
yeah.
The point being, like, you can't have laws in the books that have like a point by point procedure of how you're responsibly supposed to use your firearm, right?
Let me answer this a different way.
Can I explain what I was trying to say, maybe? And I think it'll make it a little bit more clear. Like you're saying, like there's like a negative perception between like gun ownership and the black community, right?
Certain
Okay, because you're talking about like a fucking crime when somebody's like killing another person with a gun, right?
Because that's the way in corporate media it's presented.
So like,
Yeah.
I guess
when
at that
you see
point,
black males with firearms on corporate media, they're committing crimes.
yeah, and I guess it's like, are you trying to get these people who are like doing crimes to like start obeying the law or something, or like, are you just trying to?
First of all,
you're trying to
because
like,
people shouldn't be doing those things.
right? That's where I'm like, well,
That's no. My point goes in different directions, right? My point for the media is that the media should be presenting black gun ownership in a positive manner, because that's the way that everyone should view responsible gun ownership.
I see what you're saying.
My view on responsible gun ownership, my answer to your original question would be no. Legally, and paperwork, I feel, has very little to do with legal gun ownership. I happen to own guns that are with 80% lowers. They're unregistered with the federal government because they don't need to be. If they're finished, you can finish things yourself. You can print 3D guns. I don't think it's irresponsible to own a 3D printed firearm. I think that responsible gun ownership is making sure that it's stored safely, especially if other people have access to your home or you have children in your home. I think that responsible gun ownership is, like Colin said, following the 4 basic tenets of gun safety. I think that responsible gun ownership is proliferating the ideology, and not the ideology, but the idea of that to your friends, and taking your friends in and showing them how to be responsible, and checking other people when they're not being responsible.
Is it legal, though?
To what?
If you guys both have registered guns, or even if you don't, whatever, if we just took them out, are we legally bound to be able to shoot those?
Depends.
Yeah,
I can't give you a gun and you can't take that and then go and walk away with it because that's my gun. It's registered to me.
He's still
but I can
responsible
take
for
you
it.
out shooting and you can shoot my guns, and there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Okay.
Although
I can
what
even
you
there's even
do-
questionableness of me letting you borrow a gun to take to the range and go shooting and then
Yeah.
bring back to my house. There's like, that's legally fine, you know. If you're going to go to the gun range and then come back to my house, there's a gray area. There's question, you know. So I'm sure that the law would prefer that I be there with you, it depends.
Yeah,
you know.
'cause
Certainly
ultimately-
you also have to be shooting in a safe area. You know,
Yeah.
there are certain places you can shoot and can't shoot. At somebody's property who lives outside of city limits with more than 5 acres, you can shoot a gun and it's acceptable as long as the cops have not set up an arbitrary boundary inside of that, because that happens sometimes.
But ultimately, the registered gun owner is responsible for what happens to that gun.
Makes sense.
That's why that guy that gave Kyle the other gun is that's part of why he's being hemmed up at this point. But
That
like,
makes sense.
you know, so if we were to take you out shooting and we can let you use all of our guns, we are directly responsible for what you do with those. At
If
that
you
point.
shoot somebody after that, it's my responsibility
Yes.
because it's my gun, and you're
Yeah.
also responsibility because you're also responsible because you shot somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm also going to get in trouble because you did it with my gun.
Yeah. And it ain't gonna be light. It's not like a slap on the wrist.
Yeah,
either.
and that's why they're even like in this state in particular, there's laws. If somebody steals your gun and you don't report it, and then they use it in a crime, you can be held liable for that. That was part of C16
Yeah.
or 1639. So
What,
yeah,
in
it's
Canada
in
now?
Canada. No, 1639. There's also like we've talked a lot about 1639. They put in some arbitrary like education that you have to like an online course to get like an AR-15 and stuff, but you don't have to take that course to get a lower receiver for an AR-15. So you can build one on your own without taking that class. But if you want to buy a full one, you have to take this class. It took me 5 minutes online to click through. There's no questions. There's no anything. There's the only information there is safe storage and responsible gun ownership, the 4 basic tenets of gun safety and safe storage. That's the only thing that's covered in this course.
Yeah.
And like I said, it was free. It was online. It took me 5 minutes. But it was a whole thing that supposedly changes how safe AR-15s are in our state, because now you have to do this thing if you want to buy a complete one. But like I said, you can build one on your own with do you know what, like the lower receiver is?
No.
Do you have your AR in here?
Not in here.
No? Okay,
I can.
so no, it's okay.
If we were monetized on YouTube, this is where we would be monetized. Because you're not allowed to show firearms on YouTube.
So this is technically the receiver of my pistol, right? And on an AR-15, you have like the part that the barrel goes into, and that's technically 2 pieces. It splits in the middle,
Yeah.
and the bottom part that the trigger is in is the lower receiver.
Gotcha.
That's the only part of the gun that's serialized, and so that's the only part of the gun that you have to buy in a store or through an FFL. The barrel, the upper receiver, all that other stuff you can have sent to your house.
Yeah.
The only thing that's serialized is the lower receiver. So you can buy even an 80% one that's unfinished, and so you still have to drill some holes out of it, and those are not serialized at all. You can have them sent to your house and then finish them and then build them out.
Yeah.
And so that's unserialized, it's unregistered, it's everything, because it's considered like a project thing, you know, it's like a hobby. And so it's the same reason that you can 3D print a firearm. That I can take this part of my pistol, which is again the only serialized portion. You can see the serial number there. So it's the only serialized portion. I can print this on a 3D printer, and then buy this, the barrel, the spring, the trigger set, all this other stuff online, and have it sent to my house. That's totally legal. And that's, in my opinion, it's not irresponsible. Because I can do that. I could buy a 3D printer online right now and start doing that. And there's nothing irresponsible about that, as long as I'm responsible with what I do with it afterwards. If I start handing them out and fucking selling them and shit, that's very irresponsible. But if I just want to 3D print 90 Glocks and have them in my house, it's weird. It doesn't really make that much sense. But it's not, in my opinion, it's not irresponsible. I think it's a waste of time, but I don't think it's irresponsible. And that's...
What list you ended up saying that?
I don't know. Something there.
So I guess what I'm thinking also then though is like, if the issue is that the media is like overrepresenting like the black community like and gun ownership with crime, and like that's the issue because like white people might do crime with guns too, but they're mostly showing like responsible civilians or citizens or whatever. Like is Eli getting a gun and like trying to represent the gun community more, is that going to change what these news sources are doing?
So
is that going to like...
That was the third tier of my discussion, right? If the corporate media is not going to adjust the way they're going to present, and I think it should do it regardless, but especially if the corporate media is not going to adjust the way that they are presenting black gun ownership, then I feel it's my opinion, it's your responsibility, but I don't judge you either way, because gun ownership is very personal, it's very whatever. I have some, you could consider them very radical views on gun ownership, so I would not judge anybody either way, but it's my responsibility, it's my view, it's everyone's responsibility to be a responsible gun owner and proliferate that idea throughout their social circle. Not gun ownership, but responsible gun ownership. And not impressing upon people that they should own guns, but that if they're going to, they need to be responsible about it. And I'm responsible about it. I don't mean me, but I mean like, if you're proliferating this, I would never tell anybody that, I guess I just did, but, I wouldn't forcefully tell anybody you should buy a firearm, because it's very personal, it's very personal. And that's why I offered you guys, that's why I wondered if you had considered the idea of it, it's very personal. And if you're not prepared to carry a firearm, I don't think you should. If you're not prepared to potentially take somebody's life, I don't think you should. If you're not prepared to be trained with it consistently, then I don't think you should, And that's not just for you, that's for anybody. Because I think that those things are part of being a responsible firearm owner. If you're not prepared to potentially use it, you should not own it.
Yeah.
If you're not prepared for the consequences of that, you should not own it. If you're not going to train yourself with it, you should not own it. It's a waste of time.
But should you be allowed to have it if you don't train yourself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you feel like it becomes more dangerous or too dangerous if people don't understand the tool that they're using and there's no like good ways to check if they do or not?
A gun in the hands of an irresponsible person is definitely more dangerous than in the hands of a responsible person. I would definitely concede that. And that's why I watch people when I hand them my guns. I watch them. And I don't just hand you a loaded gun first. I'm going to hand you my gun when it's unloaded, and I'm going to hand it with the slide open, so you know that it's open, and I'm not going to give you the opportunity to fuck up and see, fuck around with it. I'm then going to watch you with it. And if I don't like the way that you're handling it, if you have your finger on the trigger, I'm not going to go shooting with you. I'm not going to ask you to go out with me. And I'm not going to talk shit to you about it, but I'm not going to involve you in what I have going on, because I don't want to be around you if you're going to be irresponsible with it. We have a buddy. I'm totally willing to call him out. He's fixed it since then, and I'm not at all shitting on him, right? I did a gun training with my buddy Jake a while ago, and it was just a two-person, just him and I with the trainer, and when we were done, we were doing some rifle stuff, and we're up there, and Jake is in, he's getting ready to go, and the person who's training us sees that Jake already has the safety off his rifle. He's like one of the most finicky safety people I've ever been around my whole life. It's once he got up to the line to start a drill, he turned his safety off. He didn't wait for the drill to start, he just flipped it off, right? Irresponsible, in my opinion, right? In my opinion, in the way that I run it, right? If I don't have my eye to the optic, the safety's on. The moment my eye comes away from the optic, I turn the safety back on. If I'm running, if I'm anything, safety's on. If I'm not going to shoot, the safety's on. That was the way that he was doing it. If he's running a drill, the safety is just off the entire time. I don't do that, We talked about that in that time. Like, that's dangerous game to play. I said that at the time. I said to him, I said, if you listen when I'm running drills, you can hear me play with the safety because it's on. It is clicked on the whole time. When I'm standing there, I'm adjusting it. I'm not flicking it all the way. I'm just thumbing it. You know, just
knowing that it's still
waiting
right.
that it's ready. I'm just
right in the right
thumbing.
notch.
You can hear it in some of the videos we posted online. You can hear me run up to the board. You can hear the safety click, and then I start shooting. That's you know, if I had known that prior to knowing him personally, I probably wouldn't ask him to shoot me. I think it's irresponsible. You know, but we also talked about it as soon as it happened. Like, you shouldn't be doing that because it's one of my friends. I want to continue to shoot them. You know, so I'm not sure why I started talking about that.
Well, I think it just is interesting. That I like that you want to promote like responsible ownership and being able to protect yourself and stuff. I'm curious. Do you feel like the gun laws uphold like a rigorous standard, one that meets like the severity and like I don't know, like power and importance that like a gun gives you to deal with? Like, do you feel like the training is like proportionate to the responsibility that you have with a firearm? To like obtain one
that I do, or to obtain one
to get
to
one.
obtain
Yeah.
one, you don't have to get any training at all. Right? To get even a concealed pistol license, you don't have to obtain any training at all. At least in this state. In some states, you do. In this state, you pay the $50, $75, something like that.
$45.
$45. That's what it is at first. There's like a $10 administrative fee, I think, and it's cheaper when you renew. But I have mine, and you obviously you just pay the $50 and you do your fingerprints, and they send you your concealed pistol license in the mail. And that's because I just talked to Jordan about this last night. That's so funny. In our state constitution, the way that it is written out is that the state shall issue licenses for people to conceal carry firearms. In other states, like in New York and New Jersey in particular, it says the state may issue licenses to conceal carry. So in New Jersey, you have to provide a reason as to why you want to acquire a concealed pistol license, and self-defense is not a legitimate reason. You have to like be someone who runs money for a bank or something like that. Something that will provide a legitimate reason, in their opinion, as to why you need to conceal carry a gun. In New York, it's fucking like impossible. I don't even know what you have to do. There's all kinds of training and paperwork and stuff you have to do, and it's a very rigorous process. And like no one, or even hardly owns a gun in New York because it's like impossible to do. So it depends on where the training is. And I don't
agree that the legal, like doing
Right.
it through legal means, I don't think there's any way you can guarantee that anybody that buys a firearm is going to be responsible with it. I don't think there's a legal method to that. And so I think any gun law that's on the books now is just a bunch of infringements that don't actually get you anywhere.
A really good example, a potentially good example is like Alec Baldwin, somebody who's worked on a bajillion different movie sets and has had, you have to have gun training to work with firearms on a movie set.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a star, if you're going to be an actor and use firearms, train with them, you have to go through gun training. Yeah. So Alec Baldwin has unquestionably had tens of hours more gun training than I've had. He just shot somebody. He just killed somebody and shot somebody else. So I don't think the legal mandate of training is what sets the bar on people being responsible. I think that Alec Baldwin was extremely irresponsible at the very least by not checking a firearm before he pulled the trigger on it. That to me is a core fundamental of responsible gun ownership. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
I see you thinking.
No, I was just analyzing. I didn't know that detail.
Yes. So yeah, you have to have a certain amount of gun training. So I wouldn't. In my core belief, right? My core belief is that all gun laws are infringements. So I especially personally don't believe that the law would be the decider. But again, another example is like in our state, like I said, 1639. You have to. The whole idea is that they were going to pass this law so that we were going to mandate state training to make you more responsible with an AR-15. The state training took me 5 minutes online. The only thing that it taught me was, well, nothing because I knew all of it already, but safe gun storage, which is gun storage is a safe or a lockbox, and then the 4 basic tenets of firearm safety. Is that going to make me more responsible than AR-15? No. What's going to make me more responsible is my parents teaching me when I'm young, being exposed to it, understanding the consequences of irresponsibly handling a firearm. All of those things I feel are better teachers of gun safety than the law telling you what you have to do to get a gun.
Yeah, it's almost like something you can't.
So I can also pay for firearms training, but I don't have to listen. You know, I don't have to pay attention while I'm there.
Those safety values essentially inherent within you. Otherwise, if you choose not to do them, like you have to choose not to do them or do them. Like there's nothing legal about that. You can have it down on paper, but at the end of the day, it's not going to stop somebody from at any point in time changing their frame of mind and saying, fuck this, I don't care anymore. It's just I'm going to be unsafe with this thing. There's no way to actually prevent that. You know, you can try to push the concept of the training and the importance of the training as much as you want, but like Don said, like you can go to the training and not listen to anything you want, or pass the test and leave, and then just don't care anymore. It's up to the individual person
and
at the point in time.
I think other countries agree exactly with what you're saying and then make the opposite decision, which is that we cannot ensure that people are not going to be so irresponsible with this thing that they're not going to walk into public places and just start killing a lot of people quickly. And so they make it through their laws, right? They're also trying to discern, clearly we need guns to defend our country, and so we're going to have like a rigorous military process. We're going to have police forces who have guns, but we're also trying to not let irresponsible people get powerful weapons. And so they have a different place where they draw the line, and clearly you guys value responsible gun ownership. So how do you increase the number of responsible gun owners who are using it for responsible means, and the people who are irresponsible and want to do irresponsible things with it, and then they're just also benefiting from having powerful weapons around, you know?
So the first thing I would say is that there's nothing you as an individual can do to stop the irresponsible person from doing something irresponsible. You can't prevent future crime. There's just no way you can do that as an individual. The best you can do is try to do what we do and try to proliferate that amongst our friends and our associates, and try to instill those values within ourselves when we go out and do it ourselves. I mean,
wait, can I ask one thing just real quick about that? Mm-hmm. So do you think in England they don't have like a different result with like what happens in their country with like the number of gun incidents or whatever? Because you're saying like, well, if you can't stop
gun, if you
the crime,
remove the gun, you remove the gun incident statistic.
Okay.
And if you look, particular in the UK, which is essentially banned guns except for people with police, or the police, and they didn't even used to have guns. Hell, when the terrorist attack happened when I was in the UK, they still didn't have guns. That's when they started carrying guns.
Yeah, France. That happened.
They also don't have
the
a
amount
constitutionally
of
protected right to own firearms.
They don't. Yeah, but on the societal level, it doesn't stop somebody that wants to go try to kill somebody from killing somebody. The amount of knife attacks that you hear about coming from the UK are comparable to anywhere else. I mean, it's the amount of criminals trying to do something criminal. The tool they use to commit the crime, you can try to make as inconvenient as possible. You can try to ban the thing, like they do in Australia too. But at the end of the day, if somebody's going to want to try to go out and kill people, they're going to find a way to try to kill people. Regardless of what the instrument is.
They run them over with trucks is what they do.
Yeah.
That happens a lot in Europe too.
Happens.
Right.
And then now you got a dude with like a machete who you're like, well, fuck, that dude has a machete and I'm not good at sword fighting. Yeah. So equally problem.
Yeah, and that's why in America, when we have the foundational basis to reach back to the Constitution, where our entire society is based on liberty and freedom, we decide to put faith in people and humanity and our fellow man to be able to live responsibly. And so you should have the freedoms to be able to do these things, and we're not going to infringe on your right to do them. No other country in the world has that perspective when it comes to the government and society. Ours is the only one that does that. And so we have even more of a burden, I guess, than to proselytize the safety message, the responsible gun ownership message at that point. Because if there's people out in the world who don't have an option to do that, like you don't have an option to carry a gun, and then when somebody comes at you with a knife in the middle of the night, as you're coming home from the midnight shift or whatever the fuck you're doing, the state has resigned you to be unable to defend yourself in that situation, and you therefore have to die.
Or get really fucking good at knife fighting. Which is kind of sick too, right? But that's also
That
the
would be
meta,
sick,
right?
too. And all of a sudden, everybody in the society is
Then you have the Philippines, and we have all these knife martial arts. And shit.
But the concept of liberty has to maintain in America, and so we have to rely on the
William
fact
Wallace
that
says
we
that's
believe.
why I got good at sword fighting.
And I will say, William, to go back to way back in the day, I think he is or he was a member of the SCA too. I got a couple of
What
my
is that?
employees. John, do you know what
Society of Creative Anachronism. So
There you
they're
go.
just
Whoa,
like
what?
making up
They're like-
stuff. Like it's an out of time situation, right? It's like
They're
going
like
back to olden
Renaissance
times.
fair people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Hardcore guys that have like legit like garb from the time, and then they go. And
That's
they're,
like, yeah, Renaissance
sword
fair is
fight.
like
Oh, shit,
SCA.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got 1, 2, 3 employees now that are or used to be heavily involved with SCA.
It's like you want to be pirates or you want to be
Yeah.
like
That's
whatever.
weird, man.
It's a whole deal.
All right.
But again, I'll tie that back to liberty, because in America we decide that's fine, and you can build yourself some fucking swords, which are obviously dangerous weapons, but you can do that without any fucking permit. You can do whatever you want, right? So, because the government has put faith in its citizens to be responsible with the freedoms that you are born with, and don't feel the need to say no, you can't do that because you're going to hurt yourself. That's what I feel a lot of the other countries have done, and in their defense, we humans like to fuck each other up a lot, and we like to use weapons to do it because it's much better than with the hands, and it is what it is, man. We're not a clean fucking species. We do a lot of bad shit to each other.
And to their
Doesn't
detriment,
mean we shouldn't have the ability to do bad shit to each other.
and to their detriment, I would argue, John, because you said that a lot of those countries still recognize they have to be able to defend their country, right? To their detriment, I would argue that those citizens cannot defend themselves from their government.
Yeah.
And that's a huge issue. And we saw, specifically use China as an example, right? And it's an extreme example, but during coronavirus, right,
Get ready,
they were
China.
literally welding people into their homes.
Yeah.
They were literally welding people into their apartments.
Saw that shit.
You can't do that in America because you'll get shot in the fucking face. That's terrible. You know, I'm not trying to make light of that situation, but those people have no recourse against a tyrannical government at all. They have no way to control that, and that's why in Australia, they're building fucking quarantine camps that aren't going to be done for the next 3 years. Right in Austria, people who are unvaccinated are completely stuck in their homes and are completely locked down from everything at all. They have no recourse to interact with their government at all. Their government does not fear their populace at all, which is an extremely dangerous power dynamic to establish between a government and its people.
What's the old V for? I watched V for Vendetta last night when I was going to bed.
You ever
And I
seen the
made
movie?
it to the point.
Yeah.
It's a great movie. And he says, he's doing that speech and stuff like that. He says, people shouldn't be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people. And that's legit. Unless you want a king to rule over you that has the authority without you having any ability to fight back. That's the whole reason America was founded. It's basically un-American to believe that you should have a higher power over you without the ability to fight back.
Yeah, and I think that's where you see the trade-off relationship, because there's clearly downsides.
There's
Obviously,
clearly
it's always going to
downsides.
be a
Certainly
trade-off
for
relationship.
people, certainly.
But yeah, it
We
is
messy.
that was a topic that I always had to talk to the kids about, and they always wanted to
That's cool.
talk about when I was teaching them in France, and I was always taking the American side, and I was like,
Is that what you did when you went to France? Is teach?
Yeah, we were teaching, and in classes, I would sit down. We'd sit down and we would just talk with these high schoolers, and they really, really don't understand the
Just
guns
about being
thing.
in America and shit.
Yeah, but it specifically would be guns, because they're like, what the fuck, man? What's going on? Those things just kill kids at school, right? And it's like, okay, so you got to understand the United States, right? And then just the perspectives, and it's the history and the idea of the militia and how the country was built and the Wild West and how fucking citizens act, right? And it's they're guns, but back in the day it was swords, and it was something I wanted to talk about too a little bit, like you were saying,
Yes.
getting people to be comfortable. It's there were always people in society who are carrying swords around, who
Yes.
have swords and training, and it's they're gonna make people who don't have swords feel a little uneasy.
Yeah,
But also
more people should carry swords.
but everybody around is if you're a person who needs it's very normal to need to be able to defend yourself. If you're a man who has money, if you're carrying yourself a business, and so it's a similar
I'm just a guy.
right, and it's a cultural thing, I think, after a point too, because like you see like Switzerland, and it was just always a precedent that like you guys need to be responsible. This is a tool, and this is why we have it, and this is why you learn about it. And I met a Swiss guy a couple weeks ago, and when I was asking him about these questions, like what's it like, he's like, it really is just the education. It's really about teaching kids.
Yes.
It's about teaching, because you're not gonna be afraid of it. You're gonna understand the severity of it. He's like, we don't point it at anything, man. Like it's a big no
To the ground.
Yeah.
To the ground
And
to
that
the
was,
target.
and that's what I was gonna say. Is that in my opinion, the inherent fear in some people that is there, right, of firearms is in being uneducated.
It's unfamiliarity.
It's being unfamiliar, right?
It's a dangerous thing.
When I was raised that only cops need to carry firearms. Only cops need guns. We had one in the house the whole time that I didn't know. But my mom was telling me only cops need guns, you know? So even until I started owning them myself prolifically, I was still nervous with them. I'd only shot them a handful of times. I didn't really understand them, you know? It's a lack of education, and it's a lack of contextual understanding that when people see a gun, they immediately think threat. And that's why I was talking earlier about anybody carrying a firearm. That shouldn't be provocative. It shouldn't be threatening. It shouldn't be anything. It should be understood that unless there are other things in this scenario that are indicating to me that I need to feel threatened, this person having a gun in their hand, unless contextually, obviously, is not an inherent threat to me. If you see me walk into a mall with a gun, you should definitely keep your eyes on me. You know what I'm saying? You can, by what we have seen in America, you can deduce I am probably not there for good means, whether it is to commit a mass shooting or just to try and fucking clout chase and do a Second Amendment, what do they call it? Second Amendment audit on a police officer. That's like a lot of young kids, especially who are just getting, have you ever heard this term before, Second Amendment audit?
No.
It's a very...
Just checking to see if they like
So,
know all the rules and they're
young
gonna have a gun to
kids
push them.
especially,
Do you know
who
I
have
can carry
just
this?
got their firearms, will take anything they can, full on kit, magazines, any publicly legal weapon they can, and just walk through a public place, walk through a Walmart or walk through a public park somewhere to wait to get the cops called on them, so they can test to see how the cops are going to respond.
That seems like a really bad
It's a dangerous
idea.
game to play.
It's extremely dangerous game to play. Just a few years ago, there was a kid who did it in a Walmart, and an off-duty firefighter held him at gunpoint on the ground until the police got there. You're awfully lucky he didn't shoot you in the fucking face.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to discriminate a little bit less if I see that. You know, if I'm at Walmart, like I said, and I see you walking with an AR-15, I'm not going to shoot you immediately. I'm definitely going to tuck a corner and probably draw my gun and be like, "What the fuck is this about?" You know. Definitely not going to shoot immediately because I don't know. It's legal to open carry here. I think it's really fucking stupid, but people do it. If you want to carry open carry rifle. You're going to make a lot of people uncomfortable, you know, because a lot of people, even not, it'll make me uncomfortable. Why the fuck are you doing that? That's weird. That's really weird behavior that you're doing. That's very odd, you know.
That's why I'm such an advocate for
not-
like, concealed carry.
But not
It's
because he has a gun, because contextually that's out of place. You know, that's very weird to be in a Walmart and someone to just walk in with an AR-15. It's very out of place contextually.
I will say, and I've been to places in this state. Like you go back east, some of them small towns. It is not uncommon to be driving down a downtown, you know, boulevard in some tiny little town that's been there for over 100 years, and see people walking around with guns on their hips.
Big old blasters,
But that is what they do in that area.
Culturally, that's more
Generally
acceptable.
speaking.
You got to be able to kill farm animals if you have farm animals.
Well,
kinds of shit, yeah.
That's just the way they live out there. So that's what they do, and that's fucking go to town. I don't care.
I've
But,
only
like,
seen a
generally
handful
speaking, that's
of people
not the deal.
here.
And but I like, that's why I advocate so much for like the concealed carry, is because if you have, you've heard the term like an armed society is a polite society, right? Well, yeah, but if everybody is wearing their swords, then it's blatant as earlier to be to everybody to see, and so like, you know, what is to stop society from essentially becoming like a lie to your face society because everybody's armed and everybody's afraid they're going to get whacked at some point. Whereas if everybody's concealed carrying, you don't know, but you should assume that everybody has a gun on them, and so an armed society is a polite society. But you don't need to try to broadcast it. It's kind of a virtue signal in my mind for a lot of people that open carry for no reason in areas where it's not publicly accepted, which is most places.
Right.
But yeah, that's why I like the concealed carry portion of it, because it's like it's built to allow citizens to be able to carry a firearm to defend themselves in their community or wherever they're at, whatever the situation is,
but without trying to advertise it. It's like if you're concealed carrying, nobody should ever know you have a firearm on you at all. And the only time anybody will ever know is if you're in the very unfortunate situation where you have to use it. And then it comes out and then it goes away and that's it. But
isn't it kind of annoying to conceal carry? Like, you can't, like, just, like, do a cartwheel whenever you want, right? Like, you got to think about how you move your body a little bit.
The only thing, right? I weigh 235 pounds. The gun that I carry
you ain't doing no cartwheel anyway.
No, I'm not doing cartwheels. The gun that I carry is
Throw
a full-size Glock 20 10mm firearm.
That is a
Completely
massive
gun. It's a
to
completely full-size
conceal
gun,
carry.
4.5, 4.6 inch barrel, 15 in one round magazine, 15 plus one. So all that, I don't have any problem carrying. The only issue I ever have is going to the bathroom in public. That's the only issue I ever have. I can push it over to the side and still kind of like pull out and do whatever at a urinal, but it's much easier to just tuck it into a stall. I take it out, put it on my arm, I just go pee and then go. Only issue I ever have.
Is there certain spots you're supposed to conceal it at?
Like on your body. The most common is like appendix. So I carry appendix, which is just in the front, anywhere from here to here, right? There are a lot of people that will carry at 4 o'clock, which is like right here. A lot of people, especially when they first start, will carry right at 6 o'clock and small their back because they're really scared about printing and like people noticing and stuff. In reality, the only people who's going to notice you have a gun is somebody like me who's also carrying a gun. Because I'm looking to see if you have a gun. You're not going to notice if I have a gun on me. You don't know what to look for. You know, so even if you see it catch a little bit, you're not going to think immediately that guy had a fucking gun. And I might think that because I see it, but I also see it fucking concealed carrying, so I don't have anything to be worried about. You know, so that's very common. But appendix is slowly becoming the most common, especially because a lot of the more prolific holster style is one like this with an attached second magazine that's set at kind of an angle. And so then you can have a whole other magazine that you're carrying on your person. There's a company called T-Rex Arms that made the original one. It's called the Sidecar, and they just upgraded their holster. That there's a hinge on here that you can take it off, and you can put just another clip on here, like a clip like this, I mean, or you can put a tourniquet holder on there. And so if I wanted to carry a tourniquet on me at the same time, I could still carry a tourniquet because I have medical in my car. I have an expanded medical kit in my car, and it's something that I train with, and then I'm actively looking for courses to take and stuff like that because I recognize I'm far more likely, and many people do, recognize they're far more likely to use medical equipment than never use a firearm. So it's very common for people to carry tourniquets in there now, to always have an extra tourniquet on them. They have a handcuff attachment for like undercover police officers. They have a spare rifle magazine attachment for, if you're doing operations or something and you need that. So that's very common, that more modular style, especially the wing, for people to have a little bit more ammunition and also a full-size firearm at the same time. Or another magazine and a compact firearm, Colin Skinny, he could have a hard time carrying a full-size gun, but he could carry a compact gun and then also have that extra full magazine in case he really needed it, because smaller ones only have 9 or maybe 12 rounds in them or something like that. But like a full-size Glock is like 17, 19 rounds in it. It's a big difference. Somebody who's big like me can take a bunch of rounds of 9mm to the chest and still go. Especially if I'm on drugs or something. There's no telling that I've seen videos of people literally taking 12 rounds of 9 to the chest, still walking forward. Part of the reason that I carry this fucking huge handgun is because that is 40 grains heavier than a 9mm bullet, and it's got a lot more powder behind it. Because it definitely won't take 9 of these to stop somebody even my size.
Does this decock, like mine, when you like cycle it, you have to kind of like decock like a hammer or something?
No,
like
you
that?
can just pull the trigger in the same
you can like
direction,
drive.
it'll be fine. Yeah, you can drive fire. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Gotcha. I don't really want to, but
No, and that's because of the Glock. Because it's a Glock, there's no safety on it. There's no external safety on it. There's just this inner trigger part here.
Yeah.
It's a press safety, so you have to press the trigger
Yeah.
back correctly.
so you can only like disengage it by driving. Because mine has like the pins in the back. You can like press. I don't really remember what I have.
Yeah,
it's some 9mm.
You can dry
I have.
fire, no problem. But like if you press on the side of the trigger,
And it won't do. You have to have your finger all the way through it, but it won't fuck anything up there. Speaking of the responsibility side, right? The one thing I meant to bring up earlier, there are a lot of people, like I carry the one in the chamber. There are a lot of people that think that's irresponsible. That
I
think
don't
it's not
do
safe,
one in the chamber.
I
have to,
carry
like,
one,
cock and put
carry one
change
in the chamber, appendix all the time.
I think there's definitely an advantage to it, and that's where like I'm like, okay, well, I'll take the risk of like being a little bit slower for like the like, but I'm not keeping it on my person either. I'm not at that stage, so I don't need it as quickly, right?
At my house, I don't. When I get home, especially because I have a kid at home, when I get home, I take it out of the holster, I take the magazine out, I get the round down, and then I put the magazine back in and put it on the shelf. Everything else in my house is locked up. All the other firearms are locked up at all times. I have one that's up on a shelf that is accessible at all times. If I go out of my house, it goes in my bag. If I'm going to be in my yard, it just goes in the back. If I'm going to leave the house, it goes in the appendix. I don't. And I used to not carry with one in the chamber. And then I saw so many videos of people getting run up on immediately. You don't have time to take out, rack, and then go. And I don't want to take the chance that I'm going to have to do that. So if I am in a scenario in which I'm this close and somebody decides I don't have time to pull up my shirt and then rack it and then shoot. I need to pull and shoot. I don't even have time to aim down the sights. I need to be familiar also with my natural point of aim so that I can draw and shoot and know that I'm hit and not be fucking far off to the left or whatever the fuck. You know, that's like I train that almost every time I go shooting. Is my concealed carry draw to make sure that I can pull out and barely draw and barely sight it to make sure that it's going to be okay. You know, the natural point of aim is like a huge thing. Dry fire is a huge thing. I dry fire every single day. Every single day. That's a huge part that I think is part of being a responsible gun ownership, that you're not going to learn at even a course that you spend 3 days at, that you spend several $100s for. If you fire off 1,000 rounds, it's still not going to get you as familiar with your gun as dry firing for 5 minutes every single day.
Yeah, I think this is the mentality thing I was trying to highlight with Francis. Like, Americans think very much, like, we value very much, like, possibility. Like, in any given scenario, like, what's the best option I can have? And, like, in France, truly, I would talk to, like, my, like, coworkers and other teachers and all this stuff. I'm like, so what is your plan if somebody comes in your house? Like, do you have something to defend yourself? Like, are you ready? And they're like, no, what? No. We call the police and then hide and then run away. Get out of your house. They're like, some of them were kind of joking, like, oh, yeah, maybe I'll grab a knife and, like, try to, like, aren't you worried? Like, people have guns here. They're like, yeah. And I'm like, so somebody could come to your house and try to hurt you. I'm like, even as kids, like, we put bats under our bed. Yeah, we're taught to fight. Like, we're ready to do something about it, right? Like, we're afraid of
monster beating stick underneath my bed.
No, I think that's weird.
And that's how that's where I'm like, I need to know every possibility. So, like, I've done research, right? Like, this is kind of weird. Like, I don't enjoy this. I see it almost as like a fear sort of thing. Like, but like on Reddit, there's a subreddit called Gunfights, and you can see a lot of these exchanges and videos, and like in Brazil, in certain situations, like people pull up on, and you know, my mom coming from the Philippines in dangerous places, it's like not uncommon for people to come up on quick vehicles.
That shit happens in Manila, yeah.
Exactly. So then it's like, well, two people are pulling up on a motorcycle and they see them, and then these guys are about to get robbed, and then they act coy, and then the dude just pulls his gun out and then fucking kills these two guys who just showed up to kill them on a motorcycle, right? Yeah. If he had pulled it out and made a, you know, maybe he dies right there. Exactly. You know what I mean? So it's like different scenarios. You also see, like, when you're talking about the 70 rounds on the street, people are bad at fucking shooting each other.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And shooting each other is really, really hard.
If
you don't know and you're just like, if I point it at it, that'll hit him, right? Yeah. That's not going to work very well. Like,
so let's
try that shit in Call of Duty, bro.
Well, so let's take it back to Kyle Rittenhouse for a second, right? Because one of the questions that came up was when he shot Gage Grossman, the guy with the gun, because the prosecutor alleged that, oh, well, he had a pistol, so he could have shot you, you know, from 20, 30, 40 yards away. Certainly that's true. If you ever fired a handgun, which I know you have, right? It's not easy, right? It's not easy to hit this target from even 5 yards away or 7 yards away.
With concentration,
with breath.
I'm
so
standing.
If you're then talking about somebody who is chasing down another individual who is under perception, they think they're going to be attacked, they're going to whatever. I'm definitely not going to be able to shoot you with one hand from 40 yards away. That dude's going to close in as close as possible and then shoot. And so there was a huge question of like, oh, well, how do you even know he was a threat to you if he didn't shoot you from this far away, you know? He got this close to you, then how do you know he's going to shoot you then? Because he's going to hit me if he's fucking this close to me. If he's 30 yards away, he's probably not going to hit me. I wouldn't be scared if he was 30 yards away.
Here,
Exactly.
Dude, I'm going to start jogging swiftly to the side, and I'm like, my evasiveness has increased. Like, people can't hit moving targets. They're not practiced fucking shooting moving targets.
I was trying to smack ducks out of the sky a couple weeks ago, man, and that's hard enough when you got a scatter pattern in your favor and the ducks are coming in at full fucking speed from left to right. You can't hit shit, man. It is I mean,
No, when we
I nail a few, so I feel like I could take some bragging rights there. But,
You gotta know. There's
you're
some
not gonna
know-how.
shoot a
Like,
you're not going to shoot a pistol accurately at a moving target
No.
at say 25 yards unless you're
With
trained
one hand.
to do that every single
this is
day.
this is one debate I would have growing up with like people who are a little bit more on the like no gun side of it. They're like, if I have a gun, I would shoot him like judiciously in the hand to disarm him. I'm like, motherfucker,
Yeah,
you have
sure.
not shot
shoot him
enough
in the
guns.
leg.
They're, I'm
Okay.
like, cops, like they're trying. Well, I guess the cop. How often do they actually shoot things up
not
to
as
debate.
often as they should.
But like
Most of the time.
nobody's like fucking snipering your like trigger finger off so then
No.
you drop the gun and shit. It's like there's a center of mass thing for a reason. It's because guns are complicated.
Yeah.
Like it's not like it's not simple.
with a handgun. And
only,
that's like
only Bruce Willis can do that shit in the movies.
Exactly.
when we go shooting, we run drills. Like we'll go out 70 yards or whatever, and shoot from out here, run in a little bit, 2 different barricades, shoot from here, run in a little bit, shoot from in there. And even just that running, bringing up your heart rate, it makes it way fucking harder to shoot accurately. So I can't imagine, like I said, if you were at the highest, the most beats per minute you could possibly be at, I can't imagine how you could try and shoot anything accurately with one hand from any type of distance,
Yeah.
So it was a crazy argument that aligned with a skateboard is not a weapon type of deal. That's like that's a dumb fucking thing that you just said. It's like I'm here with you. This was bad, but that's a stupid fucking thing you just said as somebody who's trying to put this kid in jail. So,
Well, I hate to say it, dude. We've been 4:45. Yeah, I know.
Just
See how
flying.
terrible it is? Sit here, we have fun, and next thing you know, 5 hours gone by.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
could probably kill 10 minutes off of that from the intro, but I mean,
well, there you go, boys.
that's about it, man.
Well, hopefully
See
we're
how
not
it
holding you
happens?
guys up from anything.
There you
No,
go.
you're good, man.
Yeah.
Set aside
No, yeah,
time.
we had time.
Well,
today.
I will just be the first one to say it has been an absolute pleasure to have you fine gentlemen in here this evening.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
We're gonna talk sports a little bit. Before
Yeah, we
go
do have
home.
to talk a little bit of sports, and then we'll hit the line.
Yep. I actually
Yeah.
just have a quote this week. It's not a proper closing line.
Oh.
So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Sports! Yep, okay. So the first thing I want to
Damn.
talk about, Calvin Ridley, right?
Yeah, okay.
So Calvin Ridley is a wide receiver of the Falcons. You watch football, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you play
yeah.
fantasy football,
Yeah,
and shit,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. So Calvin Ridley, do you have Calvin Ridley in any of your leagues?
No.
No. So I had him in my dynasty league, and then I had him in one other league. So Calvin Ridley is a wide receiver for the Falcons, who was having some injury issues. Also, the Falcons are terrible. And then 3 weeks ago, after an injury issue, he came out, I think, the day before game and said that it was personal issues. That's what he was
Personal,
having.
yeah.
He was having personal issues the few weeks before. Played one game, was gone again for personal issues, and then said, I think before the game, I'm done with football. I'm quitting football. He's like potentially at the height of his career. I mean, I think he's in a contract year this year.
Jesus.
Maybe just got signed to
Like
a
the
new
number
one.
one option
He's
on that team.
Number one option on the Falcons. Yeah, and it still is not
It's got some shit.
public.
going on.
Yeah, what exactly is going on? At least to my
No,
understanding.
it's just personal reasons.
Just personal issues.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's
Poor guy.
very weird. And
Yeah.
that's when it's happening. Fantasy football does weird things to people, where like an injury happens and people are like, "Oh, fuck that guy!" Like that guy just tore his ACL. Like I don't. What do you mean, fuck that guy? Like he
Fuck
just
him. That's
he
what
just
I mean.
tore his
It's costing
ACL.
me money.
And that's I saw a lot of that with this, and people are like, "Oh, that guy's a pussy. That's fucking whatever." And like, which I think is weird. To
Yeah.
be first, no one knows what's happening in his life. What if his fucking whole family just died? Is he a
To
pussy
walk away
because he
from
wants to
something
take
like
time?
that, man?
His whole family just died, and not
Yeah.
that's what happened. But no one
Benefit of the
knows,
doubt,
right?
Dude.
So
You're a pro football player and you're getting paid millions of dollars, and if you say you got to step out for personal reasons, there seems economically seems like a bad idea. So I would assume there's a good reason.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, so I thought that was really weird. And when people were talking about it at work, that was not their talking point. But I was like, it's concerning that you've gone, but that's when I'm genuinely concerned. Like, what is happening in your life
Has
that
to be
you're
something
going to
major,
step
yeah.
away from millions of dollars every game and like your love, obviously,
Done it
you're
your
doing
whole
as a
life,
profession.
yeah.
You're going to walk away from this potentially forever because of something happening in your life. Yeah, so
I hope it's something like small and hill based. It's like, no, man, I'm just not into this, so I'm walking away from all this money.
that's why I said Matt Ryan. The Falcons are also fucking dog shit. So he
Yeah.
could be at like a, Megatron was better than Calvin Ridley's history-wise.
There's
And
a reason
Megatron
it's
was
Megatron.
at a point where he was like, I'm literally not going to
It's
get a
just
ring in
not worth
Detroit,
it.
so I'm just going to walk away.
Yeah.
I would rather be healthy and do something else. And now he like has a CBD company, I think, and
yeah.
he's doing
Hell
all
yeah,
that. Yeah,
dude.
Megatron was doing cool shit. I don't remember
Yeah.
what I saw him be interviewed on, but he was talking about weed, and I was like, I'm all about
Yeah.
it. There's a huge amount of players that are actively lobbying to try and get that adjusted because of how many people use
Well,
cannabis.
they don't test
yeah.
for it now in the NBA due to it.
There you go.
That's good.
Because of the amount of people that use it as a pain reliever and all kinds
Oh,
of shit,
yeah.
anti-inflammation, yeah. And also
Jesus,
just
man.
fucking, who doesn't like to get high? But
Go ahead and build yourself into the most
sizable, massive human being you could be, and then go run yourself at the equivalent of the same person over and over and over again at full speed.
Yes.
Right.
And then, yeah, no, you can't take anything for the pain.
Yes.
That's not highly addictive.
You can take opioids that we'll give
Yeah.
you here,
Yeah.
but that's all. You know,
Yeah,
that's
but
what
that's
we're
all.
gonna. Just one second.
Dude, my
here.
fantasy this year has been
It's
just a
taken.
bad situation
Yeah, it's just been
all around.
uneven season.
It's rough business.
Yeah.
I'm 1-9 in my work week.
I have never lost this much in a fantasy series, in a fantasy league, ever in my life.
Well,
I don't have a W yet.
He accidentally dropped Mike Evans.
And then I picked him back
like
up.
7 weeks in. Okay, so this is what happened.
I
we
got
have,
him
we have
back,
a
though.
fab league. No, you don't.
Don't I?
No. This
No,
is
fuck over.
this is what happened.
I spent all my money on it.
You didn't. That's what happened.
Damn it.
He,
He
we
said
are
spend every
we are
dollar you
in
have, and I was
a
like,
we
I'll
are
do
in a
50 left.
fab
Oh my
league,
God.
Yeah.
right? So there's a free. Or do you play fantasy football? So
Damn.
fab league. So it's a free agent acquisition budget. We have $200 fab. He accidentally dropped Mike Evans. Like, I cannot help you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm the commissioner. I cannot help
You
you.
done fucked
Like,
up?
what I would tell you is to put all $200 of your fab down to get Mike Evans, because there's only 3 other teams that had all $200 left,
Yeah.
and he only put down 150.
I
And
did.
someone
I
else
know I
put
spent all
down
my money.
someone else put down 180, and so he lost.
Son
Mike
of a
Evans.
bitch!
Pick it back up. I don't
That's
know.
how that went down.
I don't know what to tell you.
At this point, I was like, all right, it's over.
It is
I
what it
just
is.
try
Yes.
to
Thank you.
fight it out.
Staying in Tampa Bay, Antonio Brown allegedly used a fake vaccine card to
Yup.
gain access to the NFL, according to his ex-live-in chef.
Piece
The
of shit.
Buccaneers
What kind of narc is
came
that?
out with a statement saying that they received vaccination cards for all players and they were all approved by their back office staff. So either the chef is lying, or it was a super crazy legit fake, or the third option, the team was like, oh yeah, looks good, and just sent it through. And now we're like, I don't know, looks good to us. I don't know what to tell you.
Like,
I don't-
what kind of like verification mechanism are they using?
I don't know. Do
You
all
hand me
vaccine
your
cards
card,
look
cool.
the same? Are you guys vaccinated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yup.
Both of you guys? Do you have a vaccine card on you?
Hell yeah.
Can I see it?
Are you trying to steal my fucking vaccine
We're
card?
gonna make a copy of it, you know?
Alright.
I don't have
Yeah,
the card on
I
me.
do.
No, that's okay.
I heard
They
are
seem
photos.
kind of honestly extremely easy to replicate.
And that's when someone asked me about it. I was like, I would imagine it's mostly the quality of the paper,
Yeah.
and then also
Good card stock,
getting
you know?
a good enough
Yeah.
copy of the stamp, you know, or like the sticker. Like
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
yeah,
could
yeah.
if you could copy it to the point that it looked like you had a sticker on there, you could probably like a photocopy,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and then made it look like there was a sticker on there. You could probably,
They are relatively.
I don't know.
easy.
There's 3 stickers on there. I don't know.
See, the only time I ever had to get a vaccine passport was when I went to Ecuador, but
Thank you.
it was in your passport.
Oh,
Is when they
yeah,
did
yeah.
that. Like I had to go get a couple vaccines for it and went down, but like I'd never actually seen one. I just hear rumors that they're like odd sized and like
It is kind
They're
of
all
a
a
weird
little
size.
different. His
yeah.
is different than mine.
Is it really?
Yeah, his is a little
interesting.
But even then, it's like, I don't know how to do this shit for real, but it doesn't seem that hard.
Have
Like,
either of you guys had COVID?
print some shit? I
Oh,
think
not
I
that I
did.
know of.
I didn't
Not
actually. I
you.
don't actually know.
Think you
You
did?
didn't go the official route.
I had the like the very first week, like when the school
Like
shut
December?
down. No, it was March. It was like March 14th. I remember being like,
Of
Pretty sick.
Of 2020.
Did you lose your sense of taste and smell at all?
I did.
That
Yeah, it was
shit
of
sucks.
2020. I didn't lose my sense of taste, weirdly enough. But I did have the stomach thing, and I was like, dude, the stomach thing is like real. Like, I swear I have COVID. And the
bro.
lungs too. It was really, really bad.
Yeah.
I thought I was
Yeah.
like, am I gonna fucking die? I'm like, nah, I'm just a little congested. But I think I was like really actually struggling to breathe for a second, and then I was like, yeah, it was bad. But
Colin
I
had
did
it.
not enjoy it.
that was like
Colin had
years
it,
ago.
Christmas 2020.
Fucking
And then-
terrible. Happy, Merry fucking Christmas.
Yeah.
Right.
Call from the CDC or the Kitsap Health Department saying, "Yep, you're positive, man."
Yeah.
Merry
and then,
fucking Christmas.
And then me
Thanks.
and my family had it back in September,
Yeah.
over Labor Day.
Oh wow.
There was funny enough. There was an outbreak in my office started by a vaccinated person. Yeah, so I've had all kinds of people since then be like, "Are you gonna get vaccinated?" I'm like, "Fucking." Well, first of all, I just had COVID, so
You got
no.
the antibodies
But,
now.
yeah.
Yeah.
So first of all, I had COVID, so no.
My
But
ace- my-
second of all, the person who brought it in was fucking vaccinated. So I was like, "Why the fuck would I do that?" But yeah, like a bunch of people, my gang of people in my office got, I think, 9 or 10 people, and it was split 50-50 vaccinated, not vaccinated, which
Yeah,
was really
gotcha.
weird. And different vaccines too. Like my boss, who had it, had got the Johnson & Johnson, I think, and he had Guillain-Barré, so I think he wasn't supposed to get it and did it
Yeah.
anyway. Like he had Guillain-Barré way before, which is like a spinal issue that people who have Guillain-Barré are being told not to get it, but he got it anyway. So I think he just went and did it, and which is neither here nor there. But that's just
It's funny.
Yeah, and then a couple other people who had the different vaccines. One girl in the front office who had it because her boyfriend at the time had cancer, and so when the vaccines came out, they both got them, and their boyfriend passed, and she moved back up here. So she had a vaccine, and like two other people had the vaccine too. Two other people.
Do you guys think it works?
I think to a certain extent. Yeah, I don't think it does nothing, but I don't. I think now we probably have the most accurate picture of what it does, which is it's gonna stop you from dying, almost definitely. It's gonna largely stop you from being hospitalized, but it's not gonna stop you from getting COVID.
Yeah.
It's not gonna stop you from spreading COVID.
And that's the biggest misconception that I feel like even the commercials and stuff.
Yes.
The fact
Which
that
I
it's
think
advertised.
does the most disservice,
Yeah,
because
I agree.
was the original narrative, was this is going to stop you from getting COVID, because that was obviously the hope. When that wasn't the case, they didn't say we fucked up, but you should still get it because of this. They just continued with the same just get it, just get it, which pushes people who were questionable at first to say, well, fuck you, now I know you're lying to me. You're lying because I'm seeing this and you're trying to spin it in a direction that's not true, so why the fuck would I believe you, Like, there are a certain amount of people that are on that tilt that are hardened by the dishonesty, and that's, I feel that now, but again, I also had COVID, so I don't feel really any pressure to get the vaccine at all at this point.
Because once you learn that the gene therapy that they're calling a vaccine now is because that's what it is. It's not a fucking vaccine. Vaccine means you ain't gonna get the shit.
Not anymore, Colin.
Not anymore. They changed it, but regardless.
Did you know that?
Well,
Did you guys know that in the last year they've changed the definition of the word vaccine? Did you know?
I didn't know they changed the definition, but I always knew the vaccine doesn't always work.
yeah, that's what you can still
Like
get the flu.
you can still get
Certainly.
measles.
Flu's about the most
The
closest
measles one, that one still happens
relative
to
to
kids.
this type of thing, right? But like measles, mumps, rubella, smallpox, that kind of shit. I got smallpox vaccine when I joined the military. You legit get smallpox. You just keep it isolated, and it's this weird version. You get this weird fucking, wart growing on. It's this weird blister thing. It's very uncomfortable and terrible. But like, I'm not gonna get smallpox ever again. Like that's It's done now. But it doesn't work that way with this particular virus, and it shouldn't surprise us because it's a coronavirus.
Because it's similar to the flu. I'm not going to say
it's
it's
similar
to
it's
the flu in the way
more
that it's
similar to
constructed,
the common cold, which is another coronavirus. But having the ability to mitigate your risk as much as the vaccine does, if you haven't contracted it already, I think it's probably a better idea than just going unvaxxed, I would say at this point. But if you were like me and had caught it before the vaccines came out, I want to say it was before the vaccines came out.
I think just before,
and then knowing now that the vaccine only targets, the identification and fighting of the spike protein versus the totality of the virus, and then you have like we
the B
now
cells,
have
I think,
the T cells and the D cells, or whatever they are another part of the immune system. We've all had a massive education in our immune system and how it fucking works and how viruses work throughout this whole thing, which is a net benefit. Hashtag COVID perk. But knowing now that I have a greater
more comprehensive
immunization level, more comprehensive immunization level within my own immune system because I contracted the natural virus at some point, I feel no need to go get the vaccine and put my body through that whole situation again and have an increased chance of having like a cytostorm reaction and having an increased it's like an overactive immune response at that point, which is the most common response now for people that have had adverse reactions when getting the vaccine after having prior infection.
See, I feel like I didn't really feel that much when I had it.
And it's it's hit or miss. The same thing as everything else.
Like I worked with a guy who me and him got it at the exact same time. We're still trying to figure out to this day like where we got it from, but we got it together because we got sick on the same exact day. Our symptoms were like mirrored from each other every time throughout. Because my company was closed for like the last week of December from Christmas and New Year's and stuff, and so we were all home anyways. And me and him were on the phone every day, like talking about like the side effects we're going through, and comparing and contrasting, and kind of co-commiserating and all that shit. And we still to this day don't know where we got it from, but he ended up, through a personal circumstance, found himself in a position where he could either do something in his life that mattered to him, but needed to be vaccinated or not do the thing. So he took a calculated decision and decided to go get vaccinated, even though he had exposure. And he said, anecdotal obviously, but he said it was worse for him the times he got the vaccine than it was when we initially got COVID, minus the fact he didn't lose his taste and smell along with it.
Like Carolina said the same thing, right?
Yeah.
His wife.
His wife obviously got it when we did, and then when she got vaccinated, she had a worse time than she did during the initial sickness.
I think it also,
Anecdotal,
and this is totally speculation, I think it also depends on like what variant you got. You know, there's some, like the woman who, the midwife that we're working with, she told us that she had COVID in 2019 and then got the vaccine and then got COVID again. And in my joking, bullshitty way, we got back in the truck. I said, obviously, she had some weak-ass COVID. She fucking got, vaccine and got again. But I do believe there is some, personally, I believe there's some evidence of that it's the Delta variant, Delta gang, I've claimed proudly ever since then, fucking Delta Squad. There's the Delta variant it's just a more intense version of it.
Yeah.
So I think that it's not unreasonable to have gotten the Delta variant and may have a stronger immunity than somebody who had the Alpha variant or even a small portion of the Alpha variant. Who knows? I don't know. He was at my house when I had COVID. We got
viruses come out. They're very lethal and very bad at reproducing.
All that is anecdotal evidence. That doesn't prove anything. But
what sucks is like people I know more closely now are like being hit really hard, which sucks. Yeah. So it's like,
when I had it was fucking terrible. That's for sure. We were all, me and John started getting wrong. But to speak to your point, when I had it and
I did not have a good time.
I didn't know about the outbreak or anything, and so one day I thought that I just had like a sinus infection, like my head just hurt really bad, and I get migraines all the time, so it was not weird for me to have a migraine. And so I was at work that day and had a migraine and stuff, and that was a Thursday. We're only open Monday through Thursday now, and so that Friday I stayed home and I was like, I think I just have a sinus infection. I'm so stuffy and my head just hurts. Like nothing else really. I felt like a little bit achy, but that was it, And I had not heard about the sinus portion being a sign of COVID. And so I did not once even consider, only to the fact that COVID is everywhere, but never did I think like, I might actually have COVID. We had our fantasy draft that weekend, so I tried to secure a test and shit just to quell everybody. And I couldn't get one, and so I told everybody, only like half the people showed up calling and a couple other people. And I started feeling like, I texted everybody that day and was like, I'm fine, I feel kind of shitty, I just feel like I have a sinus infection, so I set up a doctor's appointment for that Monday. We had a draft on Saturday, and then on Sunday I was like, I fucking feel absolutely horrible. I feel really, really terrible. And so I was telling everybody that, and then I was telling my boss, I'm probably not going to be into work tomorrow, and he said, do you have COVID? And I was like, I don't know why. Someone else texted me in the front office and said, do you have COVID like everyone else? And I was like, wait. What? She's like, there's a gang of people in the office that have COVID, and so that's how I found out after I had the draft and everything that's what it was, obviously. And then I started to lose my sense of taste and smell and stuff, and
that was the worst part.
The headaches, the sinus portion of it, not being able to breathe, bending over at all, felt like someone punched me in the face. I've never had sinus issues that bad in my whole life before, and then the general flu. Achiness, of body pains and shit was that was really it. We didn't have the stomach thing too bad, but it was definitely a really fucking terrible flu, a really terrible flu. And I've had the flu before, and that's probably more severe than when I had the flu, but seemed to be the severe symptoms seem to be a little more compact. Or if you have the flu, sometimes I feel like you have body aches for a week. And it was shorter on all of that stuff. But the general, what they call long COVID, that stuck around for a long time. The brain fuzziness was a trouble for a while. The first time I went back to the gym, I was absolutely destroyed. Just my ability to just do reps, not even running or anything, was destroyed. And it's still taking me time to get back the lung functionality portion of it.
That shit's.
I will say, I dabbed through the entire thing, and I think that helped.
That's what I'm saying too, man. Like, because I
fucking home for 10 days. Absolutely. I absolutely got Iowa. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Because when I was,
I'm also an OG. I'm an OG weed smoker. I've been smoking. I think the first time I smoked weed, I was 13 years old. So it's been 14 years that I've been getting high consistently. So I'm like, I'm definitely gonna get high.
I guess what I was talking about more was like like recently, like a lot of people I kind of know have like died from COVID, like, which is kind of crazy, right? Just like people you just don't really think about. So.
Certainly, yeah, no, I know.
And like people like stuck in the ICU that I'm like, oh, I guess yeah. It's like I don't really think about it. Like you're talking, it's mostly like a flu for like a lot of people, and then I'm like, oh, but like they're just in the hospital and their lungs aren't working anymore. Like that's
definitely not
crazy.
minimizing it at all, because one of my other bosses got it, who oddly enough was telling me when I had it, oh, I don't think that COVID is real, and I think that we'll find out soon that it was just a severe flu. He got it. I have two bosses, Tim and Dan, and Tim was the one telling me that, and he got it. He ended up in the hospital.
And that's just what's scary too.
And his brother, like I said, is the one that had Guillain-Barré and got the vaccine. What I will say, and again, I'm not a doctor, but because I'm on the same boat with you, John, I know people just recently who have died from COVID, so I'm not at all belittling the severity of the disease. I have noticed again, anecdotal, in the people in my office who got it, the people who were unhealthy got it way worse than the people who were generally healthy. The people who got it worse, my boss, Tim, doesn't work out at all. He drinks a lot. He's a generally healthy dude. He eats good and stuff like that. He's not obese or anything, but he also drinks all the time. He doesn't work out. He doesn't do this stuff. He got it really bad. His brother, Dan, who had Guillain-Barré twice, who goes to the gym all the time, who eats really, really healthy,
wicked healthy,
was sick for less time than I was.
Yeah.
So there's also another person in my office, a woman who's definitely overweight. She thought she was going to die. She got like horrible.
That's crazy.
And that, in my office in particular, reads accurately. Me, Tyler, Rebecca in the front office, the people who were younger and go to the gym and take care of themselves had a much, much easier time than the people who do not. And the people who I know that have had it more severely and have died have comorbidities. They are not healthy, standard people who are getting COVID and dying within weeks. And that's anecdotal, but I feel a large portion being left out when discussing this a lot of the time. The people are dying, but it's important to recognize and realize and discuss that there are comorbidities that affect the way that maybe that person should have led the way that they conducted themselves during COVID. If you have comorbidities, if you are obese, you should be more careful during COVID. Everyone should be careful. I'm not telling anybody they should do, but your level of danger of getting the virus and having severe adverse reactions is higher than somebody who is not. The average age of death of COVID, to my understanding, is higher than the average age of death in America.
Yeah.
So the people who are dying from COVID predominantly are old people and people who are unhealthy. Predominantly.
And it's hard to
that
separate that, because there are, with that number, because that number is obviously a weighted average. You think about it. Somebody that dies when they're 30 years old, and then when most people are dying at, say, 68, it's going to bring down that number a little bit. And for it to still be up there means something. But also,
and again,
it also brings into account the lower end people that are still being taken out for seemingly no reason.
Right.
And obviously, nobody truly knows how healthy they are. A lot of people, especially our age in America, we'd like to think we're healthier than we were 100 years ago, but in a lot of ways we aren't. Because even though we have more food than ever before and we're fatter than ever before, what we are eating matters, how we are living our lives matter. How we're exercising wasn't an option back in those days. For you to survive, you had to exercise in some menial labor somewhere, somehow. But today, you don't need to do that. You can physically look like you're healthy, but be incredibly unhealthy on the inside.
Yeah. I think even getting away from like statistics and like numbers and stuff, I guess that's more even just like how it hits me that maybe like 5 years ago I wasn't thinking about like, very seriously, like people I know who are like mostly like just living their life doing like they have people who have died, or like there is like, to whatever extent you think it's like severe or not, like it seems to be like some kind of disease is doing some sort of damage to people that wasn't happening before, and like we're living through it.
I'm definitely not downgrading the severity of it.
Yeah.
I've said very clearly it's all anecdotal.
Yeah,
I can
no,
only speak
absolutely.
to the severity of my case of COVID.
Even
and that's why I
the
wasn't
deaths,
saying
right? Like it's only because I know people for a long time. Like I'm saying, like I didn't even like I just moved and was like, oh yeah, like I got it. It's whatever, you know. The numbers. I would see all the statistics and then like I'd be like, wait, my neighbor's like in the hospital. Like that's really crazy, you know. It's like always you know, like a numbers game until it's like people you know. Then it's just like, oh well, it feels like something like just out of nowhere. It's kind of just like
that's
taking
why
people
A
out or
million
like
people
affecting the
dying
community.
does not change you the way your neighbor dying does.
Right.
And that's why I'm not saying it's just the statistics, it's the factors that play into this. Those are statistics
Yeah.
that give us very valuable information to help us decipher that anecdotal information that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Of course, again, the person that I know that died, I was very close with. I just saw them 3 weeks before they died. I know very clearly what their life was like. I thought that they were a generally healthy person. I recognize after taking a step back and looking at the larger pattern of their life, there are things that fed into the severity of this virus, most likely. And I think that that's important to consider. Everybody has to make their own decisions. I'm not telling anybody what they should do, but I think it's important to think about those things when you're making those decisions.
Yeah, that's just sad. It's just sad that like I guess it's like nothing can be done, but that just COVID's a thing, and that like you alive at the wrong time, not healthy enough at the right time, and just like sorry.
And that
like, that's it.
unfortunately is the brutal nature of life living on the planet. Fortunately, we have, as a society, been able to develop ourselves and protect ourselves from most of the ways that the planet tries to kill us over human existence. We're pretty good at it now, to the point where like death is not expected until a certain age. It's a weird deal to even have the concept of an average lifespan, because your species is you're being allowed through ingenuity or however you engineer the environment, whatever the case may be, to live to your body's natural end. That is a very, very rare thing throughout the planet as far as species goes. We are probably one of the only. And so our relationship with death as a species is fundamentally different than any other species on the planet. I mean, I'm an avid hunter, and I understand that when I go out and I am lucky enough to harvest an animal, I know for a fact that the way I killed that thing is probably the most peaceful way most animals are going to go out in the wild. And that's weird. We're so disconnected from that. And we're so disconnected that the fact that we don't try to have 6 kids anymore all the time, because we know 4 of them are going to die before they're 5 years old. We have a very different relationship now with death and what the inevitability of death and how that death comes to us, that we have a certain expectation for it. And so when we see a greater amount of people due to an introduction of a brand new virus that affects our species, that takes out a certain fraction of us, we're already preset to expect a lot of people to die from the flu every year. We're so desensitized to that number, we don't even pay attention to it unless it directly affects our lives.
Yeah.
But this is new, and this is an added danger now that we live with. And if you ask me, it's going to be something we have to accept, that it's not going to go away. We have to figure out how to deal with it. But I think that's part of the problem, is we have a new added toll on the human species that we never had to calculate before, and now we do. And it affects everybody differently. So there are a lot more people now in our generation that are dealing with death a lot earlier in their lives than anybody in our, like say, maybe the previous 2 generations, minus war and conflict and shit like that. But this is like things totally out of your control. War is a different deal. Viral infection and disease is a whole other thing. You know, we have cancer, obviously, which is massive in our society now compared to back then. In the 80s, it was like AIDS and things like that. But
that's what I was
every
going
time
to say.
there's a new one that
HIV,
comes
right?
on.
This is probably what it kind of felt like around the time when that was like affecting a lot of people, getting a lot of coverage.
Yeah.
You know somebody who knows somebody, and it's like real all of a sudden.
Yeah.
You're like, this is a real disease ruining people's lives.
And it seems weird to say this, but fortunately, with HIV and AIDS, we found out that there's a way you can prevent that through your own personal decisions and things like that. You can minimize your risk and exposure. With COVID, it's a lot different. We're still trying to pretend like we can do this thing by sporting around a bunch of cloth masks and this and that and the other thing and social distancing or whatever, but time will tell how well in hand we actually have the situation. I think in retrospect it's going to be a lot of hoopla for nothing.
Yeah.
But essentially, at the end of the day, the new virus is killing people. And so there's a whole lot of people in our generation now that are dealing with that type of nonsensical death that we never had to deal with before. So it's very up close and personal and affects everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyways,
Yeah. No, I think that's probably good.
not to end it on a downer.
No, I think that's pretty good. I have like 2 other sports things left. There's Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers
Oh, yeah, you got him.
lied about shit too. Yeah, and I know apparently he didn't submit a false card. He just like kind of led people to believe that he was vaccinated without being
He
vaccinated.
said, I was
But-
immunized.
Yeah, but people around him knew that he wasn't vaccinated, like Devontae Adams and shit. I guess
Yeah.
knew that he wasn't vaccinated, and so I have no idea. But
He lawyered out.
they tried to cancel him for it. I guess I don't know. They shit on him. A
Yeah.
lot of people shit on him for it, and now he's starting again. So I don't
Because
know.
he's Aaron Rodgers. He can bounce that shit off.
Yeah,
That's
it's a weird deal. He apparently he was getting some type of seeking a therapy from a holistic doctor
Yeah.
to raise his immunity, his antibodies or something.
Yeah, and he's homies with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan hooked him up with the same kitchen sink deal when he got it, and so.
He's home with Joe Rogan.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, Joe Rogan's talking about. He's like homies with him on the DL. Like it's
Oh.
weird. You find out every
It's
now.
probably
and
hard
then.
to be friends with Joe Rogan if you're too famous.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. You gotta. Nobody's gotta know about that shit. But
Yeah.
yeah, that was his thing.
Get
is
canceled just
he
for that.
he did the lawyerly thing. It was like, yeah, are you vaccinated? Yeah, I'm immunized. Okay, cool.
Right. I remember that.
And that's where that hoopla came from. But the other sports thing, Cam Newton's back. Cam Newton's back.
Cam Newton is back. He's going to start this week. He's
Yeah.
going to start this week.
Yeah, I know.
He got
That's
some. He got
3
some
weeks.
decent points.
You guys
last
pick
week.
him up?
I did.
Colin did.
I picked him
Yeah.
up too.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll play him now that Aaron Rodgers is back in the saddle. But
Derrick Henry's out for the rest of the year towards ACL, I think. Dalvin Cook is still playing, but he's dealing with some accusations off the field of like he came out and said originally that he was the victim of abuse from an extortion from his girlfriend, and then his ex-girlfriend came out and was like, "Nah, fuck that. He beat me, and he tried to blackmail me."
hashtag
And
believe all
so
women.
it's still unclear. Yeah, no one. He's playing still, so I know as far as I know. So I don't. It's still unclear.
The NFL's pretty good over these decades of like letting people play until it becomes
So they got to do something
until they
about
gotta
it.
do something about it.
Deshaun Watson's still waiting.
Yeah.
He's like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
Bastion of
Yeah.
freedom, the NFL.
Um,
What can I say?
Henry Ruggs, I'm going to talk about this last week. Henry Ruggs got cut from the Raiders. He was obviously, most people know about this by now, I'm sure. He was in a drunk driving incident in Las Vegas. I believe I saw that he was traveling 154 miles per
It
hour
seemed
top
pretty
speed.
severe.
Killed a woman. Her car burst into flames and she died. I think Henry Ruggs, his homeboy was hurt. Right, or his homeboy died too in the car.
I think it was just him. I thought it was just a 2-person, him and the other person.
Oh, it was okay. I thought he had someone in his car for some reason. There's a Chinese tennis star. I don't know what her
yeah.
name is off the top of
Yeah,
my
I
head.
saw that shit yesterday. Damn.
Peng Shui. I know. I'm definitely not. I don't know. She's
It's
missing.
racist.
She's missing. After she came
Yes.
out, she accused someone of the CCP of sexual harassment, and they fucking disappeared her. And there are
Which has surprised nobody.
no, there are
saying.
huge players in American tennis that are like, we are not going to do shit in China if they do not show us that this woman is healthy,
Yeah.
because it's not weird, for them to just disappear people. Jack Ma was gone for
Yeah.
a few weeks. He's like one of the richest people in China, and then
He's the Jeff Bezos of China.
he came back, out of nowhere. He's like, oh, I'm fine. I don't know what you guys talking about.
I don't know. The CCP's great,
It's
by the
fine.
way.
Yeah, he's just gone for a few weeks.
Yeah.
Ai Weiwei
Disappeared.
is an artist who is a dissident who was also forced to disappear for a lot of time, and I just saw a series of photos that he did from memory of living in a room that's completely padded and duct taped, and 2 people from the CCP watching him all of the time, watching him sleep, watching him eat, watching him be in the room with him, in uniform, watching him all the time. That's like, if they're not going to kill you, that's how they keep you until they decide that it's time for you to be public again. They just keep you in a room like that. 2 people
CCP,
watching
man,
you all of
dark
the time.
shit. Dark.
They're
Borderline
literally,
North
he's
Korea
laying in his
shit.
bed, one person standing at the head of his bed, and one person standing next to him, staring at him, watching him while he sleeps.
Yeah, man.
That's how they keep you.
I wish I could have a fucking. This is up close of your face right now. You're like, what the fuck?
It's weird. I never
Yeah.
heard that
Trying
one.
to be into some dark
They
shit
do
right
some
now. man.
fucked up shit in China. The whole Uyghur thing, you know, all the Muslims that are hemmed up over there. I mean, that's a whole. I don't know if you know about that.
deal.
That's a whole another, definitely something worth looking into. There is a genocide of a Muslim population happening in China right now that is being ignored
What's it called?
by the Uyghurs.
The Uyghurs,
It's
Muslims.
spelled very funny. It's like UHIEYGER, I think. If you try and spell it and then type in China, you'll find it.
Okay.
And there's a whole province that they're being kept in concentration camps. They're calling them re-education camps, as they do colloquially, where people are being murdered. Their organs are being stolen and sold on the black market by the Chinese Communist Party. People's hair is being stolen from them.
Made into wigs.
They filmed Mulan in that same province.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's what that whole issue.
Filmed Mulan in the same province. Yeah, and that's why, you know, LeBron James and all the basketball stars have caught shit over this, is because they do so much dealing with China.
Go
And
John
it said
Cena out there with the Fast
nothing
and
about
Furious.
John Cena, who came out and apologized for saying that Taiwan was a country.
How
Did you
dare
hear about
you.
that?
I knew he apologized.
Yes, he apologized because in a Chinese media thing, or maybe an American media thing, he called Taiwan a country.
Yeah.
And he had to make a video to apologize to the Chinese people for calling Taiwan a country.
In Mandarin.
Because China doesn't recognize Taiwan's existence.
Oh, dude, Google that shit. You will be very uncomfortable. You're watching that. This looks like a Huss's video.
Fucking
What
weird.
is this, John Cena? Some wild shit.
The fact that John Cena speaks Mandarin,
Whoa!
you know, fucking weird.
It's a
It's
funny
so
video.
weird.
Fucking weird. Which I guess it should be. Everybody can learn any language they want, but
He's just unexpected.
awfully weird, you
Yeah.
know.
He's Fast and the Furious guy. Why is he learning, Mandarin?
No, so I think that's it. That's all we have this week as far as sports go. This was an excellent episode.
Was.
You did a great job.
Thanks for hanging in
fantastic
there, guys.
guys.
It's been a long one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize if we kept you for too long. I
No,
didn't
that's all right.
recognize.
What do you got to do today, man?
Yeah, no. So we'll just hit the socials one time. There are people who have literally been on here this entire time.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Watching us.
Oh,
That's
geez, man.
that happens.
Shout out to William Wallace.
Yes, so thank you to everybody obviously watching us on our YouTube, Salted Streets. We have our Instagram, Salted Streets, patreon.com/Salted Streets, all the different tiers there. Go there, help us make better, more content. Discord, which you can also access through the Patreon. We have our own personal social media. Excuse me, I believe Zeke has been here most of the time.
Yeah.
We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salted Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. We have Movember going on for the next few days. If anyone wants to donate there, go to Movember.com and search for my name.
Look at that Tom Selleck push room he's got.
Leggings and Aprons on Instagram.
Dude, it's like young.
Lexi Kyle on Twitch. Swell Blended if you need a haircut, location skate shop in West Bremerton. Upper left, obviously, and Nils on Spotify, on iTunes, on YouTube for all the videos on everything. Dr. Slut on YouTube and on Instagram for all everything on the videos. Do you guys have anything that you want to pimp before we go? Anything that you're
Just
working
thinking.
on soon? You said you have. You don't have to vote if you
Keep
want.
those under wraps.
All right, so
There you
there's
go.
maybe
Yeah.
something
Oh.
coming on. Yep, Elijah. So with that, I have one thing just to end with here.
Bring out the John Adams quote for the end of episode quote. I'm a big fan here.
Yeah. Let's see here. Sorry, I should have been more prepared for this.
Hot dog. It's not what the bookmark is.
No, it's not what the bookmark is. Oh, maybe it is. Just kidding. There's. Okay, so this is from John Adams. This was in 1772. John Adams says, "The danger is from all. There is danger from all men. The only maxim of a free government ought to be to trust no man living with power to endanger the public liberty."
I wouldn't usually have a witty retort, but
Nope, that's
I'll
it.
leave that in John Adams. Roll the outro.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope